Hello everyone, it's time for another beautiful subathon. I can't wait. I got Zelda all loaded up. I got my beautiful literature right here. Here's the thing though, let me kick it over here real quick. Here's the thing. So we're already at 27 subs. But also, earlier in the week, famed stream watcher Crabfoam gifted 20 subs because they wouldn't be able to be here today. So I'm gonna pay that forward right now. Snowmer Shine has subbed, and so is Flower Man 5000. God, that's a great name. And look at that. Okay, Captain Turtle has subbed. Perfect, beautiful. Well, guess what? You know what that means? You know what that means? When I put in those 20 subs, we're already there. We're already there. The sub has already been extended. Oh, that reminds me, I gotta swap the timers over and stuff. Josh Guy, thanks for gifting a sub. So here, let me get all this. Let me get all this going. Let me get it all going. And then I don't remember what music I ended up listening to in the background of the book reading before. I'll just go with Doom again. Who doesn't like Doom? Oh. Sorry, that was a Destiny 2 volume. I don't know why Destiny 2 is just so quiet as a game. So bizarre. We got some more gifts and cheers though. Oop. We're gonna be catching up with Jake Rivers real soon. And by real soon I mean as soon as I yeah, Barney's napping again. Sorry, let me wake him up. The every dumb little gimmick on this stream basically requires another tab being open. And they fall through the cracks sometimes. Alright, Barney, wake up. Although I think it's in the like alert queue. Oh. I forgot they can layer. Alright. Barney, I'll follow you into hell. James Fisto and Loofbox, thank y'all for gifting a sub each. Bacon Cake, thanks for the sub. Do Pope, thank you for the sub. Already hit it level 3 hype train. Everyone's real excited to learn about Jake Rivers. Last time we got introduced to the bad guy. We got introduced to the bad guy and Jake Rivers went on a date. He went on a date with the red-haired, pale-skinned woman that this world owes men like Jake. Men that come from wealthy families and go into the army because they keep fucking up and getting into trouble with the law and getting cut breaks by law enforcement because they're friends with everyone. But it's the fucking liberals who have the problem. Yeah, he's from money. He's from money. He like got into trouble in high school, so he went into the army. He was badass at army stuff. He's good at killing. But he's still like rich and protected. He's only going to college because his crazy rich grandfather regrets not going to college. But now college is a madhouse of liberals. So essentially this like utterly protected rich kid who's good at murdering is on a college campus, and he keeps he's not even like trying to mind his own business. He actually keeps picking fights with people. But again, he's like friends with the police chief, or his grandfather is, so he gets no punishment. Anyway, Lithium, thanks for the sub. It's just so interesting to read a book that like describes a real asshole, but it's from the asshole's perspective. Do we know if the bad guy's a liberal? No, actually, not yet. He was actually very bland in the one scene that we've had with the villain so far, but he exposed one of his bad guys for betraying the cause or selling him out, but he had his other goons kill him. So he didn't kill him himself, which maybe tells you a bit about him as a villain, like he's hands off. Unlike Jake Rivers, who gets shit done. He's like a middleman. He's like a fucking middle manager. Just some dweeb who's trying to absorb money and not doing the like, he doesn't have what it takes to get his hands dirty. Maybe. That's the only thing I can read so far. So yeah, we'll see. Okay, I had to click on one more thing, I think. Oh yeah. Wait, where'd the music? Oh, sorry. I clicked on the wrong thing. Okay, we've already hit a sub extension, which is, it's unheard of. Oh, remember that sound? Misspelled Nain. Thank you very much for the sub. Oh, we got more. Oh, Death by Keys has gifted 10 more subs. What? What? Okay, so I haven't even put in the, the 20 crab subs yet. Oh, the clock's decided not to display. You love that WoW? Do you want it back? I felt like at some point it was getting a little too repetitive. I guess it's the massive gift subs. The fact that you hear it like 10 or 20 times in a row at exactly the same interval. I guess if I were to keep it, I would have to turn on like packaging the subs, I think. Could never get tired of the WoW. Interesting. 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 Okay. You know what? I can bring him back. Keep it. I think I should, like, the problem before was that I didn't hear it, and that's an audio routing problem. But I might have a solution to that. Maybe. There's a very specific thing OBS needs to do, and I don't know if it can do it. I might be. Oh. Sorry, Barney, I talked over you. I might be. It would require more chords, but now that I have, oddly enough, now that I have an 808, I might actually be able to route the audio perfectly. I'll be honest, the big problem is that the alerts play from my stream PC. So how do I make it so that, and then the audio that I hear gets played out to the stream. So if they play on the PC, and then I hear them, and then that audio gets played out to the stream again, they'll get doubled. There's a way to avoid that in OBS, where you output to desktop but mute to the stream. That would work perfectly. That's exactly what I want. However, when I'm away from stream, if I'm on like a hold or something like that, I don't leave my audio going through, because then you'd hear everything I'm doing on my PC in the background. Then you wouldn't hear the alerts anymore. You know what I mean? To what? Quaddy, thank you very much for the extremely generous cheer. And Coinmeister, thank you very much for the sub. Got a promotion and a big raise at my job, so I'm finally able to sub again. I love to see it. Love to see the gamers flourishing in the wild. Because much like Trigger Warning is spreading the truth about conservatives and the oppression they face on a daily basis. And in this stream and in this community, we are all trying to spread awareness of gamer persecution. Yeah, it got cut off for me a little bit too. Also, I just realized since I separated out my alerts, now they go on top of each other and fire at the same time. So that's not cool. Anyway, you've already filled the sub meter, and like I said, I didn't even put in the crab subs. How are y'all doing this? How is it happening? I don't know. But I'm going to refresh this cache and hope that that makes the clock work. It did! Great. So, okay, the sub's already been extended. You've already unlocked a chapter, and man, this is real smooth. It kind of reminds me of Final Fantasy VII music a little bit. And here's the thing. I'm adding in the crab subs now. So that puts us at 20. I was supposed to. Hold on a second. Once everything like locks together, then it's all set. But until that happens, there we go. Okay, already almost halfway through the next one. Oh, you found me through TikTok, Flosset. Hey, welcome. I'm glad to hear that. Glad to hear that engaging with TikTok is a good idea, and that there's clearly fine people like yourself on the service. But hey, welcome to the subathon. This is actually going to be an up to 24-hour stream. We got 5 hours on the clock. I'm about to read the first chapter from Trigger Warning. The last chapter was when Jake went on a date with, what's her name? Natalie. Is that her name? Does she probably doesn't need a name. She's woman. Yeah, her name's Natalie. Okay, so Jake met a pale-skinned, red-haired prize from the British Isles who just thinks all of this liberal nonsense is just silly. Like, she's not as aggressive as he is, of course. She just kind of like deals, she's like, but she's like inexplicably attracted to Jake. Yes, she breasts boobily. Okay, chapter 13. And they were at like some kind of Irish bar, so just to set the scene. They split an order of potato skins to go along with the beers they drank. 3 for Jake and 2 for Natalie. She really didn't talk much about her family, and he didn't prod her for information. That was her business. This is the writer getting out of having to write a complicated character. I don't care. Doesn't matter. Anyway, just because he had let down his guard and spilled some of the more sordid details of the Rivers and Gardner clans, that didn't mean she had to do likewise. She did share some amusing stories about her teaching career, mostly concerning the difficulty of navigating the hazardous waters of academia. Over the past few years, especially, it had gotten more and more difficult to say or do anything without offending somebody. Ringleader Tibbs, thanks for the sub. I like how no one can have a conversation in this book without it turning to how stupid the liberals are. Like, nothing happens in this book without it reinforcing how dumb and stupid liberals are. Anyway, all right. Let's see here. Oh my god. I swear there's a special interest group for everything, she said. And if you do something to upset one of them, then all the others pile on you as well. You wind up taking a firestorm on social media. A tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing, Jake quoted. That's the kind of way I look at social media most of the time. Oh my god, he's dropping Shakespeare references. Rannick, thanks for gifting 10 subs, and Keanu, please, thank you for the sub. Oh, I forgot to mention, since the chapters are very short, maybe for folks with short attention spans, I'm implementing a TikTok, an oopsie doopsie, so every other sub extension is 2 chapters instead of 1. So if we fill this up, that's 2 more chapters instead of just 1. Got to start with the 1 though, because I got to tease out the next one. So I hope that made sense. I think it made sense. That's a wise approach. I imagine it helps keep you sane. Well, Jake said with a smile, there's probably a lot of debate in some circles about how just sane I... Oh, wait. There's probably a lot of debate in some circles about just how sane I really am. The administration takes social media very seriously, though, and the news media as well. They can't stand any bad publicity, so if there's very much of an uproar about anything, well, they cave, to be blunt about it. How does that make the faculty feel? Natalie blew out a breath. Most of the faculty agree with the professionally outraged. They're part of the whole deal. More than once, I've had faculty members come to me with letters of support they were all signing because of some so-called microaggression against black students or gay students or Muslim students. She laughed, but there wasn't much humor in the sound. A while back, the Union of African American Students refused to let students who were actually from Africa join. Oh. Rannick, thanks again for gifting 10 subs. Very generous. Appreciate that. I can't believe they would do that. Jake frowned. Wait, what? That's right. Black students who came here from Africa, specifically to go to college at Kelton, were told they weren't black enough to join the African American Students group. Well, that's kind of odd. Then the Islamic Students Association demanded that prayer rooms be set aside for them in every building on campus. I can almost understand that one since they pray at certain times, but they wanted the space in every building. Natalie shrugged. The administration complied, of course, although it wasn't easy. This is an old campus without much room to spare, but they kicked up a fuss and got what they wanted. She drank some of her second beer. Then there was the business about the rainbow. People are offended by rainbows now? No, that wasn't it, Natalie said, raising a finger. The Gay Students Alliance. Well, that's not the official name of the group. That has about a dozen letters in it now. But people call it the Gay Students Alliance. Anyway, they painted a rainbow mural on the side of an older building they knew was scheduled to be demolished. Then they demanded that the building be protected and claimed that tearing it down would be a hate crime. It was just a storage building next to the old power plant, and it's in such bad shape that it's not being used for anything anymore. If a strong enough wind came along, it would likely fall down on its own. But it's a monument to the gay, lesbian, transgender movement, as well as the other stuff that gets lumped in with that these days. So good. So, I just realized I gotta check real quick. Make sure the Inside Games video went up okay. It seems fine. No one's mad? Okay, alright, everything's good. Just wanted to check, sorry. Just watched it? Okay. I didn't check after it went public, so I just wanted to touch base. Okay. I suppose the administration went along with that, too. Of course, Natalie said. President Pelletier and the others didn't dare be perceived as anything less than 100% supportive of the movement. Yeah, the sub-counter's working so far, as far as I could tell. I guess all people have rights, Jake said with a shrug. Certainly they do. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to see anyone being discriminated against. But they lose their minds over the smallest things. Things that were never meant to harm or disadvantage anyone. Like tearing down an old building that's no good to anyone. The Alliance knew that it was scheduled to happen, so they picked it for their mural just to force a confrontation. So it gets them publicity and makes them look like the good guys, while the college comes off as heartless and homophobic. Exactly. I've seen it happen over and over again. No matter who gets offended and over what, they pitch a hissy fit and demand safe spaces. Jake smiled. You know who Audie Murphy was? The name's vaguely familiar, Natalie said with a puzzled frown. But I can't place it. Farm boy from here in Texas. He went off to fight in World War II and wound up as the most decorated soldier in the history of the country. After the war, he became an actor, mostly in Western movies. A better actor, generally, than most people gave him credit for. What does he have to do with what we're talking about? Jake took another drink and smiled. When all these college kids started getting upset with everything and demanding safe spaces, I heard somebody say something I've never forgotten. When Audie Murphy was 19 years old, like a lot of these precious little snowflakes, his safe space was behind a .50 caliber machine gun. Are you fetishizing PTSD? What is it about people and just really amped to send children off to fight war? Well, that's cute, Natalie said with a smile of her own. But it wouldn't mean anything to the students here. They're opposed to war. Most of them have never even touched a gun, let alone fired one, and just the idea of guns makes them feel a little queasy. People sleep peacefully in their beds at night, only because rough men stand ready to do violence on their behalf. Another quote. Orwell, right? Jake shrugged. He usually gets credit for it, but I believe there's some question about whether or not he actually said it. That doesn't really matter. It's true, whether or not these kids want to accept it or not. These kids, she repeated. Exactly how old are you, Jake? 24, he said, then took another pull of the beer. But my grandfather claims I have an old soul. Well, as long as you don't start telling them to keep off your lawn, I suppose you're all right. I know I'm kind of out of date, Jake admitted. I've never cared that much about fitting in, though. There's nothing wrong with going your own way. Most people, whether we like to admit it or not, act like sheep most of the time. Jake raised an eyebrow. I thought I was supposed to be the cynical one. I teach criminal justice, remember? You can't study the kinds of awful things people do to each other in this world without getting a little... Is 24 out of date for college? No, it's for his old-fashioned views. Yeah, he went to war first. He was good at war. Anyway, she trailed off a little and shook her head. Never mind. This was supposed to be drinks and some light conversation, maybe a little flirting. Wait, is that a quote? Oh, yeah, no, it is a quote, okay. Never mind. This was supposed to be drinks and some light conversation, maybe a little flirting. We didn't set out to solve all the problems of the world. Solving the world's problems is above my pay grade. He doesn't have a job, Jake said. Now the flirting, that I might be able to handle. I'll just bet you can, she said. By the time they left the Shamrock, Jake was as comfortable with Natalie Burke as he had been with any woman for quite some time. The fact that she was older and a professor while he was a graduate student didn't bother him. As far as he could tell, she wasn't put off by those things either. After all, he had reminded himself she was the one who had shown up at his dorm room tonight. She never had said why she was there, however. He knew he was risking things turning awkward, but his curiosity led him to say, Why did you come to Olmsted Hall tonight anyway? See you, of course, she answered in a straightforward manner. I wanted to talk to you again. You're an interesting person, Jake Rivers. I'm not sure what to make of you, and mysteries have always intrigued me. Have you figured it out? Figured you out? She laughed. Not at all. You're full of contradictions. You're a warrior, but you're also a philosopher. You quote Shakespeare. You're young, but you look down on people your age and venerate soldiers from war that was fought 3 generations ago. You're quiet-spoken and gentle, yet you've been one of those rough men... And yet you've been one of those rough men ready to do violence on other people's behalf. When you need to be, you still are a rough man. I don't go out of my way to look for fights. Exactly. You're like a warrior monk. That made him throw back his head and laugh as they walked along the concrete path at the edge of Nafzinger Plaza toward his dorm. She actually said it. She actually said it. We can't have any... Subtlety is banned. Yeah, she's dripping, though. Every babe wants to rock it with a warrior monk. A knight-errant. Warrior poet. Is this ordained red-headed lover? Yes. Yes. That the conservative... White conservative God grants to every man. Take your left rib and I make a red-haired, pale-skinned woman, domestic goddess for you, overweight man in truck. Okay. All right, lady, dry up a little bit. We still gotta make it home. Can't be slipping on that sidewalk, can we? Yeah, the music adds to it. Yeah, I need to find some different music to read books to, but it's just too good. Okay. Believe me, I am nothing like a monk, he told her. She stopped in a patch of shadows, and so he did too. He couldn't see her face very well as she spoke, but he could hear the husky intensity in her voice. As she said, You mean you're not celibate? The husky intensity. Amusingly, it's raining. It's like I'm standing under Natalie Burke's legs right now. Jesus Christ. That too, he said. Unless he had read all the signals wrong, she wanted him to kiss her. Okay, wait, hold on. There's going to be a whole paragraph complaining about consent, I feel like, coming up. So he put his hands on her shoulders and leaned towards her. She tipped her head back, and despite the poor light, he had no trouble letting instinct guide him so that his lips found hers. She rested the fingertips of her left hand on his chest and slipped her right arm around his waist. It was a good kiss, with just enough heat and urgency that they both tightened their embrace, but with the natural restraint of a first kiss. It definitely held the potential for more, Jake thought. After a long moment, he drew back. He started to make some comment about hoping he hadn't broken any of the college's rules, but then he sensed that this wasn't the right time for that. Okay. Wow, not the right time to go on a political rant. Shocking. He didn't want to break the mood that seemed to have come over both of them. Instead, he said quietly, "That was very nice." It was, wasn't it? Natalie agreed. But maybe we should do it again, just to be certain. Never hurts to be sure, Jake said. He lowered his mouth to hers again. That was when the rush of footsteps came from the darkness behind them, and Jake knew that hell was about to break loose yet again. No! When will Jake Rivers get a break? This poor man was about to get laid, and now frickin' Antifa's back. Like frickin' Batman goons just swarming out of the shadows. Okay, that's chapter 13. We get 17 more subs. Not only do we get chapter 14, but chapter 15 as well. But we'll have to see what happens. The next sub extension is 2 chapters. Yes. I love that the chapters end with a tease to the next chapter. I guess they're kind of paced like TV episodes in a way. Okay, now we get to the other part of the stream. Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Running in brilliant PC crystal clear resolutions. Ultra high frame rates. Just the pure gaming experience. They smoked some bad LGBTQ acid, and now they're going crazy. I do need to turn that back on. I'll figure that out. The WoW will return. Thank you all for the generosity. Let me rotate the timers over and such. Good. Wow, it actually worked. Great. Okay. We got 2 chapters this time. This is the bonus sub extension. I feel like I'm rolling over something. Chapter 14. Remember, Jake and Natalie were sharing a tender moment together, and then there was a rush from the shadows. Chapter 14. Natalie let out a startled "oh" as Jake gave her a push that sent her staggering back away from him. He didn't see or hear any attackers coming from that direction, so his instincts told him that was the safest place for her. As soon as he had done that, he whirled to face the shadowy figures charging toward him. No more than a shaved instant of time had passed since his keen ears picked up the first warning sounds of danger. It was too dark here under the trees to tell how many of them were coming at him. All he knew for sure was that he was damned tired of being jumped like this, especially at such a pleasurable moment as the one he'd just been sharing with Dr. Natalie Burke. He'd heard the faint swish of something coming at his head and ducked. Unfortunately, one of his attackers had lunged in from the side. One of the attackers had lunged in from the side and brought a weapon of some sort around at lower trajectory, and Jake ducked right into its path. The blow didn't strike him full force, just clipped him on the side of the head, but it was enough to make stars explode behind his eyes for a second and send him stumbling to the side. One of the men caught him around the waist with a flying tackle since he was already off balance. And since he was already off balance, the collision was enough to jolt him off his feet. He landed hard on his right hip. Pain shot through him from the impact with the unrelenting concrete sidewalk. He ignored it as he grappled with the man who had driven him down. Reaching out blindly, Jake felt his hand close over what felt like a cloth-shrouded jaw. Damn. Those damn black-hooded Antifa fanatics. They were after him again, even though he had put the last 4 in the hospital. At least he supposed he had. There had never been any official word about them as far as he knew. With the heel of his hand under the man's chin, he shoved up as hard as he could. The man had to let go of him and jerk away, or else Jake might well have broken his neck with that thrust. Jake rolled to put some distance between them, but as he did, another of the attackers stepped up and launched a kick that slammed into Jake's ribs. They still ached from the previous fracasses. And this vicious blow was enough to make agony roll through him like a flood tide. In order to kick Jake, though, the man had to get close to him, and Jake shoved the pain aside so that he could take advantage of that. He reached out swiftly and closed his left hand around an ankle. A hard yank and twist threw the man to the ground. He yelped in alarm as he went down. Feet scuffed on the sidewalk as more of the indistinct black-clad, black-hooded figures closed in around Jake. He knew he couldn't allow them to keep him on the ground. If they did, they could kick and stomp him into submission. They might even do enough damage to seriously injure or even kill him. His hand dipped into a jacket pocket and came out with the folding knife. His thumb found the opening in the top of the blade and flicked the knife open. He came up on one knee and brought that hand around it, a long, sweeping, curving stroke. The blade met resistance more than once, and each time the razor-sharp edge cut through whatever it encountered. A couple of screams sounded from the men who had been looming over Jake, only to encounter more trouble than they evidently expected. Jake powered to his feet, still slashing back and forth with his knife. The attackers gave ground. They had to if they didn't want to get sliced to ribbons. Jake sensed as much as he heard one of them coming down at him from behind and bent sideways at the waist. He had his balance now, so he was able to snap a side kick that sunk the heel of his work boot into the man's belly. The man folded up and collapsed, and a second later Jake heard him retching. As Jake returned to an upright position and stood there, braced for more trouble with his chest heaving, not from exertion, as much as from emotion, he tried to calm the rage that had burst into a white-hot fire inside of him. All the resentment and disgust that had been building up since he had come here to Kelton College had broken free. He knew he could have killed somebody if one of those knife strokes had opened up a throat, but right at the moment he didn't care. They had attacked him again, and whatever happened to them was on their own heads. At the same time, the still logical part of his brain knew how heavily stacked the odds against him were. Not in terms of battling these attackers. He would take on however many of them wanted to come at him, one time or all at once, and trust his own abilities to keep him alive. But would his abilities enable him to triumph in what came afterward? If he killed any of them, he would be arrested and probably charged with murder. The survivors would claim he attacked them for no reason at all, and they would all back up each other's stories. The college administration would make no effort to defend him. Indeed, President Pelletier and the other members of the administration would be glad to see him convicted, imprisoned, and out of their hair. The news media would try him in the court of public opinion and find him guilty of being a conservative, and oh yeah, of murder as well. Jake knew his grandfather would provide him with the best lawyers money can buy, but it might not be enough. Poor Jake. The unfairness of it grated at Jake. These Antifa lunatics could try to kill him. The blow that had clipped his skull could have fractured it just as easily if it had struck with full force behind it. But he couldn't defend himself without risking life imprisonment. The system was broken, and had been for a long time. The axis had tilted towards the monsters for so long that most people now regarded the situation as normal. Jake knew all that, but he also knew that in life you had to deal with things as they were, not as how you wished they could be. I just wish I could fucking kill everybody. and not deal with the fucking news media. I wish I could just be a rich white dude and do whatever the fuck I wanted. Oh wait, that is what you are. It's so weird, man. It's like unintentional satire. He's got everything. He's got everything, and yet he still feels persecuted. It's great. I mean, I guess he is being attacked by Antifa. Anyway, so when the waves of rage inside him had subsided a little, he said hoarsely, "Back off. I don't want to hurt anybody." "Too late," one of the men said. The hood muffled and disguised his voice, but Jake could tell that it was drawn with pain, probably from a knife slash. "You've already cut us up, you son of a bitch. You have to pay for that." Jake hoped that Natalie had run away when she realized he was being attacked again. He thought he vaguely remembered hearing the swift rataplan of her footsteps on the sidewalk just as the fight was getting started, as long as he didn't have to worry about keeping her safe. Slanting beams of light suddenly pierced the shadows and darted over Jake and the black-clad figures around him. Rapid footsteps sounded again. A strong, familiar voice called, "Hold her right there! Drop any weapons you have and get on the ground!" "Let go!" the man who seemed to be the leader of the Antifa thugs ordered. Or let's go, my bad. "Let's go! Cheese it!" The man who seemed to be the leader of the Antifa thugs ordered. Some of them were limping heavily from the damage Jake had done with the knife, but they all managed to run away from the campus police officers charging towards the scene from the far end of Nafzinger Plaza. Jake had recognized Frank McCraney's voice. He stayed where he was and allowed the flashlight beams to roam over him. The way he was turned, the campus cops couldn't see what he was doing as he closed the knife and slipped it back into his pocket. Violating the prohibition against carrying weapons on campus was only a misdemeanor, and otherwise the knife was perfectly legal. Jake was willing to pay a fine if it meant having the means to save his life or the life of some other innocent person. I don't think it's actually Antifa. I think it's the bad guy's goons that are trying to take him out for some reason. But he thinks it's Antifa. But hopefully at some point it will actually be Antifa, but working for the bad guy. That's kind of what I'm hoping for the book's sake. If he got busted for carrying the knife on campus, though, and word of it got out, the media would use that ammunition to make him look like even more of an alt-right neo-Nazi lunatic, and the college might decide to use it as justification for expelling him. Jake wasn't giving up the knife, though. He would wait and see how things played out. He recognized McCraney in the vanguard of the officers who rushed up to him. Keeping his hands in plain sight now, in a non-threatening manner, he said, "It's me, Chief McCraney. I'm not going to give you any trouble." The chief was the only person on the force who carried a firearm, but the others were armed with stun guns and batons. Jake didn't want Cal Granderson getting carried away and hitting him with a stun gun again. That was no fun. Granderson was one of the officers who had responded. He looked like he was almost hopping up and down with excitement as he yelled at Jake, "Get on the ground!" "I think we can dispense with that, Cal." I don't remember what I did for McCraney's voice. But I'll just do grizzled police chief, whatever. It'll probably settle into the same thing. McCraney said, always the voice of reason, "Jake doesn't appear to be armed and he's not resisting." "He's been fighting again," Granderson said. "Look at him. That's disturbing the peace, Chief. Maybe assault." "Who did he attack this time?" "I didn't attack anybody," Jake said calmly. "I was walking back to Olmsted Hall when some of those Antifa goons jumped me again." "Antifa," Granderson said with a sneer, obvious in his voice. "You blame everything on Antifa, Rivers. You scared of them or something?" "That's enough," McCraney said before Jake could answer. "What happened to the men who attacked you, Jake?" You mean you believe him?" Granderson asked. The chief made a curt gesture for him to shut up, then turned back to Jake, who said, "They took off when they saw you coming." "How many of them were there?" "I'm not sure. I never got a good look, and anyway, I didn't have time to count them. 5 or 6, I'd say as a guess." "Are you hurt?" Jacob's head and ribs hurt from the blows they had absorbed, but he said, "No, I'm fine. It didn't amount to anything more than a scuffle. Thanks to you coming along when you did. He wanted to get out of here and back to the dorm before this blew up into more trouble than it was worth. Well, you can thank Dr. Burke for calling us. She said she was with you when those guys showed up. Yeah, that's right. Jake looked around. Where is she now? I don't know. The dispatcher just talked to her on the phone. McCraney gave Jake a shrewd look. Is there something going on I ought to know about? I don't know what it would be. You're not the morality police now, are you, Chief? On a college campus? McCraney snorted. We'd sure as hell be overworked if we were. He did in fact just stab and slash people, but they're fucking Antifa, so who cares? They're not even people. Oh yeah, Roberta. Jake does seem like he'd appear on the Leopards Ate My Face subreddit at some point. Jake could tell that Granderson was just busting at the seams to get a comment in. He couldn't resist poking the campus cop. Something you want to say, Cal? Granderson opened his mouth, then shut it after McCraney gave him a stern look. He settled for shaking his head and glaring at Jake. Fearless Nomad, thanks for gifting another sub. Appreciate that. McCraney told Granderson and the other officers, you guys go back on to the office. Whatever. You guys go back on to the office. I'll escort Mr. Rivers to his dorm and make sure he gets there all right and that there isn't any more trouble. Thanks, Chief, Jake said, even though he was pretty sure the hooded thugs wouldn't be back tonight. Aren't you gonna search him? Granderson protested. Why? The incident turned out not to be serious, so there's no need to search Mr. Rivers or to detain him any further. He's probably got blood on him. Whatever. The book is like weirdly accurate. Of course cops wouldn't grill down the rich white kid. James Fisto, thanks for gifting a sub. Granderson didn't look happy about that at all, but he turned and left with the other officers as they headed back to the campus police building. McCraney fell in step beside Jake as they walked toward Olmsted Hall. After a couple seconds, he said quietly, Son, you were just asking for trouble. How? Jake wanted to know. The ice you're under is already about as thin as it can get after those early incidents. The administration will throw you under the bus before you can blink if you give them the slightest excuse. Like carrying a weapon on campus. Nobody said I was carrying a weapon. You want to deny it? Is that an official question? McCraney blew out a breath. I know you, Jake, he said. You play by your own rules and figure you can take care of yourself, and 99% of the time you're right. But getting on the wrong side of 99.9% of the student body and about that many of the faculty the way you have, you're bucking heavy odds. Messing around with a professor is just gonna make it worse for you. Who said anything about me messing around with a professor? Dr. Buck sounded mighty worried about you when she called. You're not in any of her classes. I'm not sure how the two of you know each other. But where were you before you started back to Olmsted Hall this evening? Jake shrugged. The Shamrock. Were you alone? Jake knew it wouldn't take much effort on the chief's part to find out the answer to that, so he told the truth. No, as a matter of fact, I was having a few beers with a friend, Dr. Burke. Yeah, that's what I thought. Look, Jake, I'm not trying to give you any trouble. I'm just saying that you can only break so many rules in life before it starts to catch up with you. Just be careful, that's all. They had reached the steps of Olmsted Hall. Jake said, I always am, Chief. McCraney just made a scoffing sound, shook his head, and turned and walked off. Jake walked up to the steps of the dorm's front porch, wondering what had become of Natalie. He knew she was probably all right since she had called the campus police, but he would have liked to be sure. He couldn't call her, though, because he didn't have her number. He meant to ask for it, but he'd never gotten around to it. That was another way he was out of step with his own generation. Most people his age, if they had any interest in somebody else, would have gotten their number right away. His phone buzzed in his pocket before he could go inside. He pulled it out, checked the display, and saw that he'd gotten a text message from a number he didn't recognize. When he read it, he saw It said, "Are you all right? N." That was her, he thought. He wasn't sure how she'd gotten his number, but she had already proven to be resourceful. He tapped out, "Fine. You?" "All good. I'm glad you weren't hurt. And now you have my number, so I'll be expecting you to call me." Jake sent her back a thumbs up, not knowing what else to say. Then put the phone in his pocket and went into the dorm. A thumbs up, he thought, shaking his head at his own ineptitude. All right, Jake Rivers has gotten out of another sticky situation. That was chapter 14. Luckily, the last extension was a bonus super extension. So we get to read chapter 15. Oh wait, there's an ad starting. I'm going to wait for a bit. I'm going to give it 90 seconds. Tell you what, I'm going to get up. I'm going to get some more water. Have a little walk around. And then I'll be back in 90 seconds. So 90-second ad break, everybody. I'll be right back. Oh God, I forgot. I forgot that I left it on that. Okay. It's not dignified. You know? Okay. Chapter 15. Matthias Foster, that's our villain, by the way. Matthias Foster walked out of the apartment's kitchen carrying 3 beer bottles in one hand and 2 in the other. He distributed the bottles among the 4 people waiting for him in the living room. Jimmy, Hank, and Carlos were in armchairs. Lucy sat at one end of the sofa with her legs pulled up under her. Foster kept one of the beers and sat down beside her. "Rivers is going to be a problem," he said. "We need to take that son of a bitch out," Jimmy said. Hold on a second. Let me reposition my mic here. Yeah. He held up his left arm, which sported a bandage around the forearm. "He cut me pretty bad. I had to get a dozen stitches, man. If we didn't have a doctor of our own, we'd have guys in the ER right now, and the cops asking questions. And we were lucky it wasn't worse. Someone could have gotten killed. As it was, we got men laid up again." "He's just one man," Lucy said. Oh my God, they actually had that line. Only 12 stitches for a knife wound? Jake Rivers is not great with a knife. "He's just one man," Lucy said. "I don't see how he can do any real damage to the plan." "One dangerous man," Foster said. "We've seen that demonstrated twice now, close up. He could have killed Jimmy or one of the boys with him." Foster paused. Of course, if Rivers had killed somebody, he'd be in jail now, and we wouldn't have to worry about him. The others frowned at him, but didn't say anything. After a moment, Foster laughed. "Hey, I'm just screwing with you. I don't want any of our group getting killed." Foster's expression grew more solemn. "Listen, though. We knew that getting into this is... Damn it. We knew getting into this that it was serious business. Dangerous business. There's a very good chance not everyone will come out alive on the other end. But the reward will be worth the risk. We're all agreed on that, right?" Carlos said, "We know the deal, Matthias, and we're in." "Yeah, we're in." Oh no, that was too much like that was too Jake. This guy's name is Hank. "Yeah, we're in," Hank said. "All the way," Jimmy said. Jimmy's got to be like up there, right? Hank's down, Jimmy's up. I gotta come up with voices for the goon crew now. "But if somebody's gotta die, I want to make sure it's that bastard Rivers. I still think we ought to do something about him before the time comes." "We've gone after him twice, just to test him and find out how much of a badass he really is," Foster pointed out. "Now we know. He's not going to take us by surprise and die hard us." He's absolutely going to die hard you. Oh my gosh. "If he tries, we'll be ready for him. That's why we have to make sure where he is and keep track of him." "Still think we should go ahead and just kill him right off the bat," Jimmy muttered sullenly. "What about the rest of the students?" Hank Williams asked. There could be somebody else who might take us by surprise." Foster made a face and shook his head. The chances of that are so small, I'm not really worried about it. You know what they're like. They're not violent. They abhor violence. Just ask them. They'll tell you. Oh, and they can form a mob pretty quickly enough if anyone offends them and violates their safe spaces. But as long as we keep them spread out, they won't do that. They won't do anything unless the odds are on their side. They think they're noble, but they're just cowards. He laughed again. Bah! They're about to learn a valuable lesson, though. What's that? Lucy asked. In a world full of wolves, there are no safe spaces. So according to that logic, if you're a shepherd of a flock, you should just fucking not have a dog or a fence. Because who fucking cares? There's wolves out there, right? The only thing you need to do is let the sheep get eaten until they get tough. The logic is so fucking stupid. Like, everybody points to these like witticisms to be like, yeah, you gotta be hard in this world. Put that on the cover. I mean, hold on. Great idea. Oh, it's awesome. Okay, now we got a break. Boop. So we're changing perspectives. The next day, Jake had a break of several hours in the middle of the day without classes, so he got in his pickup and drove out into the country east of Greenleaf to visit his friend Keith Randall. Is this the first time we've met Keith Randall? I think so. Randall owned an outdoor gun range and firearms and self-defense training school, and Jake tried to get out there at least once every couple of weeks to put some rounds through his guns. He had his 1911 with him today, along with a hammerless .32 Smith & Wesson wheel gun. He'd gotten the revolver out one day while he was at the range, and Randall's 12-year-old daughter had looked at him with contempt and said, "I hope you're planning on throwing that at somebody instead of shooting them. You'll do more damage that way." "It's not the size of the gun, it's what you do with it," Jake had responded, then immediately wished he hadn't said such a thing to a 12-year-old girl. He needed to watch his phrasing in the future. If she'd been offended, though, she hadn't shown it. She just snorted disgustedly, shook her head, and gone back to the AR-15 she was sighting in. Today, Randall checked Jake in, then followed him out to the range, knowing that Jake didn't mind having other people watching him shoot. Oh, Jake likes it. As Jake was loading the 1911, Randall asked, "How are things in Greenleaf these days? Everybody doing their part to keep the place weird?" Oh, please. Fuck off. Are we dragging Austin into this now? Yeah, I guess you gotta bag on Austin. Anyway. Jake grunted and pulled his ear and eye protection into place, then steadily and methodically emptied the gun into the target 20 yards away. He lowered the gun and let the echoes die away, then went on, "You don't fool me, Keith. You know there's been trouble on campus." Randall grinned and said, "Yeah, the way the news media played it up, it was an all-out war between those anarchists and the second coming of the Third Reich. Only come to find out the Nazi horde was just one guy. You. You got the numbers right, but everything else flipped around," Jake said. "It was me against a mob, all right, but they're not anarchists, just the opposite, in fact. They want everything controlled by the government, and the government controlled by them. That kind of makes them the Nazis, doesn't it?" Jake cocked an eyebrow. "You think?" He paused, then went on quietly. "You don't know about this, Keith, because for some reason there hasn't been anything in the news about it, but I've been jumped twice since that big fight. There haven't been brawls either. The first time they were out to hurt me. Last night, I think they would have killed me if they could." Randall stepped closer and frowned. Are you kidding me, Jake? That's unacceptable." Yeah. What happened? How did you keep from getting hurt? You're not hurt bad, are you? "I'm fine," Jake said, shaking his head. "I guess I put up more of a fight than they expected. I gave better than I got, and they took off." You didn't see Guys in black hoods, like those Antifa kids. I'm pretty sure that wasn't what this was, though. Antifa's a bunch of amateurs, would-be badasses playing at being revolutionaries. I caught at least a hint of professionalism from the guys who attacked me. Have you told the cops? Frank McCraney knows about what happened last night, but I downplayed the whole thing. So far as he knows, it was connected to the trouble several nights ago. He may suspect that it's more than that, but he doesn't have any way of knowing for sure. He wasn't there. Didn't see how those guys handled themselves. But you haven't said anything to the town cops? This dude here, he's only here to, like, expo dump. This is like halfway through a reality show when, like, a character suddenly introduces their childhood friend and then they have a whole conversation. Anyway. Kelton College is the most important business in Greenleaf. You know that, Jake said. The mayor and the city council will go along with whatever President Pelletier and the Board of Regents want. And what they'd like more than anything else is for me to just go away. The only reason they haven't booted me out before now is they don't want to tangle with my grandfather. Well, you can't blame him for that, Randall said. Nobody in his right mind would want to scrap with Cordell Gardner. But look, Jake, if you got a target on your back, you can't just go around waiting for people to take shots at it. You're about as good as taking care of yourself as anybody I ever seen, but you're surrounded by enemies in a place like that. Jake laughed and said, pretty ineffectual enemies. Mostly, maybe, but not all of them. No, Jake agreed, thinking of the men who had jumped him when he was on his way back to Olmsted with Natalie. Not all of them. Another break. Doot. So that whole scene was just him going and talking to his buddy that totally agrees that liberals are the real Nazis. Good little aside there. Unforgiven 3. Thank you very much for the sub. I get a little Robin gif there. As Jake said in his microbiology class later that afternoon, he wished he was back out on Keith Randall's gun range. That had been a lot more fun than listening to Dr. Montalban drone on and on. Despite wanting to please his grandfather, Jake was feeling more and more like maybe grad school hadn't been such a good idea after all. That opened up the question of what he would do with his life, but a possible answer was nagging at the back of his brain. Earlier that day, when he'd been finishing up his practice, another guy had arrived at the gun range and taken a position several places down the line. Jake hadn't paid much attention to him at first, but then he heard the swift, evenly paced way the man shot, and looked at the target, only to see an incredibly tight grouping around the center of the silhouette painted on the hanging piece of paper. Jake had no false modesty about his own abilities. He was a damn good shot, and he knew it. But he didn't think he had ever put that many rounds quite so close together. This guy was good. That realization had led Jake to a closer look at the man firing. His hair was mostly gray, and age had weathered his rugged features. However, he carried himself with a youthful vitality that belied his obvious years. He might have been 70, but he moved, stood, and shot like a man in the prime of his life. Jake had a sense that, age difference or no age difference, he wouldn't want to tangle with the man. When Randall walked by, Jake had angled his head toward the older man and asked quietly, "Who's that?" Or, "Who's that? I don't think I've seen him around before." "His name's Riviera," Randall replied. "He's been coming here to shoot for a few months. I don't know a thing in the world about him except that he's one of the best with a gun I've ever seen. He might be retired law enforcement, FBI maybe." "Not many of those lawyers with guns can shoot like that. Most LEOs can't either." Or did they just say Leo? I don't know. "No reason to get good at it when you only have to shoot a few rounds each year to qualify." Randall shrugged. "Maybe some sort of private operator then. Security specialist? You can go ask him if you want to." Rivera was loading a fresh magazine into a Browning high power. Jake watched him for a second, then shook his head. "He doesn't strike me as the type of guy who'd appreciate anyone poking into his business." "I can't argue with you there," Randall had agreed. But since then, Jake hadn't been able to get the man named Rivera out of his head, or Randall's comment about the possibility of him being a private security specialist. That sort of work appealed to Jake. Fucking of course it does! Of course this chud wants to go PMC. Get paid a lot to commit war crimes? That's where you belong, Jake. Anyway. or at least the idea of it did anyway. He'd had training and experience that had enhanced his own natural skills to the point they were something not often needed in normal society. Not many people needed an even rougher man than usual standing ready to do violence on their behalf. But when they did, it was often a matter of life or death, and Jake enjoyed pitting himself against high stakes like that. It was why he had never minded taking point on a mission, and that willingness to embrace danger was one of the big reasons he had survived so many harrowing situations. He just wasn't the type to run scared. He could see himself doing private security work. Some people would call him a mercenary, but he never cared much about what anyone thought about him. If he had dropped out of school, though, more likely he would never see Natalie Burke again. And the thought of that bothered him more than it should have, he told himself. He dragged his attention back to class for the last few minutes before it was over, then gathered up his stuff to leave. He needed to do some studying tonight, but that wasn't going to be easy when he would rather be thinking about those other options. In fact, that was why he was distracted as he left the lecture hall and bumped right into another man scurrying along the hall outside. Jake muttered, "Sorry," and started to step around the man with whom he had collided. "Watch where you're going, Nazi." And that's the end of the chapter. That's the end of the chapter. Some random dude bumped into Jake and called him a Nazi. This is just what conservatives go through every day. Every freaking day. It's so hard being rich and white and good at murder. To be a sociopathic killer in today's society. Oh boy. Not to mention handsome. Yeah, he's hot. Dr. Natalie Burke is super into that. And talented and smart. Yeah, he quotes Shakespeare. God. Love it. Trigger warning is about Army Ranger Jake Rivers trying to get an education. But this batshit liberal world won't let him be. Warrior poet Jake Rivers. I gotta crank my audio so high. Oh, Mike got garbly? Hopefully, is it fine now? Hopefully it's fine now. There's just a loose connection. Okay. Here we go. Okay, 3 chapters unlocked. Thank you all very much again. Chapter 16. Okay, as we recall from the last chapter, Jake, head buzzing about joining Blackwater or Halliburton and committing war crimes for oil, salivating at the prospect, walked out of class, bumped into a dweeb who called him a Nazi. That's where we left the last chapter. Hey, Ensimi, welcome. Chapter 16. Jake knew he should just keep going and pretend he hadn't heard the man, but instead he stopped and half turned to look back at him. "What was that?" he asked as casually as if he hadn't understood the hateful words. "I told you to watch where you're going." The man wasn't content to leave it at that. He smirked and added, "And then I called you what you are, a Nazi." He was about Jake's age, maybe a little younger, wearing a black t-shirt with #resist and #feminism printed across his chest. There was also the word history with an arrow underneath it. His dark... arrow? Okay. His dark hair was fairly long and swept up. Fashionable stubble adorned his cheeks and jaw. Jake shook his head and said, "You got me mixed up with somebody else. I'm not a Nazi." "No? Who'd you vote for in the last election?" "That's none of your business. They call it a secret ballot for a reason. People used to be able to vote for whoever they thought was the best candidate without being harassed for it." "People need to own their bigotry. Everyone on campus knows who you are. You attacked women and people of color and gays. Don't try to deny it." "I'm not denying anything," Jake said. "If you're talking about that riot the other night, then maybe somebody in a black hood is trying to bust my head open. Or when somebody in a black hood's trying to bust my head open. I don't stop to ask them what color they are or what parts they have or what they do with those parts. I just keep them from hurting me or anyone else. A group was gathering in the hallway now. All of them glared at Jake. The man who had confronted him appeared to be right about one thing. Everyone on campus knew who Jake was, and none of them liked him either. It was a good thing he didn't give a crap what they liked. Damn it. It was a good thing he didn't give a crap whether they liked him, he thought. He has to keep saying that so much. Don't give a crap. Don't care. Blech. He didn't have anything else to say to the guy who'd confronted him, so he turned around and walked away. Students in the hallway stepped aside, although some of them with obvious reluctance. Hey, I wasn't done talking to you. But I'm done talking to you, snowflake, Jake said without turning around. You heard him insult me, the guy yelped. You're all recording this, aren't you? Smartphones, Jake thought. A wonderful invention, but the bane of modern life in many ways. He heard rapid footsteps behind him. That's hate speech, the guy said. He attacked me with his words. I don't feel safe. None of us are safe as long as this racist, sexist, homophobic bigot is here at Carleton. Maybe he wouldn't be for much longer, Jake thought. He was tired of this farce. The mood he was in right now, the only thing keeping him here was his determination not to give these lunatics the satisfaction of thinking they had run him off. The guy ran up behind him and grabbed his left arm. We've had enough of your aggression. It was all Jake could do to not turn around and quickly pop the guy. He didn't figure it would take any more than one punch. In fact, that punch might well break his jaw. That would shut up the annoying little bastard anyway. And dozens of videos of the punch would be plastered all over social media in a matter of minutes. And by that evening, Jake would probably be under arrest, and President Pelletier wouldn't hold back this time. No matter who Jake's grandfather was, Jake would be out of here. Well, wasn't that what he wanted? Yeah, he thought, but not this way. Not on the enemy's terms. He kept walking. The sudden alarm on the face of a young woman in front of him in the hall, facing his direction, made him stop short and turn. He didn't seem to be rushing, but he got around in a hurry. Huh? Okay. The man who had been mouthing off at him was about to hit him. Jake reached up. His reaction was almost too fast for the eye to follow. The guy's right fist smacked into the palm of Jake's left hand. Caught it like a baseball. The man grunted as his fist's forward motion was stopped instantly and utterly. So cool. A little off balance because of that, he leaned towards Jake. Jake's fingers closed around the guy's fist and started to squeeze. The man's eyes widened, his mouth opened, some of the color drained from his face. Oh, he said. Oh, balls. His voice was thin and breathless with pain. My name is Jake Rivers, Jake said, his voice loud and clear. This man just attempted to strike me with his fist from behind with no warning or provocation. I was attacked, and my action in response to that attack is entirely in self-defense. If any video you might see that makes this incident look or sound otherwise has been doctored to give that appearance. I don't know this man who has attacked me, and I'm not at fault or in any way to blame for what he's done, for what I've done to defend myself. I'm going to let go of him now, but I won't take further action against him as long as he doesn't attack me again. Jake had spouted that speech off the top of his head, giving in to the whim that had come over him when he looked around and saw all the phones being held up by other students as they recorded the confrontation. Most, if not all of them, were against him and might well try to edit what they were recording, but some might post it in its entirety. Jake really wasn't worried about what might happen to him. The speech wasn't a way of covering his ass. He just wanted the truth to get out there so people could see it and make up their own minds. The left didn't want the truth getting out, though. To them, the liberal elite was smarter than anyone else, so they ought to be the ones who tell people what to think and do. And liberals always included themselves in that elite, without it ever occurring to them that if the communists or the Islamic oh my gosh, the Islamic fanatics ever took over, they would be among the first lined up against a wall for the firing squads. Great. Yeah, this guy's literally an elite. He is. Yep, and he's friends with all the elite, like the actual people running the town and making the laws. And yet he thinks it's the liberals running everything. Oh my gosh, so good. All right. Jake looked at the guy whose fist he was holding. The man had another fist, and Jake hadn't done anything to stop him from using it. He could have tried to throw another punch and break free from Jake's grip at any time. But instead he stood there, pale and trembling, clearly paralyzed by pain and fear. Jake had squeezed hard enough to make bones grind together in the guy's hand, but he hadn't broken anything. A tear ran down the guy's cheek into his meticulously trimmed stubble. Jake let go of him and stepped back. The man's fist fell like it was a weight. He caught it with his other hand and cradled it against his chest as a sob escaped from him. You animal! He gasped at Jake. You barbarian! You're the one who tried to sucker punch somebody, Jake said. It backfired on you. Not my fault. He looked around at the phones recording him. Self-defense, people. Remember it. It's a handy concept to master. When he walked on this time, no one tried to stop him. He made it out of the building unmolested. When he was on the steps, though, somebody called behind him. Hey, Rivers, wait up. I don't know who that is. Oh, it's a dude. Okay. Hey, Rivers, wait up. Jake stopped and turned to look at a young black man coming toward him. He didn't seem like he was after a fight, so Jake just stood there and waited to see what was going to happen. I got that whole thing on my phone, the man said. Give me your number and I'll send it to you. You might want a copy of the unedited footage. Why don't you just upload it yourself? Jake asked. Oh, I intend to, but I thought you might like to have it too. Experts would be able to prove it hasn't been doctored if you ever need it for legal reasons. Like in case of a lawsuit? The young man laughed. Idiots like that couldn't win a fight against you on their best day. He's about to get a person of color sidekick that agrees with everything he says. Yes, yes, yes. Maybe this dude will like end up being the hacker or something. He'll have an earpiece and he'll be telling Jake where all the Antifa people are during the final confrontation. I hope so. Okay. Idiots like that couldn't win a fight against you on their best day. He just let himself get carried away by his politics and the belief that being on the so-called right side of history makes you invulnerable. Second thing you say to this dude. Anyway, Red Bearded Ninja, thank you for gifting out 10 subs. And Dirty Dimmy, thank you for gifting out 20 subs. Those are ridiculous sub... Ooh, a titty gif. Nice. Those are ridiculous sub bombs. Hey, Queer Faye. Hey, it's good to see you. Yeah, you're one of the good ones. Exactly. I, a young black man, certify you as not racist. Oh boy. That might actually get to another extension. Red Bearded Ninja, thanks for gifting another sub. I think that actually does. I think the one puts it over. So there might be 4 chapters, with the next one being a bonus. This might get a little hard to remember, but I will. Okay, getting called on the right side of history makes you invulnerable? He paused. It doesn't. No one's invulnerable. That's the truth. I appreciate the gesture. Pierce, the man introduced himself. Really? Jake said, then wished he hadn't. Wait, what? The guy laughed, though, and just said, don't get racist on me when I'm trying to do you a favor, man. For real? He's like, your name's not Leroy? Or some shit? Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to, Jake said. It's just that Pierce seems kind of like a trust fund name, you know. Pierce cocked an eyebrow. I happen to have a trust fund, you know. No, I'm afraid I didn't have a clue. My family has money, Pierce said without any self-consciousness about the admission, just like nearly everybody else here at Kelton. It's not like old money, mind you. My dad made it in the dot-com boom. But it spends just as well as if it were fourth or fifth generation. He lifted his phone. Now, how about me sharing that video with you? I appreciate that. Jake told him the number, and Pierce spent a minute tapping on his phone's display. There you go. Thanks, but I have to ask, why are you doing this? I mean, why is a black guy helping somebody accused of being a white supremacist? Pierce shrugged. For one thing, I was there and I saw what happened the other night. There was nothing racial about it. Those guys mobbed you and you had to fight back. Same thing here. You were trying to get away from that loudmouth without any trouble, and he wouldn't let you. I believe in fairness and sticking up for the underdog, whether I agree with his politics or not. Doesn't mean I have any use for Nazis or the KKK. Thank you for the sub, Queer Faye. Believe me, neither do I, Jake said. A person can be a conservative without supporting either of those groups of loons. Maybe. I'll give anyone the benefit of the doubt until they prove otherwise. Fair enough, Jake said with a nod. Thanks again, man. I'll see you around. Yeah, so long. Jake walked on, unsure what to make of this encounter. He wasn't going to overreact and decide that he had made an unexpected friend here on campus. There hadn't been nearly that level of warmth coming from Pierce, more of a willingness not to judge too prematurely or harshly. Back in the Army, Jake had run into a few guys who considered themselves to be what they called small L liberals, or classic liberals. Guys who never truly believed in free speech and individualism, Guys who truly believed in free speech and individualism rather than marching in lockstep and trusting the government to run everything from the top down. They didn't want to silence anyone who might have different ideas than they did. Their feelings weren't so fragile that they had to pitch a fit and retreat into a safe space anytime anybody challenged one of their beliefs. They welcomed honest debate. Jake could respect guys like that, even when he believed that their policy ideas were all wrong. Jake had heard many times that conservatives considered liberals wrong, while liberals considered conservatives evil. Had heard many times. Many people have said it. Many people. Everyone's saying it. Stupid. While few things were absolutes, including that, Jake had seen enough examples in real life. 24-year-old talking about real life. Rich 24-year-old. Enough examples in real life to know that by and large, that contrast was absolutely true. Guys like Pierce might be the exception, somebody who could disagree with somebody or something without resorting to demonizing. Quote, everyone I disagree with is literally Hitler, had been a popular saying on the right a few years earlier, and like all cliches, it contained more than a nugget of truth. That was the way the left truly thought. The central left, CNTRL-left. That's what, I don't know, first time I've seen that term. Jake thought with a smile, remembering a term someone on the internet had come up with to mock the lockstep progressives and their obsession with the so-called alt-right. Because if there was any group in modern American society that truly wanted to control everyone and everything, it was the left. Oh, control left. I see. CNTRL. Okay, control left. Got it. It was all politics and all bull, and he wished it would all go away and leave him alone. That wasn't too much to ask, was it? Chapter 17. Okay, so now we've got 3 more chapters. And another hour. So let me add that on here. Thank you again. Thank you all so much. It feels good to have this much time on the clock. And then, yeah, I gotta find some new music to put on in the background. Let's go with this. Doom Eternal. No copyright infringement intended. Try harder, lawyers. Okay, so 3 more chapters now. I do have that lo-fi country music, but it was like a little too relaxing. It's not aggressive enough for trigger warning. What is Breath of the Wild for PC? Breath of the Wild emulated on PC, so it's high frame rate, high resolution. It makes the game so gorgeous. Oh my gosh. It's the frame rate really that does it for me. But yeah. All right, chapter 17. Evidently it was Jake's question about wanting to be left alone by politics, even though every single thing he says bends towards how shitty liberals are. Evidently it was. Because by the time he got back to Olmsted Hall in his room, he found an email waiting for him from President Pelletier's secretary telling him, not asking him, to be at Pelletier's office at 9 o'clock the next morning. I think I might have to turn this down. The email didn't specify why the college president wanted to see him, but Jake was willing to bet it had something to do with this latest incident. It wasn't difficult to see how Pelletier might have heard about it already, because when he checked social media, he saw that the video had been posted already, numerous different versions shot from angles all around him, in fact. One was titled Neo-Nazi Rant, and another emblazoned the words Far-Right Extremist Goes on Rampage. One was simply called Bigot. Somewhat surprisingly, most of the videos didn't appear to have been edited much, if at all. It was like the posters were so sure of their fundamental infallibility they hadn't even bothered. They knew if they pointed something, they knew that if they pointed at something and cried bigot, that their followers would believe them unquestioningly. Who you gonna believe, me or your lion eyes? The answer to that was simple and near universal. If a liberal said it, other liberals would believe it, regardless of what the facts showed. Actually, watching the various versions of the video, Jake saw that most of them had caught him when he had turned around and saw the guy swinging at him. And he had to admit that he had a pretty intense look on his face. Not evil or deranged or anything like that, but he'd clearly been ready for trouble. He was watching the videos and he was like, fuck, I look cool. Jerking off to him. Then they concentrated on the guy who had attacked him, and his face revealed beyond a shadow of a doubt that he was in quite a bit of pain. Jake had spoken in a quiet, reasonable voice, but the close-up of the guy grimacing automatically cast doubt on what he was saying. After all, he was hurting somebody who didn't really look the least bit threatening. He had to be some kind of monster to do that, right? Actions speak louder than words. Then Jake saw a video posted by Pierce Connors and knew that it had to be the guy who had sent the fresh footage to him. Jake clicked on that, waited for a second to load, and as it played, he saw that the shot was framed so he and the other guy were both completely visible. Not only that, but it started before the guy rushed up and took a swing at him. So it was clear that Jake was trying to walk away and avoid trouble. With both of them in the video, Jake came off as a lot more rational. There was even a faint twinkle of amusement in his eyes during the legalistic spiel he had improvised. "Good job, Pierce," he muttered. He was glad that the young man had posted this, even though most people wouldn't see it, and probably wouldn't change their opinion of him even if they did. Someone knocked on the door. He closed the laptop and stood up. The way his luck had been running, he expected this visitor to be an unwelcome one. However, when he opened the door, the sight that greeted his eyes was pleasant and most welcome. Dr. Natalie Burke stood there wearing a simple green dress that she managed to make look elegant. They have to wear green because their hair is red, you see. I say they as the women. The woman. That's color theory. "I saw the latest video," she said, "and thought you might want some sympathetic company." Jake frowned. His reaction made her look puzzled and then a little offended. "If you don't want me here," she began. "It's not that," he broke in. "Your company is pretty much the only thing I like about this place anymore. But you have to realize that you're risking your career by getting involved with me." "Are we involved, Jake?" "I don't know. It seems like we might be getting there." She moved closer to him and rested the fingers of her right hand on his left forearm as she said, "I think so too." "You know how the administration feels about me. You don't want that stain rubbing off on you. You don't have tenure, do you?" She shook her head. No, not yet. So Pelletier can fire you anytime he wants to, and there's nothing you can do about it. Natalie shrugged and said, You always run that risk when you haven't been teaching all that long. Why are you making it worse by associating with me? She smiled up at him. Maybe I think you're worth associating with. I don't know why you think that. Everyone else around here hates me, except for maybe Chief McCraney. And I think he's starting to get pretty fed up with having trouble swirling around me all the time. None of that has been your fault, Natalie pointed out. Maybe not, but I seem to be a magnet for it. Remove me from the equation and the trouble goes away. She shook her head. No, the professionally outraged will just find something else to be offended and upset about. You know that, Jake. The way they move the goalposts, no one can ever win with them. You're probably right about that, he admitted. So why worry about it? She linked her arm with his and smiled. Come on, let's go get something to eat. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Just like patting his belly. Someone's hungry. No, it's barely past the time when old people go to eat. Well, I'm older than you, remember? He laughed and said, All right, you win. Where do you want to go? There's a good steakhouse called Hickory Grove out on the edge of town. I think I've seen it, Jake said with a nod. Let me put on a nicer shirt and we'll check it out. I'll meet you out in front of the dorm in 5 minutes. I could stay here while you change, she suggested. Not unless we both sign releases, he said, smiling to show her that he was joking. ... Mostly. They took his pickup, with Natalie giving him directions to the steakhouse. Not that he really needed them. He knew he could have relied on his innate sense of direction to find the place, but he had never been one of those guys who resented it when he had to rely on someone else's directions. Yeah, bullshit. Boy, do I not believe that oh my God. Some men got bent out of shape by that, especially when it was a woman telling them where to go, so to speak. Jake, however, seldom got lost, so it had never really been an issue. Yeah. Jake knows where the steakhouse is genetically. He just feels the pulse of his heart. Oh, he's so American. You never have to tell him where the Sizzler is. It's like Link with the Sheikah slate. Jake Rivers' Sheikah slate is always set to steakhouse. Brink, brink. He's driving his little truck. God, this dude's gonna hit like 28 and he's gonna immediately get obese. I swear to God. 5 steaks a day. I love it. I love it. All right. He's gonna be wearing his fucking thin blue line shirt. Barely. Now I'm stereotyping. I'm fat phobicking. I can't sink to their level. All right. God. Actually, Jake's actualing himself. He wasn't sure he had ever been lost, at least in the sense of having no idea where he was and not a glimmering sense of how to get where he wanted to go. That's bullshit. That's the whole point of the book, because he doesn't know what to do, so his grandfather's sending him to college so he can find out. And now he's saying he's never once not had whatever. Fuck it. That natural ability had come in handy many times during his military service. The units to which he was assigned had learned quickly to rely on him as a scout. Hickory Grove was an old-fashioned steakhouse with subdued lighting, lots of dark wood paneling, booths and tables made of thick beams, and several sets of longhorns mounted on the walls, along with some paintings of range life, some originals, and some prints of classic scenes by artists such as Frederick Remington and Charles M. Russell. Jake liked the place as soon as he walked in. He liked it even better when he had the first bite of the steak he ordered, which was cooked to perfection. The baked potato... They didn't say how. I feel like Jake is a well-done steak kind of guy. The baked potato was excellent as well, as was the beer he drank to wash down the food. That's it. Steak, good. Potato, good. Beer, good. That's the, extent... I love books that go heavy on food descriptions, because why not? It's a whole fucking book, so you might as well get people into the sensuality of it. But this is just steak, yes. Potato, good. Just no words to describe the actual flourish of humanity, but plenty of words to talk about how fucked up the liberals are. All right. I figured you were a meat and potatoes sort of guy, Natalie said, smiling from the other side of the table in the booth. Well, I did get called a barbarian earlier today, Jake pointed out with a smile of his own. By an idiot? Jake shrugged as if to indicate that went without saying. No, it's just that people mistake having simple tastes for having no taste. Oh, wait, nope, wrong one. That's Natalie saying that. No, it's just that people mistake having simple tastes for having no taste, Natalie went on. They don't understand there's always a reason certain things were always popular, like a good steak and baked potato. When they're prepared properly, they're always good. In an uncertain world, dependability means a lot. I don't need all these fancy spices. Just give me a piece of red meat. I know what that tastes like. Stop surprising me with all this flavor. What the hell, man? Some people think dependable is just another word for boring. Well, they're wrong. You strike me as being very dependable, Jake, and you're far from boring. He laughed and said, I'll take that as a compliment. That's the way it was intended. The meal was so enjoyable that Jake didn't want it to end. He realized that was a cliche, but in this case, it was true. He could have sat there in Hickory Grove all evening talking to Natalie Burke. The management would have frowned on that, though, so eventually Jake paid for the meal over Natalie's objections, since technically she was the one who invited him out, but she couldn't overcome his old-fashioned stubbornness. And to tell the truth, she didn't seem to mind that much. Aside from the college campus with its toxic, persistent, victimhood-seeking feminism, Natalie was clearly okay with some gender-stereotypical impulses on Jake's part. Like when he took her hand as they walked back out to his pickup in the early evening, she didn't object. She even squeezed back. The weather's nice, he said, acting on another one of those impulses. Why don't we drive out to the state park? I'd like that, Natalie said. Maybe we could walk around a little. That meal was delicious, but it was a little on the heavy side. Yeah, he didn't say what Natalie ate because he didn't look. If she's a good woman, though, it would have been salad. You eat salad and you laugh and you like it. Get that bread off your plate. Let's see here. The state park was a few miles south of Greenleaf and included a small lake along with hiking trails and several picnic areas. So they said it was early for dinner, but then they had like a dinner. So is the sun down now? Why would you go to a state park at night anyway? Maybe they'll talk about it. They said it was early, but still. I can't remember what time of year it is. To murder? Yeah, pretty much. There's a song about it, Possum Kingdom. Although they don't mention the time of day is in that track. Let's see. It wasn't a big place, but it was popular with both the college kids and the townies. Its relative isolation made it a good spot for couples to go, but it was also a location where drug deals sometimes took place, as Natalie mentioned to Jake as he drove towards it. Yeah, I've heard about that, he said, but I'm not particularly worried about it. Okay, if it's September, then yeah, it's probably dark by now. It doesn't matter. Because you can handle trouble. Well, yeah, but it's also pretty early. The sun hasn't been down long. I think it's going to be a while before any drug dealers are out and about. We can hope so. Jake also wasn't worried that he had that little Smith & Wesson Jake also wasn't worried because he had that little Smith & Wesson revolver in his jacket pocket and a knife in his jeans pocket. Most people he knew who went armed fervently hoped that it would never be necessary to use those weapons. That's a lie. But they preferred to be able to do so if the need arose. There was a lot of truth to the old saying about how when life and death was a matter of seconds, the cops were only minutes away. By the way, growing up in Texas, everyone who owned guns could not wait to use them. Was like giddy about the prospect. Would research home invasions to just fantasize about being able to shoot someone. That's bullshit, man. No. I mean, yeah, there are responsible gun owners, but a lot of the gun owners I knew in Texas, like they would get a little twinkle in their eye when they talked about eventually defending themselves. That's how it is everywhere. Yeah, I can only talk about my experience. I don't, unlike Jake Rivers, I try not to extrapolate beyond my personal experiences. But yeah, It's in there. Home invasion porn is such a thing. Yeah, it's like all the ads for guns are all like a dim house at night and it's blue, and then there's like a hot woman like holding a laser sight pistol, being like, not everyone's a victim and shit like that. It's just so amazing because it's all that stuff. It's all like home invasion. Your most private sanctum. They want in. They want to take it from you. Don't let them. Okay. Cops were only minutes away. There was still a small reddish gold arch in the western sky when he brought the pickup to a stop in the parking area by the lake, where the hiking trails that ran all the way around started and ended. He saw a couple of people on bikes and a family just packing up from the picnic supper at one of the concrete tables overlooking the lake. So I call bullshit on all that, because if it's sundown, that place is going to get swarmed with mosquitoes. No one would be outside. Or if they are, they're just like spraying themselves down with insect repellent while they're running to their car. Anyway. It was a tranquil domestic scene, the likes of which Jake had experienced much too seldom in the past half dozen years. Let's walk up the trail a ways, he suggested. Okay, I know a spot where there's a pretty good view of the whole lake. This time, she was the one who took hold of his hand, instead of the other way around. Jake didn't mind at all. They went to the right along the hiking trail, following it around the lake to the west. There was still enough light that they didn't have any trouble seeing where they were going. A smaller unpaved path branched off from the main trail and led up a rise to an elevated point with several large slabs of rock on it. Those rocks could be used to sit on, and doubtless had been many more times than anyone could count. Cool. Great line. Jake and Natalie sat on one of them and gazed out over the mostly tree-bordered lake in the fading light. The array of colors lingering in the heavens was spectacularly beautiful. That's as poetic as this book can get. Colors were pretty. No fun metaphors. Maybe it'll be something like the sunset will be reflected in Natalie's eyes or something, and Jake will have a feeling, and then they'll fuck on the rock. I hope. Let's see what happens. But not any more beautiful than Natalie was in that golden light, Jake thought. Okay, didn't talk about the eyes, but pretty close. He leaned over and kissed her. It seemed like the most natural thing in the world to do. She returned the kiss with obvious pleasure. One hand came up and rested softly on his chest as she turned towards him. Jake slipped his arms around her. When the kiss ended, as it finally had to, Jake said quietly, "I'm sorry I didn't ask your permission to do that." "Don't be," she replied without hesitation. "Look, let's forget all about those ridiculous politically correct guidelines. There comes a time between a man and a woman when none of that garbage matters." He started to say something about how she was being awfully heterocentric there with her comment about a man and a woman, and then he realized she was right. He shoved everything else out of his mind and let human instinct guide him as he grabbed and kissed her again. Fearless Nomad, thanks for gifting 5 subs. Getting us closer to more literature. It's still 2 chapters past this one, but still more to go. The next one will be a bonus, right? The next one is a bonus 2 chapters as well. Pretty sure. All right. Human instinct is guiding him now. There were some things bureaucracies just couldn't make rules against, and what he was feeling now was one of them. Let the petty little tyrants try to regulate human emotions all they wanted to. In the end, they would fail. The human spirit wouldn't be broken. If it ever was, that was a world Jake wouldn't want to live in. Later, when they walked back to Jake's pickup, I guess they really did fuck to own the libs. Good for them. Later, when they walked back to Jake's pickup, Natalie asked, "What's your schedule tomorrow morning?" "I don't have class until 11. I usually spend the morning studying." And then Jake remembered and grimaced. "But I'm supposed to be in President Pelletier's office at 9. He probably wants to chew me out for defending myself." "Maybe that won't take very long. Meet me in the library when you're done. I have some work to do, but I can do it there just as well as I can in my office. You can study, but we can be together while we're doing those things." "Sure," he said, nodding. If they haven't expelled me and gotten a restraining order against me to keep me off the campus. The library sounds good to me. A library date. Excuse me. A library date. I didn't know that people still did such things in this day and age. Yeah, Sandra Bullock, or Stallone and Bullock had almost the same dynamic. Sort of. But Sandra Bullock's character in Demolition Man still had more dimension because she started out prim and proper and then was eventually converted into ways of savagery. Dr. Natalie Burke is like down with it from the get because she can't be a character. She just has to be agreeable. How old is Jake? 24. Haven't played much of Zelda, no, but it's heating up. I'm on my way to the Gerudo. And I have a horse now, so that's good. Okay, let's see here. A library date. A library date. I didn't know people still did such things in this day and age. Oh, why not? Some things don't go out of style, do they? Not as far as I'm concerned. He grinned. Hell, I'd take you to the malt shop if there was one anywhere around. I kind of wish there was, Natalie said with a wistful tone in her voice. You don't know how much I'd like that. Oh, to be back in the 1950s, huh? Dr. Natalie Burke? You're a doctor, Jesus Christ. Anyway. All right, chapter 18. We got this and the next chapter unlocked already. Man. Isn't a malt shop just a coffee shop? No. It's like an ice cream parlor. A malted is like a float? All right, chapter 18. Yeah, Dr. Sinwar. You were correct about that. I thought it was whiskey. I mean, there is malt whiskey, but a malt shop sells like malted ice cream. Malt is like an ingredient or flavor or a process. What is it? I think it's an ingredient. Malt. Germinated cereal grain that has been dried in a process known as malting. Okay, it's both. Look, I was born in 91. Yeah, I mean, you see the word malt or malted on a lot of things. Yeah, like milk balls, malted milk balls. All right, chapter 18. Charlie Hodges was the head groundskeeper at Kelton College, bossing a crew of 5 guys. The 4 of them, plus Hodges, took care of everything outside the buildings. A separate maintenance and custodial crew handled the upkeep inside the buildings. If pressed, Hodges would admit that there was a certain rivalry between the two groups, but he liked to think they were all professionals and cared more about doing their jobs than anything else. It just so happened that Hodges liked to get to work first before the maintenance guys, so the sun wasn't up yet when he parked his pickup next to the old barn-like building at the edge of campus where his office was and where all the groundskeeping equipment was stored. Some people called it the shed, but it was a lot larger and sturdier than an actual shed. The building had a big roll-up door so the crew could get mowers in and out, with a smaller door to the left leading to Hodges' office. He was headed for that door when a Jeep pulled up next to his pickup and stopped. Rick Overman got out. Overman was a wiry young guy who was new on the groundskeeping crew this year, but so far he had proven to be friendly, efficient, and a hard worker. Hodges liked him. He lifted a hand in greeting and said, "Morning, Rick." "Morning, Mr. Hodges," Overman replied. "Ready for a big day?" The question caused a frown to appear on Overman's face. "A big day? What's special about today?" "Oh, nothing," Hodges said with a casual wave. He unlocked the office door. "Every day's a big day if you approach it, right, isn't it?" Overman nodded slowly and said, "That's a very good way of looking at life, sir. I'm going to believe that this will be a very big day." Hodges grinned and clapped a hand on the young guy's shoulder. "That's a spirit. Wait here. I'll go in and unlock the big door." However, instead of waiting outside as Hodges had told him to do, Overman followed him into the office. Hodges flicked on the light and asked, "Something you wanted to talk about?" "Actually, boss, there is," Overman said as the door closed behind him. Hodges turned toward the table at one side of the room where a coffee maker sat along with cups, sugar, and creamer. "Let me get some coffee going." He heard Overman moving up behind him, but didn't have time to turn around before Overman's arm looped around his neck and jerked back. Ha-cha-cha! This is it. They're moving in. This is the Die Hard infiltration sequence where they play that. What is it? Oh, yeah, Beethoven's Ninth. It's happening. They're Die Harding. Overman's forearm pressed against Hodges' throat with ferocious strength. Hodges was a fairly big guy and had worked outside all his life, so he was no weakling. But even though he tried to fight back, he couldn't even begin to budge that terrible, choking grip. His head started to spin as he flailed around. "I'm sorry about this, Charlie. I truly am," Overman whispered in his ear. "You're a good guy and you don't deserve it. But I do deserve what I'm going to get today, and I can't let you stand in the way of that." Hodges was able to force a strangled gasp from his tortured throat. And then a second later, Overman's muscles bunched and twisted Hodges... Wait. Oh, okay. And then a second later, Overman's muscles bunched and twisted, and Hodges heard a sharp crack that resonated through his brain. He had just enough time to realize it was the sound of his neck breaking before he knew nothing at all. Oh, it's happening. Okay, skip. He was just about to make the coffee. I love how like the scene is so stereotypical. You can kind of read exactly what's going to happen before it happens. They have to introduce the kind dude like half a page before they kill him. Okay, skip. We're skipping to a new perspective. Matthias Foster lowered the groundskeeper's body to the floor, then grasped Hodges under the arms and dragged him behind the desk. He had to pull the corpse's legs around and sort of fold Hodges double to make sure he wouldn't be seen by anybody who came into the office, at least not right away. Then he took the ring of keys off Hodges' belt and clipped it to his own. He stepped into the garage area and flipped the lights on. He didn't think he'd have long to wait, and sure enough, he didn't. The office door opened and Sam Torres, a stocky middle-aged member of the crew, came in with a puzzled look on his face. By this time, Foster had hip-propped casually on a front corner of the desk. "Hey, kid," Torres said. "How come the big door's not open yet? Charlie always has it rolled up by the time the rest of us get here." "Some sort of problem with one of the mowers," Foster replied. "He's in there working on it now." Torres scoffed. "I know the engine and the..." Damn it. I'm fumbling over my words. Sorry. "I know the engines in those mowers better than he does. He should have waited and let me take a look at it." He headed for the open door between the office and the garage. "Hope he hasn't missed it." That was when the heavy wrench in Overman's hand came down hard on the back of Torres' head and cracked his skull. He pitched forward onto his face. Foster leaned over him and hit him a couple more times to make sure he was dead. Then he rolled Torres onto his back and began stripping the coveralls worn by the groundskeeping crew from the dead man. That would get some blood and brain matter on the concrete floor, but it already had so much grease and dirt on it, Foster didn't think anyone would notice right away. Oh no, it's an ad! Ah, crap. Okay, we'll roll it back a paragraph. I don't know how much we lost. What do you think Jake's version of Yippee-Ki-Yay will be? I don't know, fucking libs. Something like that. Get fucked, libs. Op Chopper, thanks for gifting a sub. Okay, we out of ads. Good time for a gamer stretch too. I'll get up and do I like stretching my calves lately. Calf stretch. But for those who were stuck in the ads, what's the last thing you remember? And we'll just rewind to there. Okay, hip on desk. Something about pronouns. Okay, hip on desk. That's an easy one. Okay. The office door opened and Sam Torres, a stocky middle-aged member of the crew, came in with a puzzled look on his face. By this time, Foster had a hip propped casually on a front corner of the desk. "Hey, kid," Torres said. "How come the big door's not open yet? Charlie always has it rolled up by the time the rest of us get here." "Some sort of problem with one of the mowers," Foster replied. "He's in there working on it now." Torres scoffed. "I know the engines on those mowers better than he does. He should have waited and let me take a look at it." He headed for the open door between the office and the garage. I hope he hasn't messed it. That was when the heavy wrench in Overman's hand came down hard on the back of Torres's head and cracked his skull. He pitched forward onto his face. Foster leaned over him and hit him a couple more times to make sure he was dead. Then he rolled Torres onto his back and began stripping the coveralls worn by the groundskeeping crew from the dead man. That would get some blood and brain matter on the concrete floor, but it already had so much grease and dirt on it, Foster didn't think anyone would notice right away. Anyway, he didn't intend to give anyone a chance to notice that something was wrong this morning. He went into the office, stuffed the coveralls. Hold on a minute. Stuffed the coveralls into a desk drawer and returned to the garage to drag Torres's body into the storeroom, into the storeroom in the back where the trimmers, leaf blowers, and other smaller tools of the trade were kept. As he stepped out into the garage again, he heard the voices from the office. The other 3 members of the groundskeeping crew had arrived. Foster put a friendly smile on his face as he walked into the office. The expression wasn't completely feigned. He still liked these guys and had enjoyed working with them the past couple of months. If it hadn't been such a cliche, he would have thought of them as the salt of the earth. Jerry Brenner, Evan Underhill, and Walt Thompson. Hey, Overman, Thompson greeted him using the false name Foster had adopted for this job. Where's Charlie and Torres? I saw their vehicles out there. In the garage, Foster said, inclining his head towards the door. Having trouble with one of the mowers. Evil Flame, thanks for the sub. The story had worked just fine once, no reason it wouldn't work again. They had to work on the 0-turn mowers often enough that the lie was completely believable. Like most guys who worked with their hands, once these 3 had heard there was some sort of mechanical problem going on, they couldn't resist going to take a look and offer their advice, just as Foster had known they would. I mean, that's actually pretty insightful. They trooped into the garage just as obediently as if he had ordered them to, walking right through the small amount of brains and blood that had leaked out of Sam Torres's head without ever noticing what they were doing. Brenner looked around and said, "Where are they? I don't see them." Foster took a small, flat, semi-automatic 9mm pistol from a pocket on his coveralls and pointed it at them. "Don't move, boys. I don't want to hurt any of you, but I will if I have to." They looked more surprised than angry at first, but that didn't last long. Then, glaring at Foster, Brenner said, "What the hell is this?" "Take it easy," Foster said, keeping his voice calm and steadying. "I just need you guys to help me with something, and if you cooperate, nothing bad will happen to you." "You're crazy," Underhill said. He was the youngest of the 2, a grad student here at Kelton, who was working to help pay his tuition. Since they were the closest in age, Foster had gotten to be friends with Underhill and knew his story. Underhill's parents were fairly well-to-do, but not nearly as rich as the families of most of the students here. That was why he needed to work, since tuition was sky-high. Underhill went on. "Rick, you need to put that gun away. You shouldn't even have a gun here on campus. You know they're prohibited. Hell, we put up the signs that say they're prohibited." "If you're planning on robbing us," Brenner snapped, "you're going to be disappointed, you little punk. I got like $17 on me, and I bet these other guys don't have much more than that." "Well, I don't have that much," Walt Thompson said with a sigh. Foster shook his head and said, "I don't want your money. You can keep it. All I want is your coveralls." Now they looked confused again. "Our coveralls?" Underhill said. "Yeah, take them off." The 3 men exchanged puzzled, wary glances. Underhill said, "Why don't you tell us what's going on here?" "Sorry," Foster replied. "I can't do that." He gestured with a 9mm. "Get out of the coveralls, now." With obvious great reluctance, the 3 men began stripping off the work clothes. Foster used his free hand to point to a wheelbarrow and ordered, "Just pile them in that." They did so, and then, wearing just their underwear, socks, and shoes, they stood and stared angrily at Foster, whose gun had never wavered from them. Nor did it now when he used his left hand to slip out a cell phone out of his pocket. Without looking at it, he thumbed on it and placed a call. When Hank answered on the other end, Foster said, "All right, we're good." Be there in 30 seconds. Are you okay, Fearless Nomad? Something the matter? It was actually less than that when Hank, Jimmy, Carlos, and another member of the group named Royce, oh, we got a replacement, okay. Royce came through the office and into the garage. When the three groundskeepers saw the new arrivals, the outraged expression on their faces began to fade into looks of fear. "The hell is all this?" Brenner said again. "I don't like this, Overman." "Trust me, it'll be all right," Foster said reassuringly. "We've got what we wanted. All you have to do now is turn around and get down on your knees. I'm sorry, I know that concrete floor is rough, but it won't take long. We're just going to tie you up and gag you so that you can't cause a commotion. Somebody will find you after a while." He motioned with the gun. "Go on, do what I said." Slowly, the men turned their backs. They knelt on the floor near the mowers. Three of Foster's followers moved up behind them. Suddenly, Underhill's nerve broke. He yelled, "No!" and tried to lunge to his feet. Jimmy was too fast for him, pouncing and getting his left arm around Underhill's neck. His weight bore the grad student back to the floor. Royce and Carlos moved in fast on the other two, grabbing them in similar chokeholds. They brought up knives in their right hands and plunged the blades into the men's bodies, aiming just off-center to the left between the shoulder blades so that the tip would penetrate the heart and kill almost instantly. Brenner and Thompson died without a struggle. Jimmy had a little more trouble with Underhill since he'd been trying to get to his feet, but he died only seconds after the first two. Okay, somebody's fucking talking. Who is this? Okay. "Leave the knives in place for a minute. Until the heart stopped pumping," Foster said. "No point in getting more blood on the floor than necessary. Although by the time anybody gets around to looking in here, it won't matter." So wait. Foster is Matthias' last name, right? I've been doing the voice wrong. I thought it was a different character. Because they like revealed it halfway through. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Doesn't matter. It was kind of close. Like, I've been trying to do just like creepy sociopath voice because he's the obvious villain. "No point in getting more blood on the floor than necessary. Although by the time anybody gets around to looking in here, it won't matter." The others waited as ordered, then withdrew the blades and stepped back. Foster nodded in satisfaction. "Drag them into the storeroom and then get those coveralls on," he said. "We have a lot of work to do." Okay, chapter 19. They're infiltrating. They're dieharding the college to steal the bearer bonds in the college safe. We have one more chapter unlocked. Yeah, you can tell the author's getting off on these operators operating operationally shit. Well, they got to show how they have, the book has to reinforce that there are wolves in this world who are well equipped and know what they're doing and have read Soldier of Fortune magazine. At this point, the sub goal should be unlock another hour of Zelda. Well, look at it this way, Bulb. After this, there's like 6 hours of Zelda. So it's just a little lopsided. People wanted a lot of book, but there will be much Zelda. It's not just book reading until the stream's over. It's only chapters and then the rest is Zelda. All right, chapter 19. Yeah, backloading Zelda. Yeah, we'll see. Pierce Connors broke into a trot as he cut across Nafzinger Plaza toward the Burr Memorial Library. Oh, maybe they're going to kill Pierce. Maybe that's his role. He shows up as like almost friend and then immediately gets murked by the bad guys to just show how evil they are. Maybe. Excuse me. He was supposed to meet his political science buddy group there at 8:30 and he was late. Not that it really mattered. They were just planning to go over some notes. But the group's self-appointed leader, Mohammar Fareed, usually got mad if anybody was late. Pierce had already been bitched at enough the night before. He didn't want Fareed on his case this morning, too. How could you post a video like that? His girlfriend Dominique had demanded. You made that racist skinhead look like he didn't do anything wrong. Well, as far as I could see, he didn't, Pierce had tried to explain. The other guy tried to hit him from behind. River just stopped him, that's all. He didn't even really hurt the guy. Besides, I don't think he's a skinhead. He just keeps his hair cut short because he was in the military. Dominique had not been convinced. He caused the whole thing by just being here, she insisted. Hell, Pierce, the guy's a walking, talking, breathing symbol of white oppression. You saw how he got in a fight with the members of the resistance? After a whole mob came at him with clubs and bike chains? A frown had creased Pierce's forehead as he sat next to Dominique on a padded bench in the student union building. Besides, I don't like the way they wear hoods. Black hoods, white hoods. I don't see the difference. He's a person of color. You have to remember that, though. It's fine. It's fine that he says it. See, they're just as bad, you see. You see? They're just as bad. Well, then you're blind. This is Dominique again, by the way. Freedom fighters have always had to hide their identities to protect themselves. You know good and well those damn white supremacists are setting up death camps in Utah and Wyoming and are planning to send all the black folks there just as soon as they steal enough elections to control the government completely. Holy shit. The previous semester, Pierce had written a paper on voter fraud. And he knew from his research into the subject that in virtually all of the provable cases, the fraud had favored the candidate representing the Democratic Party. People on the left like to argue that the Republicans engaged in voter suppression, which was also a form of fraud. But Pierce hadn't found any actual evidence of that. On the contrary, the only instances of voter suppression and intimidation he'd been able to find were the cases where Antifa, Black Lives Matter, and other progressive groups had prevented conservatives from voting, sometimes by violence. You can't just make shit up. I guess you can, whatever. As someone who had always considered himself very leftward-leaning politically, but who was also devoted to the concepts of fairness and equal rights, those discoveries had been rather troubling for Pierce. Not troubling enough to make him believe that his core values were wrong, however. Pierce was off the concrete path and cut through the plaza to the library. That was a flashback, in case you didn't remember. The groundskeepers didn't like it when people cut through and trampled on the grass, and Pierce could understand why they would feel that way. He would rather risk their wrath than Fareed's, though. Besides, he had seen what appeared to be all the members of the grounds crew over by Callahan Hall just a few minutes earlier, digging several holes in the turf along the building's front wall. He wasn't sure why they would be doing that, but as long as they were busy with something else, they wouldn't be worried or upset about him taking a shortcut through the trees in the plaza. He reached the edge of the big park-like area, hurried across the broad walkway that bordered it, and went up the steps to the columned porch that ran along the front of the library. Once inside, he went down the escalator to the vast lower level, which contained not only the stacks, or shelf upon shelf of bound periodicals and older non-circulating books with narrow aisles between them, but also a large area of tables, chairs, and conversation pits where study groups could gather. Small study corrals lined the walls. Sets of shelves containing current books and periodicals zigzagged among the conversation pits and created at least an illusion of privacy, as well as muffling voices so one group was less likely to disturb the others. Pierce saw the other 4 members of his political science study group in the area where they usually gathered, where there were 2 love seats and 2 armchairs with a low table sitting in the middle. Fareed was on his feet, stalking around the table and talking animatedly as usual. He was a wiry young man who shaved his head but kept a layer of dark beard stubble on his face. Oh, is it? There's no way this is the guy, right? The guy who, like, got his fist squished? Talk about his stubble. Anyway. As he spotted Pierce approaching, he stopped waving his hands and glared angrily at the newcomer instead. Chunky, purple-haired Marjorie Dorn didn't look happy to see Pierce either. There it is. There it is. Chunky. Yeah, it had to be coming, right, Haley Dudette? She's not the right kind of woman. She's bad woman. Not good woman. She's not, like, red is the only acceptable color. As long as it's not, it can be exotically colored as long as it's not dyed. If it's dyed, fuck you. I've never understood that. Dudes who like anime don't like blue-haired chicks. It doesn't make sense. I remember, like, before hair dye was more common, or I guess better. I'm going to guess hair dye got better in the last 20 years, but I remember thinking how cool it would be if we lived in a world where women had like green and red or green and blue hair and purple hair. I was like, that's the coolest thing in the world. And now it's real. Except the exact dudes who are like hyper into anime have like the association's been ruined. I love it. Oh, you found a good Amazon review? This book exposes what actually is happening in American universities, college, and many high schools. I am purchasing copies to give out to young adults and parents of pre-college age students. Books like this are needed to help turn back the tide of ignorance and hate fostered by the radical left. Highly recommended. Yeah, that person is not doing that, though. They're just saying they're going to. One of my favorite things of people who are like brainwashed by the culture war is like bragging on the internet about how much money they're going to throw at something. And meanwhile, I'm like, no, but you're poor. Sorry, I had to take the shot when it was there, but you can't afford that. Get a job in STEM, asshole. Then maybe you could afford to buy 10 copies of a book. Anyway. I had to take my shot, all right? I'm allowed one shot. I'm allowed one cheap shot. Okay, all right. Geez, Chunky. Oh, God, Chunky. Chunky purple-haired Marjorie Dorn didn't look happy to see Pierce either. Marjorie was never happy, though, so Pierce wasn't surprised. She was one of the most perpetually outraged people he had ever met, and that was saying a lot since Pierce's father saw racism everywhere he looked. The other 2 members of the group just looked like they wanted to get on with it. Jimmy Trumbull had been a cheerleader in high school, but a couple of years at Kelton had changed her. Now she wore her blonde hair in dreadlocks, seldom washed it, and wouldn't be caught dead in makeup. Clark Mitchell was a short, pudgy, round-faced... Clark Mitchell was short, pudgy, round-faced, and wore glasses. The stereotypical nerd. But he was highly intelligent and fiercely devoted to Jenny, although she never paid him anything more than perfunctory attention. Well, here's the traitor now, Fareed greeted Pierce. What have you done this morning to empower the oppressors of your people and mine? Pierce had worried about Fareed being annoyed with him for being late. He should have known that Fareed would have seen the video he'd posted and had the same reaction to it Dominique had. For a second, he wanted to just turn around and walk out. He didn't need this grief from his study group after he'd already endured the griping from his girlfriend. I didn't know Dominique was his girlfriend. But he ought to give them the benefit of the doubt, he told himself. They weren't exactly his friends, but he had felt a certain bond with them since they had been studying together for a couple of months. I didn't empower anybody, he said patiently. I just posted something that was true. I can't deny the evidence of my own eyes, and neither can any of you. Fareed let out a contemptuous snort and said, Your own eyes! Like so many you look, but you fail to see the truth. Evil men such as Jake Rivers must be opposed and stopped no matter what it takes. He wasn't doing anything, Pierce said stubbornly. Jenny said, He attacked one of our brothers in the struggle against the white capitalist patriarchy. That was rich, Pierce thought, since Jenny was about as white as anyone could get, and capitalism had served her family quite well, considering that her father owned car dealerships, department stores, and was a partner in both an NFL and NBA franchise. He was worth close to $1 billion, which is why he could afford to send his daughter to a high-priced institution like Kelton College and never miss the money. "You're right, Jenny," Clark said dutifully. "That guy's just the worst. Attacking one of our brothers like that." Pierce said, "You're talking about the guy Rivers bumped into. That wasn't an attack. It was just an accident, the kind of thing that happens dozens of times a day in the halls. He just went for Rivers because he recognized him. I was there, dudes. I saw the whole thing." Fareed shook his head. "None of that matters. Nothing can be allowed to distract from the narrative. You know that. Jake Rivers is evil and must be driven from our midst." College kids saying midst, sure. "Yeah, well, why don't we just lynch him then?" says the black guy, defending a rich, entitled white dude. Love it. Both sides. Both sides, both sides, both sides. They all stared at him. Marjorie gasped and said, "How dare you be so insensitive?" "I'm the black guy, remember? I've got more of a right to say it than any of you. But I'm not going to let my race or my political beliefs blind me to the facts. Rivers hasn't done anything to deserve all this hate that's being laid on him. That's the way I see it." "You should hate him just because he's white," Jenny insisted. "Yeah," Clark added, glancing at her to see if she liked him agreeing with her that way. Oh, sorry, yeah, it was Clark. "Yeah," Clark added. "You two are white," Pierce pointed out. Jenny sniffed. "I identify as post-racial." Clark nodded. "Me too." Pierce knew he was wasting his time. Their opinions were set in stone and nothing would ever change them. He said, "Let's just get on with studying, okay? We got that test coming up Friday and I'd like to do well on it." "Tests are aggressions," Marjorie said under her breath. "Just another way for the patriarchy to keep oppressing us." "The system keeps us in its iron grip," Fareed said, holding up a hand and clenching it into a fist to demonstrate. "But one day all the oppressed people of the world will join together and explode." He opened up his fist emphatically. "Then there will become a reckoning for the sinful Western society and all of its ills." He's gonna Allahu Akbar, I promise, before this conversation's over. He's gonna start running around. Oh my god. Fucking Western society. All right. "Yeah," Clark said, venturing to express an opinion without waiting for Jenny so he could follow her lead. "The revolution. And what a glorious day that will be. We'll all be fighting to liberate the world together, won't we, Moammar?" Did they misspell his name? Whatever. "Of course, my friend," Fareed said with a cold smile that didn't possess a shred of sincerity as far as Pierce could see. When the day came, if Fareed had his way, a soft little blob like Clark would be slaughtered with the rest of the infidels. Jenny for sure, and maybe even Marjorie, would... Oh. Okay, I have to read the next line. I have to read the next line because I'm an artist. But it's bad. It's really bad. And now the maybe makes more sense. Okay. Jenny for sure, and maybe even Marjorie, the fat one, would be raped to death for the glory of Allah. I did not know that this would ever go all the way there, but it did. Pierce knew that a lot of black people had fallen for the Muslim line because he never had. There was such a thing as taking the enemy of my enemy is my friend too far. No, if Fareed, it's F-A-R-E-E-D, by the way, not F-A-R-I-D. I think they spelled it that way so that people that never knew that name could phonetically pronounce it. Yeah, inshallah. God, fucking Christ. I'll finish one of these books, inshallah. You're like, Fareedom? He believes in Fareedom. No, if Fareed and the guys like him ever captured any real power, Pierce wanted to be as far away as possible when that happened. That was a rough paragraph to get through. All right, Fareed said as Pierce sat down. We were talking about the unholy alliance between the corrupt American government and the equally corrupt capitalist business and industrial cartel and the imperialistic military establishment, and how it is the sacred duty of all free peace-loving peoples of the world to destroy this hegemony of evil and greed. Pierce wondered if this was going to be on the test. And that is the end of chapter 19, Jesus Christ. That is all the chapters that have been unlocked so far. That hurt. That was not pleasant. But that's fine. We got through it. There's no way it's going to get worse than that, right? I don't know how it could. In fact, I think it's impossible. Yeah, maybe a break. Maybe it's time for a break. I'm going to get up and walk around. But guess what? 6 hours of Zelda are on the clock right now. So that's pretty cool. And I'm going to go see those. Going to go see the Gerudo. And maybe rub my face on their abs a little bit. We'll get Link in some pretty attire. Some midriff exposing desert drapery. Maybe we'll have some conflicting emotions. Maybe we'll realize that gender is just a construct. Inshallah. All right. I'll be back in a bit. And hey, just by the way, thanks everyone for the outrageous generosity so far. Thank you for watching. Hope you're all having a good time. Yeah, it's time for Femboy Link. So that's exciting. All right. I'll be back in a bit. Let's just keep the weed transition. It's fine. It's fine. I like it. I like it now. What the frick? Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. Two chapters coming right up. Let's see here. Out of 44 chapters, we are about to start chapter 20. Fire in our souls for the next 6 hours at least. Yes, indeed. And thank you all very much for that. Hope I don't end up saying that so much that it doesn't sound genuine, or that it gets worn out through overuse. But I do appreciate it. I do appreciate all the generosity. All right, chapter 20. Cal Granderson felt a bit of satisfaction as he tucked the parking ticket under the windshield wiper of the SUV, sitting there in a no parking zone in front of the Language Arts building. The driver deserved it, not just because he believed he could defy the college's parking regulations, but also because he drove a gas guzzler like that. Didn't he know what his greed was doing to the planet? He had just turned away to continue on down the sidewalk when somebody called, Hey, man, no, you can't do that. Granderson turned his head to look and saw a fat white guy with shaggy hair and a mustache hurrying toward him. The guy waved a hand at the SUV and went on, I went in there for just a minute to make a delivery. This ain't a delivery entrance, pal, Granderson said. He pointed at the no parking sign. And this part of the street is clearly marked. I don't know why. It's like a New York guy at a Texas college. You don't see anyone else breaking the law along here, do you? It's not the law, the guy blustered. It's just a bullcrap rule you campus rent-a-cops have. Granderson jutted his chin out and moved on the guy in a hurry. He rested his hand on the stun gun holstered at his belt as he said through clenched teeth, Are you creating a disturbance, mister? Wait, what? The guy started to back off. No, I'm not looking for trouble. I just don't think you should have given me a ticket. I was just in there for a minute. I don't care if it was just 10 seconds. It's still a violation. Yeah, I guess so if you want to get technical about it. It's not a technicality, Granderson said, making an effort not to snarl. The law is the law. Fine, fine. The guy raised his hands, palms out, and patted at the air in a placating gesture. I'll pay the damn fine. The stun gun came out of the holster as Granderson's eyes widened as he started to breathe harder. Lower your hands, he screamed. You're assaulting an officer of the law. I'll take you down, you son of a bitch. What? I mean, this is actually pretty base right here. This book is accidentally awesome all of a sudden. He's getting horny. What? The guy backpedaled faster. No, I'm not assaulting anybody. On the ground! Get down now, you scumbag! Granderson's thumb trembled as it poised above the stun's trigger. He wanted to press it so bad. Cal! I don't know who's talking right now. The shout startled him and almost made him fire the weapon anyway. The delivery man shrieked like a girl and threw his arms up over his face. You know, those girls always shrieking when they're about to be tased. God. He must have seen the nearly out-of-control rage in Granderson's eyes. Granderson managed to hold off on pressing the trigger. With his chest heaving from the effort that restraint required, he looked over his shoulder to see who had called his name. Frank McCraney trotted toward him, a little red-faced because he was hurrying and wasn't as young and fit as he'd once been. Granderson believed, in fact, that the job of chief had passed McCraney by. It needed a younger, more vital, and energetic, and dedicated man. Yeah, you came back to Die Hard. This is Die Hard, but somehow every part of it utterly validates paranoid conservative beliefs. A man, I guess then McCraney is Al. I think. He's like the cop who understands. A man much like Granderson himself. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Needed a more dedicated man to be chief. A man much like Granderson himself. In moments when he allowed himself to dream, he saw himself in the chief's uniform, leading the campus police force to be the fine representatives of law and order. Steam just disconnected. That's weird. Otter! Thank you for gifting 5 subs. 5 whole subs. That's got us halfway to another chapter already. You love to see it. Okay. He saw himself in the chief's uniform, leading the campus police force to be the fine representatives of law and order that they should be, instead of freaking meter maids. He shoved such thoughts out of his head for the moment and snapped, "Shut up!" at the delivery guy who had stopped shrieking but was sniveling now, a truly disgusting display for somebody as big as him. Didn't he have any self-respect? McCraney pounded up and stopped, panting a little as he asked, "What's going on here?" "This guy thinks he can just park anywhere," Granderson said as he waved his free hand at the man. "And when I gave him a ticket for it, he came after me, yelling and threatened to assault me." "That's just not true," the guy said. "Yeah, maybe I yelled a little when I first came out of the building and saw him giving me a ticket, but it calmed down right away. I never threatened him." "He raised his hands to me and made aggressive gestures," Granderson insisted. "What? I did this." The guy did the placating pats again. As he did, Granderson jerked the stun gun back up and yelled, "Stand down! I told you to get on the ground!" This is Reno 911 all of a sudden. Oh my God. "Cal!" McCraney moved to get between Granderson and the delivery guy. "Cal, for God's sake, stop it. That's not an aggressive gesture. He's not threatening. You were trying to assault you. He just doesn't want to use that. He just doesn't want you to use that stun gun on him." "Then he should cooperate with law enforcement and do as he's told," Granderson said, tight-jawed again. McCraney scrubbed a hand over his florid face and muttered something under his breath that Granderson couldn't quite make out. He thought for a second that McCraney had said, "asshole," but that was impossible. The chief would never say that about his most loyal, dedicated officer. McCraney turned to look at the man and said sharply, "Get that ticket, get in your vehicle, and get out of here." Sure, Chief, the man said as he hurried around the front of the SUV. "I never meant to cause you any trouble." "You can pay the fine for that citation online, and I'd advise you to do so," McCraney interrupted him. "It's just a parking violation, so it won't be reported to your insurance company, and your rates won't go up, but if you ignore it, it'll cause more trouble for you in the long run." "I won't ignore it. I'll pay it, I swear." The guy climbed into the SUV, slammed the door, and drove off. "The speed limit on this street is 25, Granderson said. "I think he's going faster than that." "Don't worry about it, Cal," McCraney told him. "He'll be off campus in a minute, and he won't be our problem anymore." He pointed at the stun gun still in Granderson's hand. "Put that away. You shouldn't have drawn it to start with." Granderson frowned and said stubbornly, "I didn't have any choice, Chief. He was aggressive, I tell you." "Well, he's gone now, so let's just forget about it." Keep cycling through voices from McCraney. I'll find one eventually. "I should have given him the ticket, shouldn't I? You can't be saying that I should have ignored a parking violation." "No, I'm not saying that at all. Sometimes you get..." McCraney stopped whatever it was he was trying to say and shook his head. "Why don't you just go on over to the library and stay on duty there this morning?" "Library duty?" Granderson snorted. "Nothing ever happens on library duty." "That's the way I like it. It's a good thing when nothing happens." Granderson stopped that from a law enforcement... he should sound like Barney Fife. You're right. Don Knotts? Golly! I don't know if I can... Or maybe... Yeah, really nasally. I mean, the nasaling for sure, because he's like an annoying, shrill person. Yeah, something. Yeah. The New York makes no sense, but he's also a shit beat cop, so it kind of does. And this is a book about stereotypes, so... Yeah, something is going to happen on library duty. That's what we call foreshadowing. Granderson supposed that from a law enforcement standpoint, that was true. That it's good when nothing happens. He sighed and nodded with obvious reluctance. "All right, Chief, but if you need me, my walkie will be on." "Of course it will," McCraney said. "You just give me a call." Granderson slipped the stun gun back into the holster clipped to his belt. "I'll be ready." He turned and headed for the library, careful to stay on the concrete walks that led around the buildings. He doesn't walk on the grass. He's a rule follower. As he moved through the campus, students crowded onto the walks, and Granderson knew without checking the time that the 8 o'clock classes were over. They stayed out of his way as he weaved through them, and he understood why. He was a symbol of the oppressive system they hated. His grandmother, who had been right in the thick of things at the University of Texas in Austin during the 60s, would have called him the man if she'd still been around. She had pretty much raised him, especially after his mom had disappeared, just walked off and never came back, following one of her failed stays at rehab. He had grown up hearing about fighting the establishment and speaking truth to power, and what a great day it would be when the revolution finally came and the workers were in charge instead of the fat cats of the military-industrial complex. And he had soaked it all in. Then he had gone and betrayed that heritage by trying to become a cop, a pig. All he'd managed to do so far was hire on with this campus force. Like most kids, he supposed he'd reached a point when he wanted to rebel against authority, and where his grandma was concerned, that meant joining forces with the authority she had rejected. He had waited until after she'd passed away before he did that, though. There was no need to hurt her unnecessarily. Since then, he'd often felt like he was two people. Cop on the outside, devoted to the rule of law. Free spirit on the inside, wishing for that brighter day when all people would live together in peace and harmony, like his grandmother had dreamed of. For that to ever happen, the fascists on the right of the political divide had to be brought under control or even gotten rid of permanently. That would be just fine with Cal Granderson. There was no place for such relics of oppression in the new world that was coming. Round 'em up and ship 'em out. And if that didn't work, there were plenty of other ways to accomplish the goal. The ends justified the means, after all. Everybody from Malinsky on down taught that. It could happen, too, once everybody understood and accepted that the only people in this world who ought to have guns were the police and the military. The Second Amendment had to be done away with, and all the firearms in private hands confiscated. It would be a different world then, when he and the people who thought like he did were the only ones with guns. He would have a Glock or a SIG on his hip instead of some stupid stun gun. And when anybody tried to cause trouble, like that Jake Rivers, they'd be sorry. They'd be real sorry. Pause for water. We ain't back in the blue here. He's not a real cop. He's not a real cop. He doesn't understand how it really is. That's why it's okay for him to think like this. Granderson went up the steps between the white columns across the porch and into the library. He saw the sidelong glances the students gave him. They just didn't understand, he told himself. He might be a townie, but he was really one of them. Somebody who believed in all the progressive ideals and wanted to put down the racist, sexist, homophobic fascists. All they saw was the uniform he wore. They couldn't see what was in his heart. He had gotten into an argument once with a guy who had called him a crazy mixed-up son of a bitch before Granderson beat the hell out of him. Granderson just didn't see how anyone could feel that way about him. Like beating people up as a cop? As campus security? That's pretty cool. All right, chapter 21. Weird, but chapter 21. I'm glad we got to know about Cal Granderson, the man. But we're back to Jake. Jake knew he probably ought to be worried about the summons to President Pelletier's office, but he couldn't bring himself to even think much about it as he waited in the administrator's outer office that morning. Pelletier let him cool his heels a while this time, and the only reason that bothered Jake was that it meant he would have less time to spend with Natalie at the library before he had to go to class, assuming he still had a class to go to. It was entirely possible Pelletier might tell him to haul his butt off campus and never darken any of Kelton College's doorways again. That wouldn't be fair, of course. Jake hadn't done anything wrong, and the video Pierce Connors had shot and uploaded proved that. But fair wouldn't stop Pelletier from doing whatever he wanted to do. Jake knew he would have some legal recourse if he were expelled. His grandfather would be willing to help him fight the expulsion in court. He was sure of that. But he was no longer sure that he wanted to. He was tired of this whole damned thing. He would have walked away from Kelton College without any regrets, other than one. That would mean walking away from Natalie Burke, too. Does he know that he can date her if he's not a student? I think somebody needs to suggest this to Jake. That you're both consenting adults and you can just keep... They went on a date to a steakhouse and then to a park. You can do that while not being enrolled in college, Jake. I think she's into it, that's why. Oh, okay. It's like kinky. He won't be attracted to her anymore? That's also true. She'll just be another broad. It's not hot unless she's like part of the system that he gets to stick his dick into. Forbidden love. Yeah, exactly. That's what makes it exciting. I mean, he does chase confrontation. You can go in now, the president's secretary told Jake, breaking into his thoughts of Natalie. He nodded and got to his feet, then hesitated. Go on into Pelletier's office or to say to hell with it, turn and walk out. Might as well see what the guy had to say, Jake told himself. He went to the door of the inner office, turned the knob, and went in, but his steps were a bit on the heavy side as he did so. Sit down, Mr. Rivers. Yeah, he was like snooty, the way I read it before, but I think that might not be correct, but who cares? Pelletier snapped from behind the desk. I'm sure you know why I asked you to come here this morning. Pelletier hadn't exactly asked, Jake thought. It was more like an order. He said, I suppose it has something to do with what happened in the biology building yesterday afternoon. You clashed with another student again. It was a violent encounter. Jake thought about some of the fights he'd been in during the past 6 years and said, No offense, sir, but that wasn't violence. That guy might as well have been trying to play patty cake with me. I love the lines where Jake does a little like fist pump in his head. He's like, got him. I love that was he getting in fights in the military? They didn't really say. The only thing they've implied that he was good at military, so I don't know why he left. Like straight up, not sure why he left. Because there wouldn't be a book otherwise. But no, he was super good at Army, and everyone respected him because he never got lost. He had a perfectly innate sense of direction, and he was good at shooting. Yeah, he was good at war. Mother. God, it got so cold here. It's like it's straight up like 45 degrees. That's actually cold, right? I know people in chat like to roll their eyes at LA weather, but 45 degrees Fahrenheit is cold. It's cold here right now. I'm kind of shivering a little bit because this room is not insulated. That's only 10 degrees above freezing, by the way. You fancy Celsius folks with your 0 being freezing. It is not. Yeah, okay. There are colder places on the planet, but that's still pretty cold. 31 here. Ooh. Put on some jammies. I will. I have a hoodie. Like, usually when I do a subathon, it gets pretty cold at night, but not now. In California, we call that nippy. Yes, it's nippy. But look at these short sleeves here. And the only thing that moderates the heat in this entire house are 2 wall heaters that are at opposite ends. And this room is uninsulated. It has an uninsulated roof. I think the walls are insulated because they're exterior walls, but still. Anyway. Oh, Thrill House. I'm glad you like Breath. Yeah, Breath of the Wild is one of my favorite games too. So we're going to get back to it real soon. But first we got some literature. I'll put on a hoodie soon. I'll get some food in me. That'll kickstart the old engine. Okay, all right. Oh yeah, he was bragging about how rad he is. Patty cake with me, yeah. Pelletier frowned across the desk. Don't make light of this, Mr. Rivers. I've already spent more time on your adventures recently than I'd like to think about. I have the real work of running this college to take care of, you know. And would it be a lot easier if I wasn't around, wouldn't it? Pelletier's lips thinned. I consulted with the college's legal counsel this morning. We watched several different videos uploaded by students. They paint a very vivid picture of what happened. Jake slipped his phone from his pocket and held it out to the president as he asked, Did you watch the one I have on here? One of those students who witnessed the whole thing gave it to me. It shows everything from start to finish and makes it clear that I didn't start the trouble. All I did was... Oh, Daz Smiley. Thanks for the sub. Pelletier surprised him by slamming a hand down on the desk. Bah! That was unusual vehemence from the aging college president. His hand made a loud crack when it struck the wood. All you did was defend yourself, he said, his voice rising in anger. My God, don't you think I've heard enough of the... My God, don't you think I've heard that enough from you, Rivers? It's your excuse every time you brutalize one of my students. I'm one of your students too, Jake pointed out tightly. He was mad too. Datinade, thanks for gifting us up. Oh, we got an ad. We got ads. Ads! Don't worry. Yeah, always at the most opportune moment. I'm taking a little ad break. I'm going to go run and grab some water real quick. I'll actually be right back. Okay, ads complete. I'll roll it back a little bit, but I think I grabbed it earlier this time. Okay, Pelletier slammed the desk while Jake was defending himself. All you did was defend yourself. My God, haven't I heard that enough? You've been brutalizing my students. And then Jake says, I'm one of your students too. For one of the first times in my academic career, I wish that were not the case, Pelletier said. I wish you had never decided to attend this institution, or that you had never been granted admittance. But that was never going to happen because of my grandfather. He donates too much money to Kelton, doesn't he? And that's not all he does. He helps fundraise from other sources, too. A lot of the personal and corporate donations the college gets are because he did some persuading or arm twisting. Pelletier made a sour face. God, this track is so good. Okay. Fundraising is a necessary evil, I'm afraid. But there's a limit to how much I'll tolerate because of our financial considerations, young man. I have to look out for the college's community as a whole, and your presence here is a serious disruption to the learning environment. Why? Because I'm a conservative in an institution of higher learning? Especially shouldn't there be room for all kinds of different viewpoints? Not the ones devoted to hate, Pelletier said as his lips curled into a sneer. I don't hate anybody. Look around at the rest of the country, sir. The stock market's up, unemployment is down, the economy is growing at a nice rate. Around the world, other countries respect us again. Again? Grislamic bearerism. Thank you very much for the sub. You mean they fear what that lunatic in the White House might do? Oh my god. A little fear can be a healthy thing, Jake said with a smile. Yes, this is absolutely during the Trump administration. And as time goes on and things keep on getting better, the only ones who think the guy's a lunatic are the people like you who live in your little echo chambers and never hear what normal people think. You wouldn't believe it if you did. Just FYI, I'm pretty sure Trump got a recommendation to be indicted, which is pretty cool. I hope it happens. I don't know what'll happen, but that would be fun. That would be fun, wouldn't it? Anyway, the rest of the world will understand his brilliance eventually, I'm sure. This was written before January 6th, just FYI. Oh boy. Pelletier stood up, leaned forward, rested his hands on the desk, and snarled, "Get out, you impudent little!" Words failed him, and he couldn't go on. Jake stood up, still grinning, and asked, "Out of your office, or out of this college?" He shrugged. "Right now, I don't much care which it is." Pelletier was so mad, he was breathing hard. "Out of my office," he said. "I have no grounds for your expulsion right at this moment." Yeah, he's so mad. Oh, he's so mad. He's so triggered. He's malding right now. Yeah. Lib owned. Check mark. He's got no response. He's got nothing. Defeated in the fields of debate yet again. Yeah. You mad? You mad? Oh my god. So you have seen the unedited video, Jake couldn't resist saying. But if you so much as get a parking ticket on this campus, you'll be gone, mister. I'll be speaking to all of your professors and to your faculty advisor as well, to make sure they understand all the academic requirements to which you have to adhere in order to maintain your status as a student in good standing. Jake Jake shook his head and said, "My grades are fine. You won't be able to cook up something and claim that I flunked out, not without falsifying a lot of records and getting a bunch of people to go along with you." "Don't be so sure I couldn't do that," Pelletier warned. He probably could, Jake thought. After all, the left specialized in banding together and spinning false narratives. The mainstream media had been doing it for decades. They took pride in being able to tell the public what to think, whether the so-called news they peddled bore any real resemblance to the truth or not. They had claimed that Hillary Clinton was the most qualified candidate for president in the history of the country, hadn't they? A career politician? Most qualified? Couldn't be. Couldn't be. Woman qualified? Am I right? Get a load of this. I don't think anyone said that. Someone probably did. One person. And I'm sure it became a talking point on Fox News for like 6 months. Somebody had to, right? There's always one person that says a thing. Anyway, those damn women. Can you believe it? Can you fucking believe it? Women going outside. Okay, never mind. Somehow we got to Hillary Clinton from them like having a fight on campus. Because of course, it's all connected. Do what you have to do, Jake said quietly. Then he turned to leave Pelletier's office. He didn't ask if Pelletier was through with him. He was through with Pelletier. He did pause in the doorway, though, to look back at the red-faced older man and said, "When you talk to my faculty advisor, please say hello to Dr. Mutombo for me." "Get out!" Pelletier snarled. On his way out of the office, Jake told the secretary, "Sorry, he's going to be a bear the rest of the day." She just pressed her lips together and didn't say anything. Her expression was a mask, and Jake couldn't tell if she sympathized with him or shared her boss's dislike of him. And all he really cared about at that moment was that the meeting was over. It was only 9:30, and he still had some time to spend with Natalie before he had to get to class. Yes, Professor Mutombo was a white guy who identifies as African. Just FYI, in case anyone needed that backstory. He wasn't really sure where things stood with Natalie. He knew he liked her and believed she liked him, but getting involved in a romance with a professor wasn't something he had even thought about when he came to Kelton College. Yeah, right. Yeah, right, dude. That's why you're there. If anyone had asked him about the possibility, he would have said that it was pretty damned unlikely, given that Kelton was mostly a liberal arts school and he was about as far from the liberal arts type as anybody could get. But he didn't deny the fact that he was drawn to her. She had to have some political beliefs, probably even some strong ones, given that she taught criminal justice, and was bound to have been exposed to a lot of what Jake considered sociological claptrap. She didn't put politics front and center of everything else in her life, though, and so many of the students, faculty, and administration at Kelton seemed to. Jake had heard many times that politics had replaced religion for the left, and firmly believed that was true. Most of the progressives he had encountered were as fervent, fanatical, and evangelical, and their politics as Bible-thumping holy rollers were in their spiritual beliefs. The problem with trying to develop a real relationship with Natalie was that Jake didn't know how long he would be around here. His days on campus might well be numbered, and if he wasn't enrolled at Kelton anymore, no way was he going to hang around Greenleaf. Maybe he would see if he could get some contact info for that guy, Rivera, the one he had seen at the gun range, and let him know if he had any intriguing and exciting assignments in the works. If he had any exciting and intriguing assignments in the works, Jake would be interested in signing on. The idea of potential danger didn't bother him in the slightest, because he's the coolest. With all those thoughts running through his mind, it wasn't difficult to ignore the students he passed or met on the sidewalk. Many of them knew who he was. He was big enough that it was hard to mistake him for anyone else, and he was vaguely aware of the hostile stares they directed at him. But the unfriendly looks just bounced off him. He didn't give a damn what any of these snowflakes thought about him. As he reached the library steps and was about to start up them, he recognized a balding, gangling figure coming the other way on the sidewalk, seemingly bent on the same destination. Jake smiled and said, "Morning, Dr. Mutombo." Montembeau frowned slightly, as if wondering whether Jake was making fun of him, which, of course, he sort of was. But the biology professor nodded and said, "Good morning, Mr. Rivers." Jake leaned his head toward the big, imposing building and asked, "Heading to the library?" "That's right." "Me too." Still smiling, Jake turned to walk up the steps. Montembeau hesitated, but only for a second, and then fell in step beside him. Jake went on, "You're probably surprised that I'm still here." Why would I be surprised? As your faculty advisor, I get email updates on your grades. You appear to be doing excellent work in all your classes, including mine. Thanks, but nobody can say the same about how I fit in any other way. That's true. You've acquired a certain reputation as a troublemaker. You said that, Mr. Rivers, not me, Montalban responded. I don't wish any bad luck on any student. You haven't been cheerleading with President Pelletier to boot me out of here? I most certainly have not. Montalban sounded almost offended that Jake would suggest such a thing. Jake didn't know whether to believe him or not, but the professor seemed sincere. All right, I'm glad to hear it. I don't guess I could go so far as to say that you're on my side. You could not, Montalban said stiffly. But I'll take just not working against me. That puts you ahead of just about everybody else on campus. They had gone through the entrance doors and were inside the library's cavernous first floor. Montalban paused and asked, Was there anything you needed to talk to me about? Nope, Jake said with a shake of his head. Running into you this morning was just an accident. I'll get on about my business then, Montalban said. Good day. Jake nodded and turned in the opposite direction from the professor. Natalie was supposed to meet him downstairs, so he headed for the escalators. On the way, he passed a couple of guys who were decked out in the green coveralls of the college's groundskeeping crew and wondered idly what they were doing in the library. It wasn't unusual to see members of the maintenance crew around anywhere on campus, but the groundskeepers did all their work outside. Then he forgot all about it as he stepped on the escalator and started down because Natalie happened to be passing by at the bottom and stopped to smile up at him as he descended. And he's going to look directly down her shirt. Okay, but that's Jake. He's got danger sense. He knows where are the terrorists. He's like, it smells like terror. He's like, wait, tits, and then forgets all about it. Ugh. Yeah, Jake is borderline Atomic Heart protagonist, but he's not as fucking like P3's pretty dumb. Well, I don't know. There's a difference there. I don't know. But I agree, P3 is awesome. I don't have as good of a voice as the voice actor for P3. Yeah, P3 knows he's an asshole. Jake thinks he's legitimately like always on the right side. That's kind of the difference. As much as Jake says he doesn't care, he actually really does. Whereas P3 fully doesn't give a fuck. That's the difference. Nika Lars, thanks for the sub. Ever fought Ganon without Divine Beast powers? No. I've only ever beat Ganon once in Breath of the Wild. Yeah, self-righteous. P3 isn't self-righteous, he's just self-interested. He doesn't care about justice about anything. He just wants what he wants and doesn't want to get bothered with anything else. He's much more just like id given a douchebag voice. Whereas Jake has layers of chips and sensitivities and weird world views and resentments and all kinds of things. How's Atomic Heart? I really like it. It's a really weirdly charming game. The reviews have been so mixed that I'm kind of waiting for the shoe to drop, and people say it gets pretty repetitive, I guess, or that the gameplay's just not fun. That hasn't been my experience yet, but maybe it will be eventually. Okay, one more chapter that's been unlocked already. Chapter 22. Frank McCraney was still angry as he walked back towards the campus police station. Seething, in fact, and he didn't like that. Getting so upset wasn't good for his health, and he knew it. The last time he'd been in for a checkup, the doc had given him the usual lose weight and exercise more spiel. But it also mentioned that it would be a good idea for Frank to manage his stress better and try to stay on an even keel emotionally. That was easier said than done, especially when you had guys like Cal Granderson working for you. Granderson was particularly frustrating because he wasn't always an aggressive, overeager idiot. Sometimes he actually listened to what Frank had to say and had the makings of a good cop. Frank could tell that he wanted to be a good cop. Problem was he could never tell when the idiot side of him would crop up with no warning, like it had this morning with that delivery man in front of the language arts building. McCraney had witnessed that confrontation, although from a distance at first, but even though his ticker might be getting suspect, there was nothing wrong with his eyes, and he had seen that the man hadn't done anything to cause Granderson to threaten him and practically foam at the mouth that way. McCraney didn't know what had set Granderson off. It was entirely possible that Granderson himself didn't know. But rather than speculate on that and maybe get even more upset, it might be a good idea not to go back to the station after all, McCraney decided. He would go over to the groundskeeper's shed and have a cup of coffee with his friend, Charlie Hodges, instead, who's still very much alive. For some reason, the brew from the coffee maker in Charlie's office always tasted better than the coffee various members of... Wait. What? Okay, boy, this is a messed up sentence. Okay. For some reason, the brew from the coffee maker in Charlie's office always tasted better than the coffee various members of the force, McCraney included, made at the station. He knew that the most efficient way to get anywhere on campus, so it didn't take him long to reach the shed. The big door was down and no light showed through the office's single window. Indeed, the place looked dark and deserted, which was unusual for this time of day. Oh, hey, Rad Raven, thank you for the raid. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this bizarre book reading stream. A bunch of terrorists have infiltrated a college. They've taken the place of the groundskeeping staff. We don't know why, but the chief of campus police is heading on over to his buddy the groundskeeper's place. So shit might be about to go down. The police might soon be made aware of some terrorism. Actual garbage. Thanks for the sub. Yeah, we're about maybe halfway through the book now, a little less than halfway. So yeah, we're getting on up there. There's been a lot of political rants, some very disturbing things. Much like people who get way too worked up over this stuff, the book has no way of self-soothing, so it's only getting more upset as it goes. Okay. Like McCraney, Charlie Hodges wasn't as young as he used to be and tended to hang around the shed most of the day, sending the younger guys on the crew out to do whatever was necessary. That was why McCraney usually dropped by here at least once a day to shoot the breeze and bum a cup of that coffee. So wait a minute. But the plant they had was working there for a month beforehand. And if he did this every day, wouldn't the plant have known that and planned for it? We'll see. Sir Wizard Lar, thanks for gifting 2 subs. It's so cool to see you around again. I don't know. I remember you from like 10 years ago. So cool. Life keeps moving on. But thank you for the gifts. McCraney tried the door. Locked. Again, unusual. The crew was working that day. McCraney knew that. He had seen several of them while he was on his way over here. They had been digging holes near one of the buildings, although he couldn't recall which. He wasn't sure what they were doing either. Maybe planting some new shrubs. After rapping his knuckles on the door a few more times without getting any response, McCraney went over to the window. He leaned close to it and cupped his hands around his eyes to shut out the light while he peered through the glass. He didn't believe anyone was in there. Otherwise, there would have been a light on. The door would have been unlocked, or at the very least, somebody would have answered the knock. But his curiosity was great enough to make him take a look. The office was empty, all right. McCraney could see that much even though the room was gloomy with shadows. He started to straighten up, thinking he ought to call Charlie's cell phone and find out what was going on. Maybe the head groundskeeper was sick. Then, abruptly, McCraney stared through the window again. He had spotted something on the floor behind the desk, right at the back corner. He couldn't be sure, but he thought it looked like the heel of a shoe. McCraney jerked upright, and 2 fast steps carried him to the door. He grasped the knob tightly, lifted on it, and rammed his shoulder against the door. That hurt like hell. McCraney knew there was a good chance his bursitis would flare up because of it. He couldn't worry about that now. As far as he knew, Charlie Hodges wasn't having any major health issues, But he was at the age where an unexpected heart attack or stroke couldn't be ruled out. When the door gave a little but didn't open, McCraney hit it again. This time it flew inward with a sound of splintering wood as the jamb gave way. McCraney stumbled a little bit as his balance tried to desert him. He was a couple of steps inside the room before he caught himself. That brought him far enough so he could see the part of the area behind the desk. A coverall-clad figure was lying there, curled up in an awkward ball. The heel of one work boot was the only thing sticking out far enough to be seen from outside, and most people never would have noticed it or realized what it was. McCraney turned and reached out to flip on the light. It seemed harsher than usual as it spilled down over the room and reached behind the desk to illuminate the contorted face of Charlie Hodges. Charlie's eyes were open, but staring sightlessly. McCraney moaned, "Oh, hell," as he stood there motionless and looked at his friend's body. It must have been a heart attack or stroke, he thought again. His cop's mind put the sequence of events together. Charlie had been about to leave the shed. He had locked the office door and turned off the light because he was planning to open up the big roll-up door and go out that way, probably on one of the mowers. Then whatever it was had hit him, and he had staggered back over to the desk. Maybe he had been thinking that he would call for help, but it was too late. He collapsed and died there on the floor. This wasn't the first time Frank McCraney had seen sudden, unexpected death. Actually, during his career in law enforcement, oh God, I can see the camera like blurring as we're moving into the past, and there's going to be a series of events that all end with some kind of conservative rant about how the liberals are ruining society. Fuck! Anyway, maybe it'll be fast. Maybe I'm judging too soon. Hodges hadn't... Korean law enforcement seen things worse than this. Hodges hadn't died peacefully. The expression on his face was proof of that. But in all likelihood, he hadn't suffered for long. Okay, well, maybe we're not flying into the past then. Maybe that was just a one-off. McCraney started to go to his friend so he could move Charlie out of there and then to call for EMTs and an ambulance. He was certain that Charlie was dead, but like everything else in life, there were protocols to be followed. He stopped short before he reached the body. Then a frown appeared on his face as he leaned forward and studied the scene more closely. Every cop's instinct in his body had started clamoring that something was wrong. For one thing, it was unlikely that somebody dying from a stroke would wind up in such a tight, drawn-up ball. Possible, of course, but McCraney didn't think it would happen that way. There was a better chance. Oh, Montezuma. Hey, thanks for gifting 5 subs. Appreciate that. Getting even closer to another chapter. Another sub-extension, it's right there. Then there was the matter of how Charlie Hodges' head was lying at an unnatural angle to his shoulders. McCraney's eyes widened and his own heart began to slug heavily in his chest as he realized his old friend's neck was broken. This was no death from natural causes or even an accident. Charlie Hodges had been murdered. McCraney was reaching for the walkie-talkie clipped to his belt to sound the alarm when he heard a sudden rush of footsteps behind him. He barely had time to turn his head before somebody tackled him and drove him into a crashing impact with the wall. Oh my Godzilla. Thank you for the sub. The glimpse McCraney had gotten of his attacker showed him a tall, well-built young man with a fringe of sandy beard. Then the side of the chief's head banged hard against the wall and he blacked out like somebody had switched off a light. Only for a second, though. He was still sliding down the wall toward the floor when awareness returned to him. He blinked rapidly, saw a flash of something coming at him, and flung a hand up to stop it. He screamed as the keen edge of a knife cut deep into his palm, but he closed his hand around the blade anyway, knowing that if he didn't, he would be dead a second later. Acting mostly on instinct, he kicked out and felt the bottom of his foot slam into something. The would-be killer yelped and toppled forward onto him. McCraney couldn't hold on to the knife anymore, but as it slipped out of his blood-slick grasp, he brought another hand up and hammered a punch at the guy's face. It landed with a satisfying smack. Kanjam Slam, thank you very much for the sub. All We're only 11 subs away. Ooh. McCraney planted his bleeding left hand against the man's chest and shoved. That got him a little room to maneuver. He tried to squirm farther away. The knife darted at him again. McCraney caught the wrist of the hand wielding it this time and forced it to the floor. The blade scraped over the tiles but didn't come loose from the man's grasp. McCraney's left hand was a mass of pain and didn't want to work now. He got that forearm under the guy's bearded chin and tried to force it back. He could feel his strength deserting him, though. His age and the blood he had lost already were working against him. He knew that 9 times out of 10, an older guy, no matter what shape he was in, couldn't match up with a fit, younger man. And this was not that 10th time. So he couldn't win a fair fight, but maybe he could win a dirty one. He kept his hold onto the guy's wrist and tried to ram a knee into his groin. The man twisted aside. Their legs tangled up. McCraney got a scissor grip on one and heaved. On one leg? The man yelled in pain, more than the move seemed to deserve. McCraney wondered wildly if that kick he'd landed had broken the bastard's shin. They flailed and writhed together on the floor, which was smeared thickly with blood by now. This was no carefully choreographed movie fight, where the moves were all graceful and the audience could tell what was going on. If there had been an audience in this office, they would have seen a bloody, awkward, desperate mess as the two men battled with life and death as the stakes. McCraney hung on to his opponent's wrist to keep the knife away from him while trying to use his other elbow to break the guy's ribs. He lifted that arm and slammed it down onto the man's torso again and again. Oh my gosh. Montezuma, thank you for gifting another sub. At the same time, the man punched at the chief's head with his left fist. McCraney's brain was already a little addled from hitting the wall and blacking out. The world spun crazily around him, as if it had tilted off its axis and gone flying off into space. He had to shrink the universe down to 2 primal items, keeping that knife away from him and hitting the guy with his elbow. The attacker stopped pummeling him and grabbed him by the throat instead. Purely by bad luck, the move caught McCraney between breaths, so he had barely any air in his lungs. Not enough to last more than a few seconds before he stood a good chance of passing out again. He had to force his badly slashed hand to work. It flopped like a dead fish as he managed to slap it across the man's face. He clawed at the man's eyes. That made him jerk away and loosened his grip on McCraney's throat. McCraney heaved up and tried to knee the bastard again. This time the blow slipped between the man's knees and crunched home. The guy screamed into McCraney's mangled palm. McCraney hit him again, letting his own pain and desperation fuel the vicious blow as he tried to drive the guy's balls all the way up into his throat. The man spasmed in agony. The knife slipped from his fingers and clattered about 6 inches along the floor. McCraney grabbed it, brought it up, and then down. The blade penetrated the man's chest, ripping through muscle and scraping on bone, and finally coming to rest with its entire length buried. The man bucked up from the floor again. Then his head fell back, and with a distant rattle, air gusted from his throat through his open, gaping mouth. McCraney knew the man was dead. The chief slumped forward as the last of his strength deserted him. So this is basically the analog of the stairwell fight in Die Hard, the first kill, when it's like all sloppy and messy and it's like there's a lot of tussling. Yeah. Except it's not Jake doing it. I guess Jake already had a couple of fights. Anyway, all right. The chief slumped forward as the last of his strength deserted him. He kept his good hand wrapped around the knife handle, but it didn't matter now. The fight was over. Yeah, Casino Royale bathroom fight. Yeah, some movies have nice sloppy fights. With the ball hitting, though, you got to go with They Live, right? With the ball bashing. Oh, White Rabbit Object has gifted 10 more subs. Unlocking another chapter. Right at the end of this one, too, there's like one more page. Let's see here. Okay, McCraney's chest hurt, but not as bad as his wounded hand. His head throbbed, too. He was in bad shape, no doubt about that, but he was better off than the son of a bitch who jumped him, and he took a savage satisfaction in that. The man must have killed Charlie Hodges, McCraney thought, as the primitive self-preservation instinct that had gripped him during battle began to recede, and his brain started to function better again. Then the guy had hung around somewhere nearby and kept an eye on the shed to see if his crime was going to be discovered. When McCraney broke in here and found the groundskeeper's body, he had targeted himself for death. That left the question of why the man had murdered Charlie, and he was beyond answering that now. His eyes were just as sightless as Charlie's as they stared towards the ceiling. Okay. McCraney realized as he pushed himself up off the corpse. Weird way to phrase that. He rolled to the side so that he wound up half sitting, half lying with his shoulder propped against the desk. Blood still welled from the deep cut in his left palm. He used his right hand to fumble out a handkerchief from his pocket and wrapped it around the injured hand, pulling tight as he could, then closing the fingers around it. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he tried to find his walkie-talkie. It wasn't on his belt anymore, having gotten knocked off during the fight. McCraney bit back a groan of despair. His sight was blurry as he peered around, but he spotted the walkie lying just under the corner of the desk within reach. He took hold of it and lifted it with a trembling hand. Sick nasty, you're right. This isn't Zelda. Not yet, anyway. We're reading the conservative action novel Trigger Warning as part of the subathon. Maybe he could figure out later who the guy was and why he'd killed Charlie Hodges. That was his job after all, but he couldn't do that if he sat here and bled to death. He thumbed the talk button on the walkie and said, This is Chief McCraney. I need help at the groundskeeper's shed. And that's the end of that chapter, but luckily, we've unlocked the next one already. So here, Shin, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. Let me go ahead and rotate the counters. Beautiful. All right, let's get into the next chapter right now. So let me sip on some water first. Yeah, it's basically the same. It's about one hero's noble goal to save the world. Chapter 23. Were you waiting right here for me to show up? Jake asked Natalie as he stepped off the escalator at the bottom. She laughed. Get over yourself, big man. You think I have nothing better to do than wait for you? No, it was just a coincidence. I was walking by here and happened to look up and see you. Once I did, I thought I might as well wait for you so you wouldn't have to look for me. That's a good story, Jake said with a grin. I'll reserve judgment on whether or not I believe it or not. Whatever. You just go right ahead and do that. Come on. I have my work spread out for me on one of the tables over here. She led him into the study area. Jake was tall enough that he could see over some of the low sets of shelves dividing that part of the library's lower floor. He spotted a familiar face and recognized the kid who had given him the unedited video, Pierce Connors. Pierce was sitting with a group of students, one of whom was a young Middle Eastern guy. Notice that, did you, Jake? Notice that? Notice that specifically? Army man Jake? Okay. Jake knew a lot of people would say it was racist of him, but Mr. Sedentary, thank you for gifting 3 subs. Thank you. Thank you for that. I gotta get in some deep breaths before I see what the rest of this stupid sentence is. Okay. But whenever he saw somebody like that, he always felt himself tense up inside for a second. Too many people who looked like that guy had shot at him or tried to blow him up. Once you'd lived with something like that for months, it took a long time for the instincts developed during such an experience to fade. Natalie's laptop was sitting open on one of the tables with a number of papers and some thick books sitting around it. Jake gestured at the books and said, "I figured you'd be completely paperless. Aren't old-fashioned books supposed to be bad for the environment?" Literally no one says that, Jake. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Old-fashioned is right. Many of these books were written 80, 90, or even 100 years ago. Some of them even more. Nearly all the old texts and statute books, and legal histories haven't been digitized yet. Maybe they will someday, but for now, I have to use what exists. That makes sense. Jake started to pull her chair out for her and then stopped and said, "Wait a minute, I'm not doing anything... I'm not supposed to do anything polite like that, am I?" Holding a woman's chair for her is a patriarchal microaggression, but I'll let it slide. This time. Natalie's smile and the twinkle in her eyes took out any sting of those words. As she sat down and Jake walked around to the other side of the table, her expression grew solemn as she went on. "How did the meeting go with President Pelletier?" "Well, he didn't have security remove me from the campus, so that's one thing to be grateful for, I suppose." "Thank you for gifting 5 subs, Gibby. Gibby 301, thank you very much. Contributing to the arts, I appreciate it." "I'm not sure I know what I want anymore. He got plenty upset with me, though. The spit was flying." Natalie laughed, then immediately looked contrite. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't do that. It's not funny, the things that have happened to you recently, Jake. It's just that I see the poor old man. It's just that I can see the poor old man. I bet his face got really red." "It did," Jake said. "I got out of there before he could have a stroke." "Well, I'm glad. That would have been terrible." "Yeah, I don't have anything against the guy personally. We just don't see eye to eye. No surprise. My politics don't seem to agree with anyone's here at Kilton. I bet there are a few conservatives besides me, though. They just haven't owned up to it yet, and I can't say as I blame them." He looked intently at Natalie. "You and I have never actually talked politics, you know." That's literally all they've done. They don't talk about anything else. It's just like, it's funny how much the fantasy has to be reinforced too, that actually everyone really agrees with you. They're just afraid of the liberals. It can't possibly be that it's just like an outdated way of thinking that's actually just like going away, hopefully. Sorry. Core conservatism, probably fine. But Jesus Christ, all the other cultural shit that comes along with it. Don't need that. Anyway, yes, he's brave. He's the only one brave enough to not care what people think. That's the problem. Everyone else cares too much. They're all just doing it so that people say that they're right. I may have just gotten triggered, actually. I just got snowflaked. I'm the triggered one. Okay. Okay, so they haven't talked politics, as far as Jake can tell. "I know," she said, "and I'd just as soon keep it that way." "That's all right. I don't mind liberals, as long as they're fair and honest. I just haven't run into many who fit that description." "I never said I was a liberal or a conservative." Her voice had a bit of a sharp edge to it now, so Jake held his hands up and said, "All right, point taken. And you're right, the last thing I want to do is turn into one of those people who filter everything through an ideological lens. I say we concentrate on the things we know we agree on and not worry about everything else." "And what is it we agree on?" "Well, that kiss was pretty nice." "Yes, it was," Natalie said, and Jake was both surprised and gratified to see that she was blushing a little. It was an unexpected reaction these days, but a charming one. She looked down at the laptop and then said, "All right, I have work to do. This wasn't a date. You said you usually study at this time of day." "Yep." Jake took out his phone. "I actually uploaded some notes on here so I can go over them. He opened the app and started reading. Natalie flipped through documents and books, and from time to time scribbled something on a piece of paper or typed something into a laptop. The silence between them stretched out, but it was a comfortable one, and Jake found himself enjoying it. If you had to study, he thought, you might as well do it sitting across the table from a beautiful redhead. Okay, and now we got a break. Chunk. Switching perspectives here. Matthias Foster came out of the men's room on the first floor of the administration building in jeans, a pullover shirt, and a light jacket instead of the groundskeeper's coveralls he had been wearing earlier in his pose as Rick Overman. The civilian clothes had been in a taped-up cardboard carton he had carried into the building as if he were delivering something. No one had glanced twice at him. After changing, he had stuffed the coveralls in the trash can in the bathroom. By the time anyone discovered them there, it would be too late to make any difference. In several different locations across campus, his men, who had pretended to be a part of the groundskeeping crew, were carrying out similar actions. When they left the buildings where they had changed clothes, they would drift towards the Burr Memorial Library, the way Foster was doing now. A cardboard carton is not a box. He hid the clothes in a box. I think even on a college campus, you can probably just carry clothes in somewhere and nobody would be like, hey, what you got there? Are those pants? Where are you going with those pants, man? You can't just carry pants around. Sure, whatever. It's like the vestiges of a heist scene, right? Their plan is unfolding, but it doesn't make any sense. All right, whatever. He had been working at Kelton College for a couple months. It was possible that some of the students and faculty members he had passed on the way thought he looked familiar. But he hadn't made any real friends on the campus, and no one paid any attention to him as he walked towards the library. They probably took him for another student. He was older than most of the student body, but there was always older students at a college, sometimes a lot older than him. And he actually had been a student at Kelton not all that long ago. He had earned an academic scholarship, a full ride. He had arrived on campus full of ambition and anticipation, ready to not only further his education, but make a difference in this world as well. Kelton was populated by those who shared his progressive ideals, his zeal to change the world for the better, his loathing for everything old and reactionary. Okay, we're getting an insight into the villain's motivations here. This is going to be good. It hadn't taken him long, however, to realize that they loathed him too because he was poor. Their commitment to diversity and equality didn't extend to boys from squalid little oil field towns like the one Foster came from, no matter how smart they were. Okay, so he's mad that the liberals are the wealthy elite only. There's definitely not a populist aspect to liberalism. No. That's why liberals want to fucking increase taxes because they're the party of the rich people? Whatever, man. It's whatever. Like, you can just put the word liberal on whatever you don't. I'm not getting triggered. I'm not. Nope, not me. Yeah, liberals hate the poors. Medicare for all? Fuck them poors. Basically the same thing. Anyway. With his passion for learning and disdain for sports and hard work and his, quote, liberal notions, he had never fit in back in his hometown. It should have been different at Kelton, but although the reasons were different, most of the people there seemed to despise him as well. He had joined all the right groups, said all the right things, and firmly believed what he was saying, but none of it seemed to make any difference. The world was filled with assholes no matter where you went, and there were only two things that really made any difference to them: money and power. For the most part, those two things went hand in hand. If you had enough money, you had enough power. Simple as that. Matthias Foster was smart. Always had been. It didn't take him long to realize what he had to do. He had almost reached the library when the burner phone in his shirt pocket chimed to let him know he had a message. He stopped and frowned. Everyone was supposed to be in position and radio silence now, which included text messages. Foster took out the phone and checked the screen. His heart jumped a little when he saw the message. When he saw the message from Kurt Nevins, who he had left keeping an eye on the groundskeeper's shed, just in case anyone came poking around there. Okay, so we're down Kurt. Kurt's out. He opened the message and read, "Chief McCraney going into shed. We'll stop him." Oh no. Foster said under his breath. He tapped into the phone. Eliminate at all costs. Foster checked the time. 0 hour, if you could call it that, was less than 15 minutes away. But there was still time enough for Frank McCraney to discover all those bodies in the shed and rouse the campus. Foster believed that he had allowed for enough contingencies that it shouldn't matter if McCraney did that, but it was better not to run the risk. Things could still go wrong despite all of his planning. Nevins didn't respond to the message, so Foster didn't know if he had gotten it or not. He would just have to trust to luck and hope that Nevins would take care of the threat. There was no time to do anything else. Foster slipped the phone back into his pocket and went briskly up the steps, across the porch, and into the library. The self-checkout stations were to his right as he went into the main entrance. Behind them, a long reference desk where student assistants worked. Oh my God, this sentence is weird. Oh, Fearless Nomad. Thanks for gifting 5 more subs. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Thank you. Beyond them, a long reference desk where student assistants worked, something that hadn't changed in decades. That's a fragment. One of his people was behind the desk, put in a place at the first of the semester like a dozen others in various positions of trust and responsibility across the campus. At least 2 of Foster's followers were in all the main buildings, and like him, they were prepared to risk their lives to accomplish the objective. He had an even larger number of allies here at the library. It was the centerpiece of the entire plan, with more students, faculty members, and staff on hand during a normal day than in any other single building at Kelton College. Oh, Montezuma, thank you for gifting out 5 more. Really appreciate that. So good. Each one is 10% of a new chapter. And also, yes, no ads. No ads for 5 more lucky recipients. Do love to see it. He was confident in the people he had in the administration building, the various classroom buildings, and the residence halls, but taking the library was the crux of everything. How could it be anything else since he was here? He was the mastermind of everything that was going to happen today. He went into the first floor men's room and locked the door behind him with a key provided by one of the maintenance crew who was part of his group. Nobody was at the urinals, but a student was coming out of one of the stalls. The guy didn't make eye contact with Foster since men seldom acknowledged another man's presence in a restroom. He just went to one of the sinks to wash his hands, which made it easy for Foster to take him from behind, reaching around to lock an arm around the young man's throat, so a twist and heave snapped his neck. The young man sagged, dead weight now, even though he was still alive. He wouldn't be for long, though, since his lungs no longer worked. He would die of suffocation in minutes. Foster dragged him into one of the stalls, propped him on the toilet, and left him there. Yeah, you could have just let him leave. Just walk up to a urinal and wait. He was washing his hands. Oh my gosh. Franny's, thank you very much for gifting 5 subs. Appreciate that. Hello, Zidonia. Yeah, he's the bad guy. He's got to kill somebody like a student. Just whistling. But thank you very much for gifting. Thank you. Then Foster pulled the trash can away from the wall at the end of the row of sinks and climbed up on it. He lifted one of the ceiling tiles and reached inside with his other hand, closing it around the canvas bag the same maintenance man had placed there last night. The same maintenance man? The guy he just killed, or himself? I'm not sure what he's talking to. Who knows? He pulled the bag out and jumped down to the floor again. Inside the drawstring bag was a Glock 9mm pistol with loaded magazine already in the butt, plus 8 more loaded magazines. There were other ammunition caches scattered around the library if they became necessary. His people had been working on this for weeks. Planning and patience. Those were the keys to an operation like this. Somebody banged on the bathroom door and said, "What the hell?" Foster tucked the Glock into his waistband at the small of his back, under the jacket, and stashed the loaded magazines in various pockets. I like how he put 8 magazines of ammo into various pockets. And he's wearing like jeans and a shirt, I think. Anyway, various pockets. Then he unlocked the door and said, "Sorry, man. We had a bad plumbing problem in here." The guy was in a hurry and didn't seem to notice that Foster wasn't dressed like a maintenance man. He pushed past, heading for one of the stalls. Foster took out the Glock and slammed it on the back of his head, knocking him to his knees. I love it. Another hard, swift blow made the guy pitch forward, out cold. Foster left him there, put the gun away, stepped out of the restroom, and locked the door behind him. A student would be unconscious for a little while, but stuck in the locked bathroom like that, he might actually be one of the lucky ones. Where he was, he stood a lot less chance of getting shot. Of course, he still might get blown up. Dropping coy hints about what the hell they're up to. With a pleasant half smile on his face, Foster walked away from the restroom and toward the escalators. One of the campus cops was strutting around near them with an angry, arrogant expression on his face, a living symbol of the establishment oppression that Foster had once wanted to do away with, too, before he'd realized what he really needed was something else entirely. The guy glanced at Foster but didn't really pay attention to him. Foster was used to that. On the way to the escalator, he also passed a couple of his guys. They made eye contact only for a fraction of a second, and the nods they gave him were so tiny and quick, most people would have missed them. Ooh, tactical tech nods. But they were enough to tell Foster that they had retrieved the weapons that had been hidden for them. He reached the escalator and started down to the lower floor. Actually, there were more people down here than on the ground floor. This was the real hub of the library, where students came to study or work on projects or just hang out. When he was halfway down the escalator, Foster looked around and spotted the members of his inner circle spread around the big room. Hank was to his left, over the stacks. Wait, I thought we lost Hank. Well, whatever. I thought Hank was the one sending the messages from the shack. Fearless Nomad, thanks for gifting out 7 subs. It's a good amount. I appreciate that. It's very generous of you. All right, Hank was to his left, over near the stacks. Jimmy was to the right. Carlos, straight ahead, sitting in an armchair, pretending to be doing something on his phone. Or was it Kevin? Oh, I don't know. And there was Lucy, sweet Lucy, right where she was supposed to be. Of course, the bad guy's banging the one evil woman. She glanced up, and their eyes met across the intervening distance. Foster frowned slightly as he realized she didn't look as eager and ready to neutralize any threat as he had hoped she would be. It was way too late to be having any second thoughts or cold feet about the plan now. Foster knew that, and knew that no matter what Lucy's state of mind was, the rest of them had no choice but to carry on. Oh, and 2 more subs, Fearless Nomad. Thank you very much. Because this was the time, he thought as he slipped his phone... Because this was the time, he thought, as he slipped his phone from his pocket with his left hand and checked the hour. What? Oh, because this was the time, he thought, as he... It starts a new paragraph with a sentence fragment. Frustrating. As he slipped his phone from his pocket with his left hand and checked the hour. He entered 9 digits of a telephone number, but not the 10th one that would complete the call. This had been checked out thoroughly. Cell service was actually... Hold on a minute. Was actually sketchy inside the library, but it was good enough for his purposes. We got an IED here. He held the phone in his left hand and reached behind him under his jacket with the right. As he stepped off the escalator at the bottom, he pulled the Glock free, pointed it at the ceiling, and triggered 2 shots. Pa pa! The gun thunder was deafening in this confined space, but Foster had earplugs in to protect his hearing with their decibel-activated circuitry. They allowed him to still hear sounds at a non-damaging level, so he was able to hear the sudden terrified screams that instantly followed the shots. "Everyone do as you're told!" He shouted loud, enough for his voice to carry across the entire lower floor. "Otherwise, we're all going to die!" El Solo, thank you for the sub. Yes, this is the villain. Yes. Matthias Foster. The villain. He just killed a dude in the bathroom for no reason. But yeah, thanks for gifting out a lot of no ads. That ends chapter 23. So, chapter 23 concluded. Now, the next extension is a double chapter extension. So, the next time we get a sub extension in 16 subs, that'll be 2 chapters. But for now, I'm going to eat food. I'm going to eat food. So, I'm going to be away for a little bit. We'll see what happens. Captain Davis, you had corn dogs and tater tots. Very nice. I have some food sitting over on the counter for me, so I'm excited to eat that. Got to wake up in 3 hours. Oof, you better get in a nap then. But I'll be right back. Hey, I just want to say again, thank you everyone for watching so far. This book is really ramping up. We finally had some gunfire. We got multiple, the body count is shooting up. And soon Jake Rivers is going to have to defend freedom. Second Amendment style. Although he seems to mostly want to beat up people with his hands. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know if Jake Rivers is going to shoot someone before the... It's got to be Natalie, right? She's going to have to shoot Matthias at the end to prove that she's ready to defend the homestead. Second Amendment style. I don't know. Second Amendment style. Good stuff. All right. I'm going to go eat some food. And then I'll come back with either Zelda or more book, depending on how it goes. But I'm excited. I'm excited. And again, thank you everyone for your generosity. We have 2 chapters to go here. The bad guys had tactically infiltrated the college. He's got men in every building. And now the bad guy, Matthias Foster, has gone down after killing a student for no reason. Just just choked him out, snapped his neck. Has gone into the basement library where Army Ranger Jake Rivers is studying quietly with his new lover, Dr. Natalie Burke. Although the book didn't say that they had sex because we have to believe that they're still good conservative folks. Hey, what's up, Dirty Rainbows? So let's see. Yes, 2 chapters this break. God, where are we? Oh yeah, so really the action's just heating up. Can we get a recap of what happened last time? It's exactly what I was doing. Yeah, pretty much that. The terrorists have infiltrated. They've started their plan. They haven't said what the plan is. They've implied there might be a bomb. And we got a little insight into the villain's mind. He was a young liberal, came to college, only to find that the big rich liberals were snooty and didn't like him. So now he's going to teach them all about terrorism, I guess. How many left? How many chapters left? Like 18, I think. All right, chapter 24. Cal Granderson was still muttering to himself as he walked around the first floor of the library. Chief McCraney was the boss, sure, but that didn't give him the right to banish Granderson here. That was what it felt like, for sure, banishment. The library was the dullest place on campus. A student walked past Granderson on the way to the escalators. Granderson looked in that direction, but was only vaguely aware of the guy. His brain was full of resentment over the way the chief had treated him, and in front of a civilian, too. That just made it worse. Granderson had thought it over. He hadn't thought of much else since the incident, and he was still convinced that he had done the right thing. That delivery man had broken the law and deserved the ticket. And once he started arguing with a duly appointed representative of the law, he deserved whatever happened to him. Simple as that. Couldn't have people being defiant to law enforcement. That way lay anarchy. Except, of course, in cases where the law was just being used as dupes by a fascist government. Then it was a true patriot's duty to resist, be it by hashtags or other more direct methods. Hashtags. I resist authority with this hashtag. Earlier, while he was taking a turn through the lower level, Granderson had spotted Jake Rivers sitting at a table with a good-looking red-haired woman, which was annoying enough to start with. Granderson thought the woman was one of the professors here, and that just made it worse. This character's so weird. I don't know, whatever. He's like a secret frothing liberal. But also, it's like it's a way for them to pin police brutality on liberals, I think. It's like it's really the liberal police that do the brutalizing, you know? That's why. No, Ape, this is not out satire as far as I know. Oh boy. Okay, let's see here. He didn't believe that students and teachers should be involved with each other like that, although there was a long history of such things happening on campuses everywhere. It was against the Kelton College Code of Conduct, though, which meant, in a way, that Rivers and the woman were lawbreakers. John Golb, thanks for the sub. Ooh, 36 months. 3 years, thank you very much. Granderson wished there was such a thing as giving a ticket for illegal fornicating. If there was, should be if there were. He would have slapped down one in front of Rivers and the woman in a blink of an eye. Now that's a real Barney Fife thing for sure. Wishing that there was a ticket for getting laid. It just wasn't fair that a guy could be such a racist, sexist, homophobic bigot and still get a woman who looked like that. Va-va-boom. Granderson was brooding about that, as well as the delivery man and Chief McCraney, when the walkie-talkie clipped to his belt just in front of the stun gun crackled to life. He unclipped it and lifted it in time to hear the strained tones of the chief's voice as he called for help at the groundskeeper's shed. Granderson's fingers tightened on the walkie as he picked up on the pain in McCraney's voice. Something was very wrong. He whirled around and started for the main entrance doors at a fast trot. He hadn't reached them when two guys suddenly got in front of him. "Get out of the way!" Granderson yelled at them as he waved the hand holding the walkie-talkie. "Damn it, get out!" Somewhere behind him, 2 shots blasted. Pa-pa! So loud, they seemed to shake the whole big building. Granderson stopped short, his feet skidding a little underneath him, and turned his head to stare in that direction. People were screaming down on the lower level, so it seemed pretty obvious that was where the shooting came from. Someone shouted, but Granderson couldn't make out the words. He heard a man behind say, "Nobody's going anywhere, cop." That made him twist back towards the entrance. He was in time to see one of the men who had blocked his path a few seconds earlier lunging at him. The man had a gun in his hand. Granderson dropped the walkie-talkie and grabbed for his stun gun, but he had no chance to pull the weapon from its holster. The man crashed the pistol against his head and knocked him backward off his feet. Granderson had been hit hard enough to knock the wind out of him and slid a few feet on the polished floor. Horrible pain filled his head. He was disoriented and for a few heartbeats couldn't have said where he was or what he was going on. Or what he was going on? Or what was going on? Oy. All he knew was that he was hurt and stunned. Then a kick thudded into his ribs, bringing him even more pain but jolting him back to a sort of clarity at the same time. As he started to curl up around the agony in his side, he felt someone jerk the stun gun out of the holster. He was unarmed now, and in the shape he was in, utterly useless too. That knowledge was a bitter taste filling his mouth. One of the men looming above him said, "Stay down, cop, if you know what's good for you." Fury flooded through Granderson, for a moment overwhelming the pain and confusion he felt. Nobody could talk to him like that, especially one of those smart-ass college kids. He was as good as any of them, if only they would see that. Unarmed or not, he started trying to struggle to his feet. "I told you, you stupid son of a bitch." Granderson saw a hand holding a gun slashing towards his head again. He dived at a pair of legs in front of him, shoulders rammed against knees, and that knocked the guy off balance enough that the gun smashed down on Granderson's back instead of his head. It still hurt like hell, but it didn't put him out. He grabbed a hold of the legs and heaved. With a startled yelp, the man went over backward. Granderson scrambled ahead and tried to get on top of him. He figured the other guy probably had a gun too, but maybe he wouldn't risk using it for fear of hitting his friend. Granderson was fighting mostly on instinct, but he was thinking clearly enough to realize that much anyway. He got a hand on the gun and tried to tug it free. He didn't know what else might be going on in the library, trouble no doubt about that, but he couldn't deal with anything else right now. He had his hands full wrestling with this one man, hoping to get the gun away so that he would have a chance to deal with the other one. That cloud on the head had weakened him, though, and left him not operating at peak efficiency. The man he was grappling with lifted a knee into his belly, assuring that he couldn't get any air into his body to replace the air he'd lost when he hit the floor. Gasping, Granderson desperately clung to the gun with one hand and the man's wrist with the other. He tried to wrench the weapon free, so hard that he sobbed with the effort. Then another terrific impact struck the back of his head. I thought he was on the... Whatever. He didn't have time to wonder if he had been shot or merely pistol whipped again. He didn't try to figure out what was going on here in the library or even venture a guess whether he was going to live or if he was already dead. He just plummeted into blackness that seemed never-ending. All right. Skip. Oh, wait. Ads just started. Perfect timing, actually. Agent, you're going to go see Cocaine Bear? Nice. Why are we reading this book? Because I don't know. I like garbage novels, Cubs. It's literature. It's a book, so it has to be smart, right? I don't know. I think I read an excerpt of it online one day. So I bought it on Kindle, and then I read like the first quarter of it, and I was like, oh my God, this is incredible. Is there news on Twitch requiring more ads from streamers? I haven't seen anything about that. Why? What's the folk talk about? Did you finish all the Doom novels? I did. In fact. That was a wild ride. And it didn't really like end either. It didn't really end. It just kind of went and then it stopped. Just like a good story does. Yeah, Bacon. I did read chunks of it. I don't know if it was on Hardnet, but it was on the podcast. I highlighted certain sections for people to read. Dirty Dimmy, thanks for gifting a sub. Okay, ads done. Thank you for your patience in watching them. All right, Cal Granderson has been knocked out. He got a little fight in because he's still a cop, so he can't go out like a total bitch. But he's gone. He's out. Who knows what's happening? The Doom novels are not good. No, they're pretty unhinged. Like, they're a fun read, but I wouldn't call them good. All right, line break. We're moving perspectives now. Pierce Connors bolted to his feet when he heard those shots. He was close enough to them that his ears rang from the thunderous reports. He jerked his head from side to side as he looked around, searching for the shooter. He supposed that after all the horrible mass shootings of the past few years, anyone who spent time at a school or anywhere else large crowds gathered had to feel a little shiver of apprehension now and then. You couldn't help but wonder if at any moment somebody was drawing a bead on you. Would you even know what was going on, or would you just go on to whatever was on the other side without ever knowing what had happened? Would everything just be over in less than the blink of an eye, like somebody turning off a switch? Elsewhere on the library's lower level, people started to scream. A few ran here and there, aimlessly because they didn't know who they were running from or where they were running to. Most people hunkered down right where they were, though, hoping and praying they wouldn't wind up as targets for whoever was doing the shooting. Jenny was one of the screamers. Clark lunged towards her, wrapped his arms around her, and cried, "I'll protect you." Marjorie dived to the floor and tried to crawl under a table between the chairs and sofas. It wasn't big enough to conceal all of her, but it would provide some cover, which was better than nothing, Pierce supposed. I fucking knew they were gonna do a fat dig. I fucking knew it. It's like she couldn't. I thought they were gonna say she couldn't fit. But nope. Instead, they had to do that. It's just so mean-spirited, man. Fareed was on his feet too, looking around frantically, like Pierce was. In the past, he had talked about how he wished he could strike back at the great Satan, America, for the glory of Islam and the Prophet. But right now, he just looked scared. You know, when you're just hanging out, telling your homies about how you want to strike out at the great Satan. Blah, 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 blah. It's so stupid, man. Do they think these are people? No, they don't think they're people. This is all I said about to talk about. It's the great Satan. Okay. Where is he? Fareed asked. Pierce knew that he was talking about the shooter. There, he said, pointing as he suddenly caught sight of a man standing at the foot of the escalators with a pistol in his hand, pointing it towards the ceiling. The gunman was white, fairly young, and average-looking. Nothing about him shouted mass shooter. Pierce was far enough away that he couldn't make out all the details, but this guy didn't seem to have the creepy vibe that a lot of spree killers put out. He's just a public shooter you want to have a beer with. Seems like a friendly dude. I don't think we have a problem here. This guy seems chill. Fuck this fucking book. I can't believe it. His fucking battle instincts are coming to life because he's one of the conservatives. Only conservatives know what's really going on. No question but that he was the one... No question but that he was the one doing the shooting, though. No question that he was the one doing the shooting, though. I don't know why there's a but in there. He proved that by sending another round into the ceiling and shouting, "Everyone down on the floor!" Marjorie reached out from under the table and caught hold of Pierce's ankle. "You heard him," she said. "He'll shoot anybody standing up. Get down here." Over on one of the sofas, Jenny and Clark were still wrestling around. Jenny appeared to be panicking, but whether she was terrified of the shooter or of Clark, Pierce couldn't say. They slipped off the sofa, landed on the floor with a thud, and sprawled next to the table. At least they were out of the line of fire, if Clark could keep Jenny there. Marjorie tugged at Pierce's ankle and urged, "Come on!" Pierce looked over at Fareed, who glared defiantly and said, "I grovel to no American!" "Do what you want, man," Pierce said. He dropped to his knees and then fell forward onto his belly. Instinctively, he raised his hands and clasped them over the back of his head, as if that would protect him from a bullet. "Shut up and get down on the floor!" That was a different voice, coming from a different direction. Pierce was curious enough that he lifted his head a little to look. He saw a tall, broad-shouldered black guy who also held a pistol. The man lashed out with it and hit a male student who tried to scurry away from him. The student cried out in pain and went down. The second gunman grabbed another guy by the shirt collar and slung him down, then shoved a girl off her feet. He swung the pistol back and forth, menacing everyone around him as he ordered, again, "On the floor!" More shouts from elsewhere in the library. There were several of the gunmen, Pierce realized. They had just been waiting for the signal to begin their attack. I actually had to add the phrase "violent black man" to automod. That by itself got automodded. Literally 1984. I love automod, by the way. It's endearing. Oh boy, okay. As scared as he was, it wasn't easy to think straight, but he forced his brain to work as he tried to figure out what was going on here. Evidently, the gunman's objective wasn't mass murder. If all they wanted to do was pile up bodies, they would have continued shooting once they'd started. That seemed obvious to Pierce. They didn't mind killing, though. That was demonstrated a moment later when a student rushed the man at the bottom of the escalator yelling curses. The gunman leveled his pistol and pulled the trigger. The man charging at him stumbled, clapped a hand to his chest, and pitched forward. He didn't move again as Pierce watched, horrified at what he'd just seen. More people were screaming now. Several voices yelled for them to shut up. Pierce couldn't tell if those voices belonged to the gunman issuing orders or frightened people begging for calm so they wouldn't get shot. Maybe both were true. The only thing Pierce knew for sure as he looked down again at the floor, only a couple of inches from his eyes, was that this day, no matter how it had started, now had a good chance of being the last day of his life. Oh, chapter 25. This is the bonus chapter. Yes, drama. The good thing is that the book is sensitive. The good thing is that it's really empathizing with all of its characters and really driving home the reality of mass shootings and how vicious and terrible they are. You got to know more? Well, good, because people have gifted enough subs that we get to read the next chapter. Chapter 25. Old habits died hard. When Jake heard the shots, his first instinct was to hunt cover, the second to return fire. But he didn't have anything to shoot back with, and in that split second when his brain began to process what was going on, he realized that he was more concerned with Natalie's safety than with his own. He lunged across the table. Oh yeah, Die Hard, it was right in there. He lunged across the table, slid on the papers, knocked books and laptop aside, and grabbed her. The impact toppled her chair over. She cried out in surprise. He just did like a freaking John Woo slide across the table. Oh, man. She cried out in surprise. Jake twisted as they went down so that he hit the floor first and she landed on top of him instead of the other way around. His weight falling on her might have seriously injured her. But luckily, he's so beefy. He's so beefy. As soon as they were down, though, he rolled so he was on top, on hands and knees, shielding her body with his own. "Stay down," he told her through clenched teeth. "You'll be all right." "Jake, what?" "Shh. Don't say anything." He didn't want her drawing attention to himself, or him either. He wasn't sure what was going on here, but getting on the radar of a hostile with a gun was never a good thing. Yeah, big dick, too. So big. Jake looked around as best he could without raising his head too much. His senses were working overtime right now, attuned to everything that was happening around him. He heard shouting and screaming from other parts of the library's lower floor and realized that the man who'd come down the escalator and started shooting wasn't alone. He was the only one Jake could see from where he was, though, as he peered past a table leg and through a gap in the furniture toward the shooter. The man was around Jake's age, maybe a little older, somewhere between 25 and 30. 6'1", around 170, wiry, brown hair. Good looking in a cocky way. He seemed very self-composed, which was good, Jake thought. Wild-eyed panic would mean more shooting. This guy looked like he wouldn't pull the trigger unless he had a good reason. One of the students gave him a good reason by yelling and charging him. The gunman calmly shot him down, accurately enough to put the guy on the floor with one round. Jake's jaw tightened even more. That was a cold-blooded execution he had just witnessed. He had no doubt that the guy could kill him just efficiently and ruthlessly if he tried anything stupid. That meant when he made his move, it had to be a smart one, Jake told himself. His only weapon was the folding knife in his pocket. That wouldn't do him much good against 3, maybe more guns. He assumed that this guy's allies were armed at least as well as he was. The guy had a Glock 17 9mm from the looks of it. He had fired 3 rounds. That meant he could have 14 or 15 shots depending on whether there had been one in the chamber when he loaded a full magazine. And Jake wouldn't be the least bit surprised that the guy had at least half a dozen loaded magazines in his pockets, just waiting for him to switch them out if he needed to. So there was a lot of firepower in here, at least relatively speaking, because Kelton College, like a lot of private colleges and universities, was a so-called gun-free zone. That whole concept was one of the stupidest things Jake had ever heard of. A glaring neon sign of an invitation for evil to march right in and have its way, unchecked. But that was the situation, and wishing it was different was pointless. More than likely, nobody in the building was carrying. Even the campus cops who worked for Frank McCraney just carried stun guns, nothing lethal. Which meant that if Jake was going to fight back successfully against these bastards, he needed to get his hands on one of their guns. "Quiet down," the gunman yelled. "Everybody just shut up." He had to repeat the order several times at the top of his lungs before the racket began to die away. The screaming gradually stopped, but when it did, Jake could still hear people sobbing and whimpering. Somewhere not too far away, somebody said an obscenity over and over again in a terrified whisper. It grew quiet enough in the library for the gunman to be heard. Wait, what? Oh, it's just a random... Just a random side. Okay. It grew quiet enough in the library for the gunman to be heard all over the big room as he said, "All right, now that you know that we mean business, we're not terrorists or fanatics if that's what you're thinking. We didn't come here today to hurt anybody. But as you've seen, we'll do whatever is necessary in order to achieve our objective. Our group is large, spread out all over the campus and committed to our cause. We're not only willing to kill in order to do what's right, but we're also willing to die ourselves if that's what it takes to make America wake up." Under his breath, Jake said to Natalie, I thought he claimed he wasn't a terrorist or a fanatic. Sounds like it to me." She didn't say anything. Her eyes were wide, and she was breathing hard. He knew she must be scared out of her wits. "I'm sure you're all wondering what it is we want," the gunman went on. He was well-spoken, Jake thought. Probably smart and well-educated too, although you couldn't really tell that by the way somebody talked. In the service, he had run across guys who sounded like they didn't have enough brain cells to rub together, yet they were actually some of the most intelligent people he had ever met. However, his instincts told him this man was no dummy. And that made him even more dangerous in the long run. Oh man, his instincts. Something about this guy. Okay. It's really very simple. The only way anyone leaves this campus today without more bloodshed is if $100 million is transferred into an offshore bank account, the number of which I'll provide to the authorities in due time. That's a 1 with 8 zeros after it, for those of you who believe math is racist. The man chuckled, of all things. And I know there are some of you in here right now who believe that. Trust me, I can see your point. Racism really is systemic in this country. Which brings me to my next point. We're not demanding that the government pay that $100 million. No, it needs to come from the families of students here at Kelton College. There are approximately 300,000 students enrolled here. That means, and again, I'll help out the math challenged among you, that each of their families would have to come up with less than $35,000. He smirked, waved his free hand, and the gun in his other hand never wavered as he went on. Most of the families you come from are 1%ers, old money, dirty money, money made on the backs of the common people, wrung out of them along with their sweat and blood. He didn't sound quite so self-controlled now as he heated up. Seriously, are you going to try to tell me that your parents can't just sit down and write a check for that much and never miss it? You know I'm right! This guy might be a killer, but what he said was true, Jake thought. A semester's tuition, housing, and other expenses could easily add up to that much or more. A lot of parents paid it again and again so their darling little snowflakes could get degrees in intersectional feminism or gender studies. Although in this day and age, it would have to be gender fluid studies. Yeah, he's got time. He's got time to dunk on gender fluidity in the middle of a hostage situation. Jake's always got some spare IQ to dunk on the libs. Fucking love it. All right. Now, I know what you're thinking, the gunman went on. Some of your families can't afford that much. They really can't. You're here on scholarships or have managed some other way, and I believe you. I know there are students here at Kelton who don't fit in, who don't come from stereotypically filthy rich families. You've probably felt oppressed because of it, too. In that moment, Jake had a ray of insight into the gunman's personality. He had come from that sort of background. He was speaking from experience. Jake could hear it in his voice. So I'm not asking your families to pay. I don't want to ruin anyone. So it was I now, not we. That told Jake this guy really was the mastermind of the plan, not just a mouthpiece. And I'm sure there are some students who don't happen to be on campus right now. They'll know to stay away, too, because, hell, there have to be at least a dozen phones in here sending all this out to the rest of the world, right? It's breaking news across the country. That's fine. Nobody's going to shoot you because you're using a phone. We want the rest of the country, the rest of the world, to know what's going on here today. He had to pace back and forth a little. His emotions were high. His nerves were taut. Like his butt. Jake could tell that. Now, we all know that if someone's kid was lucky enough to be somewhere else today, they're not going to come up with the money to save somebody else's kid. Am I right? He's really thought through this. They don't care that all of you might die. They don't care about anybody but themselves and their families. They've proven that over and over again by supporting cuts in taxes and social programs that have ripped the safety net out from under countless people and let thousands die just so they can pack a few bucks into their bank accounts. They're heartless bastards! He jabbed at the index finger of his free hand in the air in front of him several times. You know it's true! You know it! With a visible effort, he controlled himself and went on in a calmer tone. So, I'm not even going to ask those people to help save you. It wouldn't do any good. Just wasted effort to ask them have a heart and help out those less fortunate than them. So where does that leave us? Well, if you subtract the families who truly can't afford it, and the ones who are too uncaring to pitch in because they never pitched in to pay their fair share of taxes, did they? And the families who might have more than one kid attending here, can't forget them. I figured that leaves us with about 2,000 families that need to come up with some cash. They only have to average 50 grand apiece, And I know that there are a lot of them who can do much more than that. So here's how it's going to work. The government will set up a special bank account. I don't care where, it doesn't matter. And your parents or guardians or what have you are going to transfer money into that account. And I want documentation of where every penny comes from. That's very important. No tax dollars ripped off from the middle class are going into this account. Only money from the oligarchs who have taken over this country. When the account reaches $100 million, which it has until 5 o'clock this afternoon to do, no later, that money will be transferred into the account I specify, and the documentation showing where all the money came from will be delivered to my representatives as well. If everything checks out and nobody tries any tricks, we'll leave. And a short time later, you'll all be free to go on about your business. How are we going to get away, you ask? Nobody had, but Jake was a little interested in that question himself. Nobody's going to try to stop us, the gunman went on. We'll be taken to the airport in Austin where a jet will be waiting to fly us out of the country. When we've landed where we're going, and the flight shouldn't take much more than about 3 hours, it'll all be over and you'll all be safe. But until then, he cocked his head a little to the side and grinned. Well, until then, we're all going to be in a little bit of danger. Because you see, my friends and I have planted bombs all over this campus. And it'll take is one signal from a detonator to blow Kelton College. And all of you are right off the freaking map. And that's the end of chapter 25. This is literally toy soldiers. I don't remember if the invaders and toy soldiers had like... Were they trying to stick it to the elites? Dun dun. Da, la, 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 la. This was a bonus extension, right? Or am I wrong? I'm relying on chat to tell me the truth. It is a bonus. Yeah, I thought so. From disturbing mass shooting writing to this cartoonishly god complex villain real quick. Yeah, it's the best. Yeah, you get another. Okay. You're trusting us? I am. Just keep reading. I will. Chapter 26. McCraney must have passed out at some point from shock and loss of blood. He remembered calling for help over the walkie-talkie, and then the next thing he knew, one of his guys was kneeling in front of him, cursing in surprise for a moment before saying, "Good Lord, Chief, what happened here?" McCraney's wounded hand still hurt like fire, but the pain in his head and his chest had receded to dull aches. He lifted his good hand and pointed. "Jolly Hodges. Dead behind the desk, don't know where. The rest of his guys, they're probably dead, too." "I called for an ambulance, Chief." The young officer's face was blurry and McCraney didn't recognize him at first. Then his vision cleared a little and he could make out enough of the guy's face to tell that he was Jeff Bagley, who had been working here at Kelton under McCraney for several years. Bagley went on. "Who's this guy?" McCraney realized he was talking about the dead man with the knife still sticking up out of his chest. "He tried to kill me. Guess he figured I was a harmless old man." Bagley blew out of breath. That's the third time that's happened. Third character that's blown out of breath. Jeff Bezos. I was wondering if George Soros was going to get name dropped in this book. Bagley blew out of breath, then shook his head. "Not hardly. Did he kill Mr. Hodges?" "Don't know. Must have. Or had something to do with it anyway." McCraney wasn't breathing as hard now. He could tell that despite the injury and the infirmities of age, he was getting his body and his mind back under control again. Iron will and the habits of a lifetime had a lot to do with that. He wasn't going to let some punk get the best of him, and he sure as hell wasn't going to allow trash like that to put him under. There's a lot of this book that's just kind of like, they're just special. Like they think different, built different. All the conservatives are built different. All the liberals are weenie, teeny beanie, stupid idiots. Yeah, real men. Real men. And also Natalie, who likes real men. Okay, anyway. Okay. I'll be all right, Jeff, he went on. You better be careful. That bastard could have friends around here somewhere. Yeah, Chief, I think you must be right, Bagley said. He looked like he was worried about more than McCraney's condition now. I had reports on the walkie-talkie when I was running over here. We got shots fired all over campus, sounds like. McCraney bit back a groan. Hodges' murder wasn't a random killing then. Kelton College was under some sort of coordinated attack by persons unknown. This was the sort of thing everybody in law enforcement had learned to dread over the past few decades of increasing political violence. Not the past few decades of mass shootings because of the lack of any kind of gun control. No. It's the escalation of political violence, you see. It's always like steered away. Just don't look at that. No, it's this over there. It's the liberals. Fucking ridiculous, man. I love it. I fucking love it. And always, like, every part of it has to reinforce flimsy worldviews. Have there been any explosions? Bagley shook his head. Not that I know of. You think it's terrorists, Chief? Must be if there's more than one or two of them. Then there have to be at least a dozen. From what I could tell over the walkie-talkie, our officers were responding, but there aren't enough of us to cover the whole campus in a situation like this. Bagley swallowed hard. Besides, we aren't equipped or trained to deal with terrorists. And neither was the Greenleaf PD, McCraney thought. Some of those officers probably had a little SWAT training. They'd come from and they had some tactical gear, but up against a large force, that wouldn't be enough. Call me the DPS, McCraney said. Tell them we need state troopers, rangers, whatever they could send us. Better call the FBI, too. The feds will want to get in on this. He closed his eyes for a second. We'll have the Homeland and ATF swarming all over. Better them than us, Chief. No offense. This is above our pay grade. That rankled McCraney, and the irritation gave him more strength. I noticed how, like, the real men get their power from antagonism and having their ego insulted. I've noticed that a couple of times. Like, dudes' power levels go up when they're not, like, king of the pile. Anyway, gave him strength, sure. Nothing that concerns the safety of this campus and its students is above my pay grade, he said as he sat up straighter. Get out there and find out what's going on, then report back to me. But Chief, you're hurt. And you've already called for help. The EMTs ought to arrive here soon. As if on cue, two men in the tan and brown uniforms of the local emergency medical service hurried into the office, both of them carrying bulky kits containing gear and equipment. McCraney recognized both of them. Chief McCraney, one of the men exclaimed. We didn't know you were the victim. I'm better off than that guy, McCraney said, nodding towards the man he'd killed. You don't need to waste any time on him. Yeah, I can see that. The EMT knelt beside McCraney and picked up his handkerchief-wrapped hand. Do you have any other injuries? I took a whack on the head, but I think I'm okay. Get the chief's vitals, said the man as he carefully... Oh, that's the man. Get the chief's vitals, said the man as he carefully unwound the blood-soaked handkerchief. And you get out of here and find out what's happening, McCraney told Bagley again. Well, I can tell you some of that, Chief, the EMT said. You have shots fired in multiple buildings, and there are reports of casualties as well. McCraney couldn't hold in the groan this time. With his good hand, he motioned for Bagley to go on. You're going to need a bunch of stitches here, said the EMT after he had uncovered the cut on McCraney's palm and taken a look at it. We need to get you to the hospital. I'll bandage it better. Can't you just, glue it shut or something? You can do that, can't you? Not a cut this deep. This is serious. Then just clean it up and bandage it the best you can and give me a shot of antibiotics or something. Because I'm not leaving the campus, not with all hell breaking loose like this. Damn it, Chief. Wait, who's talking right now? Damn it, Chief. You're not gonna be... Wait, what? You're not gonna be able to do anybody any good here. As much blood as you've lost, you're liable to pass out again at any time. Then give me a shot to bump me up enough that it won't happen. I'm not going to the hospital, I tell you. She really said, I tell you. Oh, that rules. What I ought to do is give you a shot that'll knock you out. Then we can do what needs to be done. What? McCraney glared at the man and said, you do that and I'll lock you up when this is over. You don't want that. The two EMTs looked at each other. The one who had been taking the chief's pulse and blood pressure shrugged, as if to say the decision was up to his partner. Before they could make up their minds, Jeff Bagley ran back into the office. The young officer had his cell phone out. Chief, you need to see this, he said. It's streaming live all over the place. He dropped to a knee and held up the phone so McCraney could see the screen. The shot was shaking a little, which told McCraney that the hand of whoever was shooting this was trembling, no doubt from fear. The angle was upward because the person with their phone was on the floor. The shot showed a fairly young man, dressed casually like most of the students on campus, standing near the base of an escalator with what looked like a Glock 9mm in his hand. McCraney could see enough of the surrounding area to recognize the location. The lower left of the Burr Memorial Library, a few hundred yards from where they were right now. The young man with the gun was talking. The audio quality wasn't great, but McCraney could make out most of what he was saying. It was the usual left-wing drivel about how the evil one-percenters were responsible for everything that was wrong with the world. As it happened, McCraney actually did believe that there was too much income inequality in the country. For the most part, though, it wasn't the high earners who drove the economy and paid 95% of the taxes who were responsible for it. Leave those rich people out of this. It's not the rich people's fault that there's wealth inequality. Interesting. Yeah, maybe they're not so bad after all. Maybe we just judged them too quickly. In McCraney's opinion, why is he getting into it? He was on like death's door. Just killed a man. And now he's just like, here's what's really wrong with politics. In McCraney's opinion, the blame lay with the Democrats and some politicians who called themselves Republicans, who had increased taxes again and again and again, who had loaded down the average working stiff with astronomically high health insurance costs. Do they know that like Trump raised taxes on the middle class? Did they know that he passed like an increasing tax rate on the middle class specifically? Do they know that? Nah, they probably don't. No, it's fine. It's fine. No, it's the Democrats though. Definitely the Democrats. And had overregulated many small businesses to the brink of extinction. We're just a humble railroad company in Ohio trying to get by, and these fucking regulations, man! Can't even turn an honest buck out here having to inspect brakes every day. God, fucking shit. Anyway. Those were the people who had done their best to grind the middle class out of existence, so that most of the population would be condemned to sucking on the government's teat forever, and therefore would have no choice but to continue voting those politicians and others of their stripe into office in perpetuity. Huh. I never heard that angle before. Like trying to get people dependent on government services. That's one way to look at it, I guess. Oh, look at you dependent on government health care. Oh, what are you going to do? Vote for the fucking politician that wants you to have health care so that you don't die? I don't get it, man. Yeah. Yes. That's literally the point. It's like saying the same thing, but in a shitty way. I don't know. Fucking weaklings. Yeah, I'm triggered. They got me. I got triggered just then. I got triggered. McCraney triggered me. Those were the vermin in human form who had created the income gap. Created. That's interesting. I don't know how. How does that lead to an income gap? Whatever. none of which had much bearing on the current disaster. Thank you for acknowledging that. So McCraney tamped those thoughts down as they flashed through his brain. He watched the man with the gun blather on, and his heart began to hammer harder when the guy mentioned bombs planted all over the campus. McCraney didn't doubt the truth of that threat, not even for a moment. Anybody crazy enough to start shooting up a college campus was crazy enough to plant bombs, too. Plant. That's it, McCraney said suddenly as he reached out and grabbed Bagley's arm with his good hand. That's why they killed Charlie. The second EMT had stood up and drifted off into the garage area of the groundskeeper's shed. He came back into the office now with all the color washed out of his face. It's not just Mr. Hodges, Chief, he said in a hollow voice. There's some dead guys in the garage, too, and they're all stripped down to their underwear. It was the uniforms they wanted, McCraney said. In those coveralls, everybody figured they were just regular groundskeeping crew. That allowed them to spread out all over their campus and plant bombs. Well, I saw some of them digging over by the Language Arts building earlier, Bagley said. You think? Gotta be. Bagley jumped to his feet. We can find all the places they've been digging. No, McCraney said. They probably have anti-tamper triggers on all the explosives. Stick a shovel down in that dirt and you're liable to blow yourself to kingdom come. Bagley stared at him and asked, Then what are we going to do? Get out there and warn everybody else on our force. Make sure any Greenleaf cops who show up know what's going on, and when the state cops get here, let them know. They'll be better equipped to deal with it than any of the locals. Bagley nodded in understanding. How about you, Chief? I'm fine, damn it, McCraney said as he gestured sharply again. Now go on. He stopped as his head spun crazily. All that blood he'd lost was catching up to him again. He felt his eyes rolling up in their sockets, his head tipped back as he heard the EMT kneeling beside him. Chief! Chief McCraney! Then consciousness was gone again as McCraney descended into a nightmare vision of explosions spreading all across the campus of Kelton College, leaving a crimson sprawl of bloody death and destruction in their wake. Wow. So McCraney got a burst of adrenaline and barked out a bunch of orders and stuff. Real men. 8 zeros. 50 grand from every rich family. He's getting back at the liberal elites. But this, the book isn't clever enough. Maybe this is all a distraction so that he can rob the vault. Right? He's not actually politically motivated. But that would know. Everything in this book is politically motivated. They couldn't do that. I'm trying to think about how they're going to Die Hard. Where's the Die Hard twist? Yeah, the liberal vault. Filled with all of its LGBTQ plus gold. Non-binary gold. All that dialogue was in his head. Yeah. He had a fever dream at death's door about how he was given sweet tactical orders. Okay, let's get back to Zelda, huh? Okay. Last we left. Oh wait, hold on. Let me rotate all my. And it's actually about to be an ad. Here, I'm gonna run it right now. Just get it out of the way. It was like 45 seconds away. I actually think if I run it early, it makes the next ad take longer to run. Okay. Chapter 27. Oh, wait, no. Still, it takes a while to run. If you want to go smoke, you have 90 seconds. Brief recap. Terrorists swarmed in, fired off some rounds. Pierce, the black character they introduced just to say that maybe Jake Rivers' views aren't that off base, is in there. His study group of of American government hating liberals are all at risk, but he's a cut above. Pierce is not worried, so he's scanning the audience. He's ocular patting. Jake Rivers is as well. Jake Rivers did a cool desk slide into tornado tackle where he grabbed Natalie. They fell to the ground, but he made sure that he landed on his back. And now he's scanning. He's scanning and analyzing. The villain, Matthias, what's his name? I forget his last name. He has a more normal last name. He did his whole speech, his whole villain speech, after a student rushed him and got popped, got put down. He told everybody that he wanted the rich parents of all of the students in the college at the moment to deposit $50,000 each into a bank account that once it reached 100 million, I think, that would get transferred into some offshore account and then they would all leave. The motivation being that Matthias was a bright young child from a rural Texas town. Yeah, only the rich parents, though. He's a bright young child from a rural Texas town who thought that he would be accepted at university, that he would go to college and finally be surrounded by enlightened folks, only to find that the liberals were the monsters after all. Because apparently the liberals are also rich. They're also the rich people. It's basically, yeah. So, I don't know. He's got it out for the rich people. He's trying to bring down the corruption. He's trying to redistribute the wealth from the liberals, because the liberals don't want to do that. Apparently, the liberals also want the government programs to get so large that everyone's dependent on the government, but they don't want to redistribute the wealth somehow. It's interesting because the characters are starting to complain about the same thing, but they try to bend it all to where it's the liberals' fault. So I don't know. It's actually getting pretty difficult for the book to keep all of its like liberal hating in order, because it kind of blames all the problems on the liberals. Somehow I think it blames, yeah, that's right. It kind of blames school shooting on liberals too because of the rise in political violence. So yeah, that's fun. Yeah, the contradictions are getting a little messy, but I don't know. They just kind of like, it's just kind of like whatever they're mad about in a given paragraph, and then it's the liberals' fault. And then they get mad about another thing that is also the liberals' fault. And those two things can also sometimes be like conflicting. I don't know. Don't analyze it too much, because then it's not as fun. Okay. Also, the chief of campus police, McCready, McClunky, he had a tussle with one of the terrorists, managed to kill him, but now he's in battle mode. He rose to the call of battle and was like issuing orders and figuring everything out and watching the live stream of the terrorism, and telling everybody what to do. But then he passed out because he's been stabbed and lost a lot of blood. Cal, our liberal cop who just thinks that the government should tell everyone how to think and feel, is out of the game. He got knocked out.
Gordon, man, am I glad to see you. What the hell are these things? And why are they wearing science team uniforms?
They're liberals, Barney. They've infested Black Mesa, and we got a clean house. Black Mage, thank you for the cheer. So, where am I? Fuck. So really, that's what's down. Like, the last major action was that Matthias laid out his demands in his unhinged speech. But Jake Rivers sized him up immediately. Scanned his words, read him as a human being and a combatant. So don't worry about that. Jake Rivers got this guy's number. And then yeah, Pierce will probably help him. Pierce Connors. I'm sure that Dr. Natalie Burke will do exactly one cool broad thing. She'll like kick a guy, right? She'll hit him with a fire extinguisher and then do that "did I do good" look. That's what she'll do. Everyone at the end will agree and high five that conservatives were right all along. That's kind of what Now, I'm not imagining Pierce as Keith David. He's a student. He's also like Keith David has too much of his own authority in the roles he takes. Poor Pierce is an absolute like one-dimensional. He's a cardboard cutout of a person. So I don't know what actor that would be. I keep calling him Keith. I guess I do. Sorry. Isn't there another Keith? Keith is stuck in my head for some reason. Jai Courtney. Okay, chapter 27, Kevin Sorbo. Kevin Sorbo would play many roles in this. Chapter 27, Dr. Alfred Montembeau. This is the man who identified himself as Dr. Matumbo, but the author and Jake refused to acknowledge that. Dr. Alfred Montembeau pressed his back against the wall in the narrow gap between the two seats of shelves and tried to will his heart to stop beating so hard. Oh yeah, Dean Cain would be here. Absolutely. The pounding of his pulse inside his head was so loud, he was certain the man with the gun had been able to hear it too. The man with the gun was prowling around the special science collection on the 3rd floor of the library. Montembeau had been in here by himself when chaos erupted below. He had no idea what was going on, but he'd heard several muffled gunshots from one of the lower floors. At least he believed they were gunshots. He had never heard a gun go off in real life, only on television and in the movies, and he knew those were created by special effects departments and might not be what firearms sounded like when they were going off in real life. He was pretty sure somebody was shooting, though, and the very idea of being around someone firing a gun was enough to make a cold ball of anxiety form in the pit of Montembeau's stomach. His fingers trembled. Then, as he stood up from the table where he had been working on his laptop and turned toward the open double doors at the entrance to the collection, he'd heard quick footsteps in the hallway outside. Some primitive instinct Montembeau didn't even like to think about, had made him duck back out of sight. Moving as quietly as he could, he had hurried around the bookshelves until he reached a spot where he couldn't see seen easily from the entrance. Couldn't be seen. There's actually been more grammatical errors as the book has gone on. He could watch the open doors through a narrow gap between shelves, though. Because of that, he had seen the stocky young Hispanic man who had stalked into the room with a pistol of some sort in his hand. Montembeau knew at this moment that the man was there to kill him. Not specifically, maybe, but anybody he found here. What other reason would he have for brandishing a gun like that? The man turned right instead of left when he came through the door. That took him away from Montembeau. After that, Montembeau couldn't see him anymore, but could hear him and could tell that the man was searching through the shelves on the other side of the room to see if anyone was there. When he was finished on that side, he could come over here. Montembeau was sure of that. And then he would kill Montembeau. Why do they keep writing his name out? I guess it would be he and him. Too many pronouns to get confusing. And Lord knows they hate pronouns. The professor considered making a run for the door, but he didn't think he could do that quietly enough to escape detection. And even if he made it out of this room, that would put him in a corridor that led to the reception area for the Special Collections Department, where there was an elevator leading down to the lower floors and up to the offices on the 4th floor. There was nowhere to hide in the corridor. Montembeau would make a good target and would be gunned down before he could reach the reception area. Instead, he thought about using the storage closet in the back corner of this room. If he could reach it, maybe he could hide. It was unlikely the gunman wouldn't at least glance in there, but there was a stack of boxes in the closet containing books that had been culled from the shelves. Montembeau recalled. Oh, all the books that the liberals have tossed out of the libraries, I'm sure. Yeah? Montembeau? Huh? Sorry, I'm about to run out of music. Maybe he could arrange them so he could look like they filled up the space and he could hide behind them. An odd thought crossed his mind as he stole in that direction, making as little sound as he could. He wished Jake Rivers were here. Rivers was crude, obnoxious, and a violent young man, but he probably had some idea how to handle a man with a gun. More than Alfred Montembeau did, that was for sure. He thought about his ancestors then, too. Ever since he'd been old enough to understand the evils of imperialism, he had been ashamed of the role some of his forebears had played in colonizing Africa. They had been brutal rapists and exploiters and killers. All right. Okay. Oh, shit. I'm going to listen to Hades. Yeah. This has got a bit of a southern twang to it, right? But if one of them had been able to come down through the mists of time and stand between Montembeau and that gunman right now, he would have welcomed that old reprobate with open arms. Reprobate with open arms. That wasn't going to happen, of course. Montembeau knew with a sickening certainty that he was on his own here. He hadn't reached the storage closet yet when he heard a footstep not far away. The gunman had finished searching the other side of the room sooner than Montembeau expected. He knew he couldn't make it back to the closet in time to hide, so he drew back into the gap between two sets of shelves and tried to make himself as small as possible. He had always been slender, and the shelves were deeper than most because they were built to hold oversized technical volumes. They stuck out from the wall perhaps 18 inches. The gap was wide enough for Montembeau to stand with his back against the wall, and he hoped that if he sucked in his stomach and kept his back and shoulders flat, he might be concealed well enough for the gunman to miss seeing him. He held his breath as the footsteps echoed hollowly and came closer. If the gunman came along the aisle between the walls and shelves, Montembeau was doomed. If the man simply looked along the aisle and didn't see anybody, he had a chance. The steps stopped. A long moment of silence dragged by. Then a man's voice said, "Yeah, this is Pete. Third floor is under control. We heard that everybody was up here into the reception area in the middle. We'll wait for your orders." Montembeau wanted to heave a sigh of relief, but he still didn't dare. The man hadn't seen him. Now there was at least a chance the man would leave this room without looking around anymore. Montembeau could find a better place to hide and wait for someone to come and rescue him. The police had to have received reports of the trouble by now. They would be on their way, and they would deal with the threat. That was what they were paid for, after all. Normally, Montembeau thought of the police as racist, trigger-happy, power-mad bullies just looking for an excuse to shoot innocent black men. He was a fervent supporter of Black Lives Matter, but right now he couldn't wait for the cops to get here. The footsteps receded. Montembeau could tell from the sound of them that the gunman had left the room and was headed back to the reception area where his allies had gathered their prisoners. So they weren't here just to wantonly slaughter everyone they found, Montembeau thought. Maybe he would have been better off letting himself be captured. They might be more likely to hurt him if they found him later and believed he was trying to cause trouble for them. He supposed he could still surrender. No, he was too nervous to risk that. He would hide, he decided. His first instinct had been the correct one. I like how multiple times, like this is the part of the book that's the big payoff for the conservative mindset, right? Is that, yes, there are wolves and they've attacked and now all the liberals are so sorry. They're going to come crawling back. Agent Tough Juice, thanks for gifting a sub to Iborg Ninja. I love it. They're going to grovel so hard. They're going to be like, oh, you were right. Oh, you were right about everything. Finally, desperate for air, he drew in a deep breath, steeling his nerves. He stepped out of the gap. From the corner of his right eye, he saw the man standing at the end of the aisle in that direction. As pure reflex jerked him into a turn in that direction, the thought flashed through his mind that there must have been two of them, and somehow he had missed that fact. One of them had suspected someone might be hiding in here and had pretended to make a report to someone else, then sent the second man away so anyone who was in here would leave. So anyone who was in here would hear him leaving. The ploy had worked. Thinking that he was alone and safe, Montalban had stepped out into the open, right into the sights of the gun that the man was pointing at him. Montalban stared in horror over the barrel of that pistol and saw the cold smile on the man's face. And the next instant, flame exploded from the gun muzzle. Montalban was already moving when the shot erupted, though. He threw himself back into the small area where he had been hiding a moment earlier. As he did so, he thought he felt something brush against his left ear and heard a high-pitched whine like a mosquito. That was the bullet passing by him, he realized. It had come that close to killing him. Panic gripped him as he heard rapid footsteps thudding closer to him and knew he only had seconds to live. That panic somehow allowed him to find more strength than he would have ever dreamed that he possessed. Again! It's like being in mortal peril is waking people up. He's tapping into man force, yeah. A hat like just like sears onto his head. Big red cap. It's like a Sailor Moon transformation sequence, right? Except the red hat comes on, 40 pounds on the gut. Don't tread on me shirt. Shoop. They're making America wake up. Yeah, you're right. And they're willing to sacrifice themselves to do it. Converting them one conservative at a time. New Balance shoes. No step on snack. No step on snack. Why am I suddenly attracted to my sister? One thing I'll never get tired of is jokes about fucking youth pastors marrying people in their class as soon as they turn 18. Monster on that shit all day because it's creepy as fuck. It's funny they want to talk about groomers with that shit going on. Anyway, I grew up in a church, sorry. A little close to home. Okay. Yeah, he's going Super Saiyan. He grabbed a hold of the shelves beside him and heaved. They weren't attached to the wall, but fully loaded with books the way they were, he shouldn't have been able to budge them. But with the power that his fear gave him, he tipped the shelves forward away from the wall, and once they were unbalanced, they went over with a huge crash, spilling books everywhere. Montalban heard a surprised cry from the gunman and knew that the man had been caught in the literary avalanche. Yeah, exactly like Samson. Oh man, it's so good. The falling shelves hit the ones across the aisle and stopped, leaving a small, book-littered triangle space underneath them. The pistol came sliding out of that space, and as Montalban saw it, he knew the man must have lost his grip on the gun when the toppling shelves and books knocked him off his feet. Curses from underneath the shelves told Montalban the man might be trapped under there. Montalban wasn't going to overlook such an unexpected gift. He bent down and picked up the gun, the first time he had ever held a firearm in his life. He hadn't even had any toy guns when he was a child. His parents would have been horrified at the idea. But even though he had no clue what sort of weapon he held, he knew which end of the gun the bullets came out of and how to make them fire. At least he'd hoped the gun didn't have some kind of safety catch that was engaged. That seemed unlikely. The gun that just shot at you? Oh, no, wait. Maybe it was the other guy. Well, whatever. That seemed unlikely considering that the man had fired it at him less than a minute earlier. Okay. Jesus. Sorry, it was on the next page, so I didn't have time to finish the sentence before the annoyance kicked in. Montembeau knelt, held the gun in both hands, and shoved it into the mouth of the opening formed by the fallen shelves. He pulled the trigger 3 times as fast as he could, crying out in involuntary shock at the deafening sounds and the way the weapon jumped in his hands. I'm actually kind of down with the fact that he just emptied some bullets into that hole. That's pretty rad. I figured he was going to like hold it and be like, duh, duh, duh. And then the bad guy's going to be like, you don't have the guts. And then he's just going to like punch him and take the gun away. So he'd have like a hero moment, but he'd still be a loser. But no, I guess the adrenaline has turned him into full conservative. So he just started blasting. I'm down with that. What's this character's name? I'm going to spell it out for you. Montam, Montam, Bault, excuse me. Montam Bolt, Bault. That's the end. Montam Bolt, Ball. I just go Ball. I don't know if that's correct or not. Not Matumbo. No, yes, no, Matumbo. Sorry. We respect identities here. Montembeau. Okay. It's not ball, it's bow. I thought it would be B. The fact that there's an L in there is throwing me for a loop. If it would just be B-A-U-T or B-A-U. But whatever. We'll go with bow. That's easier to say. And they sure do like saying it a lot. Why a French surname? Because the French are weak. We like making fun of the French. I'm pretty sure that's just it. But Dimmy, thank you for the cheer. Okay, he started blasting. He stood up and scrambled backwards as he continued pointing the gun at the opening. He couldn't hear anything because of the gun thunder that had filled the room. He wasn't sure he would ever be able to hear anything again except the throbbing roar of blood inside his own head. As the gun's barrel wavered wildly in front of him, though, he realized his hearing was coming back. He heard shouts from somewhere else on the Special Collections floor. However, he didn't hear any more cursing from underneath the fallen shelves, which made him wonder if he had killed the gunman. Ordinarily, that thought would have horrified him, as would the idea that since he held the weapon, he was now the gunman. Right now, though, survival was the only thing in his mind. The man had friends close by that would have heard the shots and the crash, and they would come to see what happened. Montembeau couldn't be standing here in plain sight, gun in hand, when that happened. He turned and fled towards the storage closet that had been his goal before he was trapped and almost killed. As he yanked the door open, another thought occurred to him. He looked up. The ceiling was acoustic tile to make it quieter inside the library. That extended into the closet. There were air conditioning and heating ducts. Oh, we're going Die Hard, baby. There were air conditioning and heating ducts up there above the ceiling, and he recalled seeing movies and TV shows where people got into those ducts by lifting out ceiling tiles and climbing into the enclosed spaces. The thought made a shiver go through him, but he knew he had only moments before the gunman's friends found his body and started searching for whoever killed him. Montembeau set the gun aside on a box of books in the storage room and started moving some of the other boxes, building a pyramid he could climb. He had never been one for physical labor. Where he found the strength to do such a thing so quickly, he didn't know. Human beings were capable of incredible feats when it was a matter of life or death, or so he had read in his books. I added the in his books, but when he had the boxes stacked high enough for him to be able to reach the ceiling, he pulled the closest door, or the closet door closed. Just enough light came under it for him to be able to see what he was doing as he picked up the gun and held it awkwardly while he climbed onto the boxes. Now he worried about shooting himself accidentally, but if he didn't get out of here, he would wind up being shot anyway. He was sure of that, and it wouldn't be any accident. He reached up, working almost blindly, and lifted one of the tiles. He moved it aside and then felt around. There had to be something sturdy enough up there to support his weight. After a few seconds that seemed much longer, his fingers brushed a board. He explored it by touch. It seemed strong, and it might be wide enough for him to lie on it. He put the gun in his pocket. He didn't like that, but he didn't have any choice. He had to have both hands free to pull himself up. Usually one thought of descending into darkness, but in this case, Montembeau was climbing into darkness. The faint glow seeping under the closet door rose into the crawl space between the floors, but was swallowed up by the gloom almost immediately. Oh no, Buckfutter, I didn't record this. This is like a Doom long play that I just pulled off of YouTube. Dun-dun-dun. The professor's eyes had adjusted enough for him to see the broad plank and the looming bulk of the air duct next to it, which ran. The air duct next to which it ran. I love how lore time is always Doom. Yeah, it just kind of still makes sense, doesn't it? It just kind of fits. You've seen this gameplay loop so much you have favorite parts. What's funny is I haven't really watched it. I haven't seen it at all. What are your favorite parts? Yeah, I saw that. I guess I'm Gen Z. I mean, I'm fine with that. If that fits, hey, I'll take it. The kids love me. The kids love me. Do you guys want to buy, like, do you guys want to gamble on CSGO skins or something? I have this website you should check out. All right. The board was there for the convenience of repairmen who had to work on those ducts, he supposed. His muscles trembled badly as he tried to lift himself. That brought back humiliating memories of being forced to attempt pull-ups in gym class when he was a boy. You want to buy some shitcoin? I need all of my under 18 viewers to buy my shitcoin right now. Just farm out Robux for shitcoin. And then just give it to me. Just give it to me. I need baby labor to fuel my empire. God damn it. Okay, all right. All right. He tried to do pull-ups. He was a wimp baby. That's why he's a liberal. A bitter taste filled his mouth as that came back to him. That time was nearly 40 years in the past. Why couldn't he forget about it? A shout, A shout sounded somewhere not far away, muffled by the wall, but clear enough for Montembeau to hear it. The threat it represented was enough to galvanize his muscles yet again. But he sensed he was nearing the end of his strength and endurance. If he was going to escape, he had to do it now. With a last surge, he hoisted himself high enough to get a leg on the board. As he pulled himself higher, his head bumped painfully against something. One of the boards holding up the floor above, he imagined. He ignored the pain as he sprawled belly down on the wide plank. His heart hammered, and he couldn't seem to get his breath. But he was still in danger, and that awareness clambered in his brain. He had tried to stack the boxes of books so that they didn't look too much like a stepladder to the ceiling. But with that tile set aside, leaving a plain opening, it was obvious what had happened. Montembeau tried to calm his breathing and started feeling around for the tile he had moved out of the way. He found it, maneuvered it back into place, and pressed it down. As it dropped into position, the last of the light really was gone. Blackness enclosed around him. Montembeau shivered at its embrace. But he was safe now, he told himself. That was the only thing that mattered. After a moment, his brain began to race again. The gunman's friends would know that someone else had been in there. That had to be, since the man was dead or at least wounded. And they would know their quarry had gone somewhere. They would search the room thoroughly. They might even think to look in the ceiling. He had to get away from this spot, Montembeau told himself. He had to put some distance between himself and those who wanted to kill him. He would have gladly just laid here and tried to recover from the ordeal he had been through. But if he did that, everything he'd done might turn out to be for nothing. Whether he liked it or not, he had to move. He reached down to his pocket and carefully worked the pistol loose, being extra cautious to keep his finger away from the trigger and not let it catch on something else. Then holding the gun in front of him, he began to crawl forward into the impenetrable shadows that awaited him. So he's not in the air duct, he's next to the air duct with a pistol, crawling. How come he gets to be John McClane? I guess that's part of it, is that by the end of it, everybody that survives turns into a conservative superhero. This is weird. Yeah, I agree. This is weird. But I guess that's the ultimate conservative satisfaction, is seeing a bunch of wiener nerds either get killed or admit that the conservatives were right all along. That's true. Jake has John McClane moments every day. Yeah, the ones who survive are for sure going to all agree with Jake in the end and ask him to, like, teach us how to live. So, very exciting. Okay. Let's get back to Zelda, though, huh? Remember Zelda? Liberals. Try not to. Because one day, people that also hate liberals will storm in to wherever you are and make you wish that rude and crude dudes like Jake Rivers were around. Gonna make you wet your pants. But some of you will be awoken. Some of you will experience adrenaline, and you will grow into real men that murder. The lucky ones will evolve. Is there still Tifa out there adding more time to the stream? Well, I don't know. Oh, shit. Oh, okay, hold on. There's also this one. I keep forgetting to use those. I'm sorry. They're right there. I should use them. Okay. Chapter 28. And I'm pretty sure this is just one chapter, because I think I did 2 last time. If I'm wrong about that, let me know, but I'm pretty sure. All right. Chapter 28. You did 2 last time? Okay. I thought so. Thank you for being honest, by the way. Chapter 28. Jake wasn't surprised to hear the bomb threat come out of the man's mouth. He knew enough about the radical left movement to know they always had been bombers, going all the way back to the 50s and 60s. That was just part of their methodology. Champion free speech by shutting up everybody who doesn't agree with you. Advocate for equal rights by taking other people's rights away from them. Protest violence by blowing up a bunch of people and stuff. Cowards at heart. Every damn one of them. But some of them were committed enough to their so-called cause to risk blowing themselves up too. Jake really couldn't wrap his brain around that idea. He'd accepted the idea of possibly dying in battle when he signed up to be a soldier. It was part of the job description, after all. He didn't think a willingness to die in an explosion excused the fact that you'd also be killing a bunch of innocent people, though. Martyr or not, you were still a freaking murderer, as far as Jake was concerned. Then he looked at the man with the gun standing near the escalator and thought, this guy is no martyr. He wasn't sure what it was about the man, whose voice and face were perfectly sincere as he issued the threat. Most people would believe he meant it, without a doubt. Something was off, though, and after a minute or two, Jake thought he knew what it was. His mind went back to a hot, dusty, empty street in a city on the other side of the world. Ah, Kafiristan. Where he and some of his fellow grunts had been clearing the buildings as they came to them, slowly forcing the insurgents to retreat and killing as many of the bastards as they could along the way. I can't wait for his vision of Middle East combat. Oh, man. The patrol had been passing an alley mouth when a faint sound had warned Jake and sent him spinning in that direction with his rifle up and ready. 2 insurgents stood there with rifles of their own, Russian-made weapons ready to spew death. Jake was maybe 15 feet from them, plenty close enough to see their eyes. One man just looked scared, like he wished he was anywhere else in the world other than this dirty alley, pointing a gun at an American soldier pointing a rifle at him. The other guy, though, he was loving it. His life would never get better than this moment, standing there ready to deliver death to somebody he hated to the very depths of his being. Even if he died, it was still the best, most holy thing he could ever do. He was far beyond rational thought, so caught up in his primitive beliefs that it might as well have been the Middle Ages again, and he was about to run screaming at the infidel with a curved saber in his hand instead of an automatic rifle. Jake shot him first, giving the son of a bitch the death he wanted. Although Jake figured whatever was waiting on the other side, it was going to come as a pretty terrible surprise to the guy. Tell the devil I said hello. Bang, bang. Did he make a hell reference? Sort of. Like this book has actually gone to lengths to not acknowledge religion, actually. But it kind of does. The fact that it didn't explicitly say that Jake and Natalie fucked either. They like had a nice time at the park and enjoyed each other's company while the sun went down. You know, they didn't say it. So I think it's like if you're a weird religious conservative nutbag, the book goes out of its way to not connect that. And only vaguely reference it. So yeah, they just had a nice penetrative time. That's all. Okay, Jake shot him first. Yes, he's going to hell, not 42 virgins. Then he turned his attention to the second man, only discovered that he had dropped his rifle and was running away as fast as he could, arms swinging and knees pumping high as he tried to outrace a bullet. Jake let him go. His CEO had chewed him out for that later, but he still believed he had done the right thing. How dare you not shoot an unarmed man in the back as he's retreating? And he had never forgotten the fires of fanaticism that burned in the eyes of the man he had killed. He had never stared into the abyss and have it stare back at him from that close or since. Like 2 days ago, he had grabbed somebody by the neck and was slamming them into the ground, screaming about how they were about to start a civil war. And he's talking about staring into the void. Oh my gosh. Anyway. This guy holding court on the lower level of the Burr Memorial Library didn't have those same fires burning in his eyes. He would kill without compunction or even a second's thought. He had proven that. But he didn't want to die himself. He might rather die than be caught, but he wanted to get away. He figured he had something to live for. The bomb threat was an empty one, Jake decided. But it didn't mean the guy wasn't dangerous. He still had that gun, and he had allies who probably were just as willing to kill as he was. There were a lot of innocent people on this campus who might die before this crisis was over. If Jake was going to succeed in stopping this somehow without a great loss of life, he would need to be very careful. The idea of just standing by, doing nothing, and hoping for the best never occurred to him. From elsewhere in the library came angry shouts as the leader's allies ordered people to get down on the floor. They seemed to be doing as they were told. Jake didn't hear any more shots. He tensed, getting ready to raise up high enough to get a good look around. Natalie must have felt that in his muscles where he was pressed against her. She clutched at him and whispered, "Jake, no! Whatever it is you're thinking about doing, you'll just get yourself hurt." "You don't think I should just lay here and let these guys keep hurting people, do you?" "I don't want them to hurt you, or me for that matter. Let's just do what they say and see what happens, okay?" The idea of that grated on Jake's nerves, but he could see that Natalie was very frightened. He couldn't blame her for that. She might teach criminal justice, but he didn't suppose she had much real-life experience with all the bad things that can happen in the world. Not to the extent that he had. Anyway. Not to the extent that he had anyway. Excuse me. He knew that evil could never be appeased. It just got worse and worse until everyone it touched was dead, unless someone took action to stop it. But for now, he would do what Natalie begged of him and wait. Maybe if he could play out the hand and get one of the guys alone. Then he would have a gun and one less enemy, and things would be different. All right, break. Line break. Fareed still hadn't gotten down on the floor. As Pierce... Oh, I hate this group, dude. This is the worst. The study group with Pierce. The encounter between Fareed and Matthias Foster. That's his last name. The encounter between Fareed and Matthias is going to be bad. Just warning everyone, if it happens. I feel like it's about to happen, right? Fareed and Matthias are going to have a crazy off because you got to like push the villain to his limits. He already plugged that one student though, so I don't know. We'll see. As Pierce lifted his head again, just a little, he was shocked to see that not only had the Muslim student not followed orders, why do we got to call that out? But as the gunman at the foot of the escalators finished his rant, Fareed started walking toward him. Oh, Matthias? Oh, Google said Matthias, but Matthias works too, sure. What was the villain's motive? Okay. He was a young, bright-eyed liberal, went to college. He found out that all the elites in the college still didn't accept him because he was from a small poor town, and they were rich liberals, so they looked down on him, and he's mad about that. So now he's coming back to the college, and he has this really complicated scheme to have all of the rich parents specifically. He specifically excluded the poor kids and the kids who aren't present to be held hostage. But he specifically requested all the rich parents each deposit like 50 grand into a random account, and then that all gets transferred into another account. So basically, the book went out of its way to explain it was a really complicated thing. And from the book's point of view, it's Matthias like trying to be as morally in the right as he can be from his weird perspective. But it's all lensed to like a conservative's understanding of society. So it's a little weird and convoluted. Anyway. Untraceable. Exactly. Infinite Corpse. Oh yeah, that's right. He also insisted that all of the $50,000 transfers had full like background transfer history to verify where the money was coming from, so that could all be audited and validated to make sure all the money was clean. Like there was like, he was seriously ranting about this for like 2 pages, his needlessly complicated thing. And it's for a relatively small amount of money too. So again, Die Hard though, it's going to be a distraction. It's a distraction to steal the bearer bonds in the college's vault. That's the clever twist that this book thinks it's leading up to. I think. We'll see. Yeah, Bitcoin. You got it. Okay, all right. Fareed started walking towards him. His hands were raised to about elbow level and held out slightly to his sides. The man saw him coming and raised the pistol again. Fareed called out quickly, "Do not shoot, brother! You and I are on the same side!" The gunman looked more amused than angered by that bold statement. "Is that so?" he asked. "How do you figure that, brother?" "We both believe that this materialistic American society is the source of everything that is wrong in the world," Fareed declared. "We both would like to see it replaced by a caliphate ruled by Sharia law." Fareed shrugged. "What would you prefer?" he asked. "A godless communist government? That argument is an endless one and can be resumed at another time. But what is important now is that we both would like to see this country full of heathen capitalists and imperialists brought low. Is that not true?" "It is," the gunman admitted. "We can agree on the need for change. What form that change takes... Oh my God. What form that change ultimately takes can be settled later, as you say. But what is it you want from me right now?" I just realized that's the Coke dude. The wiener guy who tries to rat out John in Die Hard. So he's going to get shot. How am I blanking on the entire cast of Die Hard? Fuck, what was that guy's name? I'm sure it'll come to me. I remembered Foster eventually, so. I'm gonna look it up. It's gonna drive me crazy. Boobsy. Booby. Wiener guy. Oh, there's one main wiener guy. Show him the watch. He was doing coke in Holly's office. Missed a spot. Damn it. His like Eddie? I think it might have been Eddie. No? Ellis. It was Ellis. All right. There. We got it. We got it. We got it. Okay. Okay. So, all right. Sorry. They're having an exchange. They're talking about politics. What form that change ultimately takes can be settled later, as you say, but what is it you want from me right now? Oh, Fearless Nomad has redeemed a gamer stretch. Okay, this is a moment of high tension, but I'm going to gamer stretch right now. I'm going to do some squats over here. Okay. My hip popped. That felt good. Now I'm ready to return to this very tense encounter here. Oh no, ads! Oh, ads just started. I guess I can stretch more. I'm really excited to read the rest of this exchange. I think we're going to have a lot of fun in this conversation. But now might be a good time. Ooh. Get some water. How far along in the book is this? It's a little over halfway. That feels good. Ned Lobster, thank you for the resub. All right, looks like the ads have finally kicked in. Damn, I think I'm gonna have to eat again soon. Getting some hunger pains crawling in. I guess I've been going for almost 12 hours. And I've only had like one meal. This is how exciting this stream is. I'm actually having a really good time. I guess only subs can hear me right now. But there's more than ever. And I'm having a good time. Hope you all are too. Appreciate y'all hanging out and watching. Also, here's a beat. It's not as good as Hades soundtrack, but... Oh god, this track. Hades 2, though. Boy, I can't wait. I need to play Parasite Eve. I need to play Transistor. It's kind of like I get excited every time I realize that I haven't played Transistor and I still get to play Transistor. Yeah, I've heard nothing but amazing things about Transistor. It's also like, I often wondered why they didn't make a game that was kind of like Parasite Eve, and then I played Transistor and I was like, well, shit. I don't even know if it's that Parasite Eve. It just kind of seemed like it right at the beginning. Have you played Superliminal? Yes. I haven't finished it though. All right. We are out of ads. Thank you everybody for your patience if you sat through those. Hopefully you saw relevant products to your life that you're excited to look to research as an educated consumer. Okay, let's get back into it. Okay. What is it you want from me right now? Asks Matthias to Fareed. Let me join you in your righteous assault on this den of thieves and whoremongers, Fareed said. Let me help you destroy this land of Kardashians. Give me a gun. Oh my gosh. Copenhagen. Thank you for gifting 10 subs. This dude wants to take down the United States of Kardashian. How dare he betray our culture? But thank you very much for the generous gift. Oh yes, Adonia, still going. I felt like that was a quick sleep. Anyway, we're taking out the Kardashians. The leader looked at him for a long moment, as if seriously considering the suggestion. Then he laughed abruptly. Oh, hell no, you're not getting a gun. What kind of idiot do you think I am? We may have some of the same enemies, but that doesn't mean I trust you. He pointed the pistol at Fareed, and his expression turned serious as he said, Go back to where you were and get down on the floor. I mean it. Fareed swallowed hard and licked his lips. He began to back away. You are making a mistake, he said. I will be a faithful ally to you and your cause. I have enough allies here and in the other buildings and in the bombs we've planted all over campus. The mention of the bombs made Pierce feel cold inside again. If the threat was real, several thousand people were in deadly danger right now. The idea of killing that many at once, right here on American soil, might have been outlandish once upon a time, but not now, not anymore. It had happened before, and Pierce was confident it could happen again. 9/11. We will reference reverently 9/11, but all the mass shootings, that's because of the rise of political violence. Deadly danger. They did literally reference Hillary Clinton, so I don't know if they're going to literally reference 9/11. I hope so. Pierce lowered his head and pressed his forehead against the carpet. Much of the library floor was tile, but the areas on which the love seats and armchairs sat was carpeted. That made lying here and waiting to die a little more comfortable, he supposed. When Fareed had backed all the way to the conversation area, he got down on his hands and knees and stretched out all the way on his stomach. He was about 4 feet from Pierce. He looked over and glared. Don't judge me, he whispered. You should have been just as willing as I was to join forces with them. Your people are opposed. Your people are as oppressed as mine. My father owns 2 Fortune 500 companies, Pierce replied, keeping his voice equally low. He was a little angry now, on top of being scared. He's as much a 1%er as everyone else that guy was raving about. When you count my trust fund and everything else I'll inherit, I'll suppose I will be too. So don't go thinking I'm opposed to the same things he is. No, I am a rich asshole. Yeah. Fareed sneered. You are no true black man. If you were, you would oh my God. You would embrace the Islamic faith and turn against your decadent Western culture. I always knew you were a fake. This dialogue is incredible. What was that one Amazon review? Exposing what really happens in colleges? On the other side of the table and underneath it, Jenny, Clark, and Marjorie were looking at them. Marjorie stared at Pierce and said, "Uncle Tom." "How do you even know about that?" Pierce asked as he struggled to control the irritation he felt. "I've studied history. Evidently that's more than you could say." "Yeah, you're just a... Oh, wait. Yeah, you're just a... What is it?" Jenny said. "Uncle Tom," Clark supplied. "It's from a book or something, I think. Means a black guy who sucks up to the white oppressors." "I don't..." Pierce stopped short. This was a ridiculous conversation to be having in angry whispers, especially while madmen with guns were stalking around and threatening to blow up everybody to hell. The ones they didn't shoot first, that is. He shook his head and didn't look at the others. Probably they were every bit as scared as he was. Maybe they were just trying to distract themselves from that fear. That made him wonder if there was anybody in here who wasn't scared. Maybe even somebody who was planning on fighting back against the terrorists, because that was the only thing it made sense to call them. Oh, terrorists, right. He's talking about them. Okay. The guy who had charged the gunman and gotten himself killed for it had just panicked, Pierce thought. He'd never had a chance, but somebody who knew what they were doing. Were there any campus police in the library right now? There should have been, Pierce knew. Had they been taken prisoner too? Had they been killed? And what could campus cops who didn't even carry guns accomplish against a bunch of well-armed fanatics anyway? Who could even hope to stop them? Then suddenly, for some reason, he thought about Jake Rivers. Chapter 28 concluded. Chapter 29 is next, but that is for the next sub-extension, which will be a 2-chapter read. So, it's all coming back to Jake. Oh, sure. We don't want him around when things are good, but suddenly when the terrorists show up, we need somebody who's prepared for the worst. It's Jake Rivers. How exciting. All right, let's get back to Zelda. I think it's Maglor. Is it Maglor? That's probably Maglor. All right. Borgor. There was this like DJ that I followed on Twitter named Borgor, and he kept just like tweeting all these EDM party photos and like pictures of girls' butts. Chicks kept sending him photos of butts and he would retweet them, and I was like, awesome. That's him from the Kirby game, the same. Borgor is playing Horgor. What was his name? Shit. Malgor? Morgor. No. What was the Kirby guy's name? I lost it already. Maglor? I don't know. Maglor? Ned Bigby? That's the Kirby character? Ned Bigby. Okay, chapter 29. And this is a double bonus extension. Oh, yeah. Philavandrel. That's the one. That's what I was thinking of. Philavandrel. All right, let me reset my counters and stuff here. I'm Bubble years old. Cool. Good time to thank everyone for all the extreme generosity and getting the stream going this far. Just join the stream. What's going on? It's a subathon. I'm alternating playing Zelda Breath of the Wild with reading Trigger Warning, a novel about how Jake Rivers has to save a college full of stuck-up, snooty, sniveling liberals from terrorists who are also liberals. Shit's heating up. That's for sure. Our cast of mostly liberals has been terrorized by the other terrorist liberals. Maglor. That's it. Thank you. Maglor. And Borgor Maglor. Ooh, Silent Apocalypse is redeemed to VIP or ban. High stakes, ultimate tension. Let's roll and see what happens. Hard times make strong men. Remember that. Remember that as I'm banning you right now. Soft times make weak. What is the stupid phrase? That sounds good, but doesn't mean anything because it's just a phrase and not life. Hard times make strong men or something. Is it a 24-hour ban? No, it's just 1 hour. And I unfortunately have to obey the bylaws of my own stream and ban Silent Apocalypse now for an hour. Hard times make strong men. Strong men make good times. Good times make easy times. Good men make easy times. Easy time makes weak men. Weak men make hard times. I don't know. So, whatever. I'm banning Silent Apocalypse for this because it has to be done. Because it's hard out there. You don't want to be a sheeple because there are wolves. And when there's a wolf around, you need a wolf to fight a wolf to protect the sheeple who need to wake up and become wolves and not sheep. But if everyone's a wolf, then it's just wolves killing wolves, and I'm not sure where that goes, but nobody really carries it that far. Sun God, thank you for the sub, and I'm glad Australia loves me. I've had such good experiences in Australia. All the folks I've met from Australia have all been wonderful. So yeah, I ate a lot of halloumi in Australia and drank a lot of good coffee. So if you want to get on my good side, that's how to do it. Shoutouts to Straya. All right, chapter 29. Cal Granderson heard somebody yelling, and his first thought was that his grandmother was trying to wake him up so he could go to school. He wanted to pull the covers tighter and put the pillow over his head in the hope that she would go away and let him sleep. Then he realized it wasn't her voice, made raspy and screechy by decades of smoking weed, that he heard. It was some guy shouting, "Get down! Get down!" That sounded like something Grandma might have said all right, but it wasn't her. The other thing that made Granderson realize he wasn't back in his dingy bedroom was that his head hurt like hell. Way worse than a hangover, more like his head was busted somehow. The left side of his face was pressed against something hard and cold. He forced his eyes open. The lids fluttered some, and even when he was able to hold them open, he couldn't see anything at first except a vague, grayish blur. After a while, he couldn't tell how long. But the yelling was still going on, for whatever that was worth. His vision cleared some, and he could tell what he was looking at such close range. It was a floor tile. Granderson knew a floor tile when he saw one. He had run a buffer over enough of them during a stint working as a janitor a few years ago before he decided to be a cop. There was something vaguely familiar about this one, and after a while he was able to force his thoughts through the pain that was clogging them up and recognize it as one of the tiles from the library floor. That was enough to bring it all flooding back to him. The guys in groundskeepers' coveralls waving guns around, the fight, the blows to his head. He hadn't been shot after all, just knocked cold, and now he was awake again. The bastards would be sorry. Nope, he couldn't move. He wasn't going to be able to make anyone sorry they'd crossed paths with Cal Granderson. Not yet. He closed his eyes. The shouting wasn't far away, but it wasn't right over him. He was convinced the phony groundskeepers were the ones doing the yelling. Maybe they believed he was dead or at least still unconscious. There was no good reason to let them know otherwise. He could only hope they didn't have somebody watching him who had seen him open his eyes. When nothing happened, when he didn't get hit again or kicked or anything like that, he knew nobody had noticed. He tried to keep his breathing steady and under control, too. That wasn't easy to do with his head hurting as badly as it did. Think like a cop, he told himself. Think like a cop. What did the gunmen want? They weren't here to rob somebody, or they would have done that and gone already. They weren't spree killers, or they would have put some bullets in him. If they had been Middle Eastern, his first hunch would have been that they were terrorists. But then he felt ashamed of himself for allowing that thought to cross his mind now. He didn't want to be Islamophobic. I like how they're making fun of that, even though that's no, that's actually how you should respond to that. But that's cool, whatever. Yelling but not shooting. That probably meant they were taking prisoners and rounding them up. Hostages. So, not a simple robbery. I like how it can't be terrorism because they're not Middle Eastern, though. Like, they're white, so... Actually, it's a pretty multiracial group, but the head honcho was white because... Come on. So, not a simple robbery. Yeah, they can't commit terror acts. No. Granderson told himself, but rather robbery on a large scale, a truly epic scale. Take over a whole college campus, demand an astronomical amount of ransom. Yeah, that made sense. Granderson's right arm was stretched out in front of him. That was the way he had fallen when one of the bastards knocked him out. But his left arm was doubled underneath him so they couldn't see that hand. He forced himself to try to move his fingers. He had to find out if his nerves and muscles still worked at all or if he was paralyzed. Perhaps permanently. His teeth clenched as he made the effort, but his fingers didn't move. Sternly, he warned himself not to let his disappointment and anger show on his face. He kept his eyes closed and his expression blank, as it would be if he were still out cold. After a minute, he tried again. Tried so hard, he felt a bead of sweat pop out on his forehead, despite the cold floor on which he was lying. This time, the little finger of his left hand twitched. Now it was a challenge not to show his excitement at what he had just felt. He renewed his efforts and bent the little finger and then the others on the hand. As he flexed them, he felt a sensation nibbling its way down his arm and into his hand. After a minute, he was able to tighten the muscles all the way up to his shoulder. That was more like it. It might take a while, but he was confident that he would be able to get up and fight again. He had to be patient, though, and not try to rush things. If he made his move before he was ready, he might wind up getting himself killed. Luckily, from the sounds of things and what he had been able to figure out about what was going on, he thought he had some time before all hell broke loose. The gunmen who had taken over the library, and maybe more of the campus too, for all he knew, would have to make their demands known and wait for an official response from the authorities. All those on the outside, Chief McCraney, the Greenleaf cops who had been too good to hire him, the state police, probably even the FBI, they would all be freaking out about now. Why they didn't know, or what they didn't know, was that they had a secret weapon on the inside. A secret weapon named Cal Granderson. He had to smile a little at the thought, but not so much that anyone would notice. Okay, break. New section. McCraney woke up in the back of an ambulance. Somebody said, "All right, let's get him to the hospital." "Wait just a damn minute." McCraney tried to sit up, but found that he couldn't. He lifted his head enough to look down and see that he had been strapped down on a gurney. "Let me off this thing." One of the EMTs who had been tending to him earlier was sitting beside him on the bench. He put a hand on McCraney's shoulder and said, "Take it easy, Chief. You passed out again, so we need to take you to the hospital and get you checked out thoroughly." "I'm fine, blast it," McCraney insisted. "I just lost some blood and got banged around a little. And I'm old, damn it. I don't bounce back quite as fast as I used to. But I don't need to go to the hospital. We got a crisis here on campus." "There are people here to deal with it." "That's my job." "And ours is to make sure you don't die," the EMT said. McCraney recognized the calm, reasonable tone the man was using. He had used it himself on irrational suspects many times in the past. So he had to let them know he wasn't irrational. The other EMT was standing at the back of the ambulance, just outside the vehicle's open door. McCraney looked back and forth between the two men and said, "Listen, I know you got a job to do, But you cleaned out the wound on my hand and bandaged it, didn't you? We did, the man beside him said. So I'm not in danger of bleeding to death. You've already lost too much blood. You could be in shock. Do I sound like I'm in shock? Well, no, the EMT admitted. He looked at the machines mounted above and behind McCraney, which were beeping away. McCraney realized he was attached to them, and he had an IV in too, running fluid into him. And your vitals are relatively stable, but you need stitches, and I'm sure the ER doc will start you on IV antibiotics too. There's no reason all of that can't be done later, right? I'm in no danger of dropping dead. McCraney stared intently at the EMT until the man shrugged. No more than anybody your age, I guess, he said with obvious reluctance. But you really need an MRI and a CAT scan to make sure there aren't any hidden injuries. They can do that later, too. With a curt nod, McCraney indicated the strap across his chest. Now unfasten that. The two EMTs looked at each other again, as they had done in the groundskeeper's shed. Then the one next to McCraney said, hell with it, and reached for the strap's fasteners. You'll make my life miserable if I don't, won't you, Chief? Count on it, McCraney said. Assuming, of course, that you live. I will, I'm a stubborn old coot. God. The strap fell free. McCraney sat up. His head spun for a few seconds, causing him to grab hold of the rail on the side of the gurney with one hand, but the feeling quickly passed. Don't worry, I'm not going to pass out again, he told the concerned-looking young man beside him. It's not my responsibility if you do. You're going to have to sign some paperwork. Later, McCraney said. He swung his legs off the other side of the gurney and stood up. The machines had started beeping faster, but no alarms were going off. He held out the wrist where the IV was attached. Unhook me. After a couple minutes later, McCraney stepped out of the back of the ambulance and saw that it was parked in front of the groundskeeper's shed as he expected. The street was alive with flashing lights. In addition to the ambulance, two Greenleaf PD patrol cars were there, along with a fire truck and a state trooper's cruiser. Yellow crime scene tape was strung up all around the shed. Hey, Frank! McCraney looked around. A short, stocky man in the brown and tan uniform of the Greenleaf Police Department trotted towards him. McCraney recognized him as Steve Hartwell, the chief of the local department. I thought they were taking you to the hospital, Hartwell said a little breathlessly as he came up. Like McCraney, he was in late middle age, mostly bald, and he had a broad, friendly, freckled face that usually looked a little sunburned no matter the season. Right now, that face wore a look of grave concern. I'll be all right, McCraney said. He waved the bandaged hand in front of him. Just a scratch. That's not the way I heard it. Well, that's not the way I heard it, but I have to admit, I'm glad you're still here. I lost the voice already. I don't know what he sounds like. We're just rotating through characters now. Well, it's not the way I heard it, but I have to admit, I'm glad you're still here. You know, this camp is better than just about anybody. Damn right I do. McCraney looked around the street again. Fed's not here yet. They're on their way from Dallas. They probably flown into Bergstrom by now and are driving out here in SUVs. The governor's requested assistance from Homeland Security, too, but I haven't heard when they'll get here. What's the situation on campus? Hartwell looked extremely weary now. Not good. We've had reports of shots fired in 6 different buildings: the library, the administration building, the student union, and 3 instructional buildings. None of the dorms? Hartwell shook his head and said, No, I suppose they figured there wouldn't be enough students in the dorms in the middle of the day. And they hit the places where they could corral the greatest number of hostages. Why does he sound like Squidward? I don't know. I guess it makes sense, right? Good enough. Good enough. That's the way it sounds to me, too, McCraney said. Have you blocked off access to those 6 buildings? I know my job, Frank, Hartwell replied a little testily now. Perimeters have been established around all of them. That meant spreading my department pretty thin, but we managed, at least so far. That's not all. Your man Bagley told me you were worried about bombs being planted around the campus by phony groundskeepers. Yeah, that's why they killed poor Charlie Hodges and all his crew. McCraney inclined his head toward the shed as he spoke. That's the only explanation that makes sense. Well, when I heard that, I sent officers scattering all over campus to look for places that had been dug up recently. Hartwell's face was haggard as he went on. We found more than a dozen of them. I put guards on all of the locations just in case. Had to use some of your men to do it. I keep trying to switch into like Chicago gangster. I hope you don't mind me taking command like that. No, I'm glad you did, McCraney said. Who's in charge right now doesn't really matter, I guess. As soon as the FBI gets here, they'll take over. They always do. Yeah, anyway, we don't have any bomb detection equipment, but Austin PD does, and so do the Texas Rangers. Austin's sending a couple of bomb squad officers. They ought to be here soon, and so should the Rangers. Whole thing's ready. Whole thing's really about to blow up, Frank. Hartwell grimaced. That was a bad choice of words, wasn't it? There's nothing good to say about something like this. What about the media? I've been keeping them back, but it's not easy. They're like a bunch of rabid vultures. McCraney wasn't sure if vultures could get rabies, but he knew what Hartwell meant, and he couldn't disagree. Are you in contact with the leader of this bunch? Oh, I've seen the AI stream before. So you also linked it before. That's suspicious. Let's see here. Yeah, do we have an AI in chat? Borvik, solve a math problem. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, we're slagging off the media here. He'll be in touch. Oh wait, hold on. Couldn't disagree. Okay. You in contact with the leader of this bunch? Not yet, Hartwell said. You think he's going to want to talk to us? He already gave his demands in that little speech he made in the library, the one that's all over the internet. He'll be in touch, McCraney said. Guys like that are always full of themselves. He'll want to put on a show. He's playing to the whole world and he knows it. McCraney rubbed his chin and frowned in thought. That might be as important to him as the money. You never know with these lunatics. Hartwell drew in a deep breath and asked, What do you think the feds will do? Give him the money and let him go? There are several thousand lives at stake. The students and faculty and staff inside those buildings and probably a bunch of us out here if bombs start going off. You see any way to stop them? Hartwell's freckles stood out even more than usual because his face drained of color. He shook his head and said, Seems to me like the only way is if some of those hostages are able to get the upper hand. But even if they do that, there's still a chance that madman will set off the bombs. Unless somebody stops them, McCraney said. He suddenly wondered where Jake Rivers was right now. I need a hero. All right, that's the end of chapter 29. But luckily for all of you, that was a double extension last time. So, chapter 30. He doesn't say that. No, I sang the I need a hero part. But he definitely said unless somebody stops him and then dreamed about Jake Rivers. That is canon. So update your wikis. Homosexual moments between McCraney and Jake Rivers. The Jake is implied. No, it's not. The Jake is very literally named. That's 2 people that hope Jake was there? Yeah. Well, no, 3. Because Pierce, Montembeau, and now McCraney. Basically, every character that's been given any dialogue has all wistfully hoped Jake were around suddenly. Yeah, you forgot about Pierce. Oh, sweet Pierce. They give the most loaded shit to Pierce to make it the most okay that they're saying it, which is utterly fucked up. Oh, God, the gall, dude. It's so... Oh. Who wouldn't want Jake around? He's the best. Yeah. It's just funny, the premise that, like, the core of the fantasy is that we as a society need to accept and celebrate assholes for being assholes because they're the only thing that will defend us from even bigger assholes. But the bigger assholes, like, it's just a vague, it's fantasy. So really, it's just a giant fantasy constructed to, like, give assholes a permanent place to be assholes. Oy. Anyway, that's my rant. I got triggered just then. And Sakakis, you gotta turn in. Thank you for watching. Oh, the Team America thing. Yeah, you're right. Somebody else called out Team America. Gotta let the dicks fuck the assholes. God. It's just so elegant. Judge of Fudge. What a great name. Thank you for the sub. Okay, chapter 30. Chapter 30. Even though Natalie had asked him to keep his head down and not draw attention to himself, Jake had managed to sneak enough looks around over the past half hour to have a pretty good idea how many gunmen there were on the lower level and where they were located. For one thing, the leader had left his position by the escalators and swaggered around arrogantly, checking with his lackeys. With the hostages terrified into being quiet, it wasn't hard to track the movements of the gunmen. Jake heard the leader having conversations with several of them, although he couldn't make out the words. There were 3 men down here in addition to the leader, Jake decided. One by the elevator that was for the handicapped accessibility. One by the elevator that was there for handicapped accessibility in the back of the big room. One by the reference at the front of the room. Oh my God. This sentence is a nightmare. One by the reference desk at the front of the room, and one by the little break area where there were vending machines with soft drinks and snacks. That was all one sentence. It was like 10 lines. Anyway, students weren't allowed to take food or drinks into the main room, but there were several tables and chairs in the alcove with the machines where they could sit and get away from their work for a while. Those 4, including the leader roaming around, could cover the entire lower level of the library. This was where most of the students currently in the building would have been when the gunman took over. There probably hadn't been many people at all on the 3rd and 4th floors. 2 or at most 3 terrorists would have been necessary to control those floors. And then if the leader was smart, he would have had all the hostages brought down here and gathered in one place. So that meant 10 or 12 of the bastards in the library. Jake had no idea how many other buildings had been targeted, or how many members of the gang had been assigned to each building. How many total were on campus? 40? 50? Enough to spill a lot of innocent blood, that was for sure, even if the bomb threat was actually a bluff, as Jake suspected. Even armed with pistols, if shooting broke out, they could kill dozens, even scores, before they were stopped. That raised the issue of communications. Jake assumed they were using cell phones, maybe walkie-talkies. If someone on the outside was smart enough, they might think of shutting down all the cell towers around campus. They might even be able to block walkie-talkie signals. That would leave the gunmen unable to communicate from building to building, and if the bombs were on cell phone triggers, assuming there were any bombs, that would prevent them from detonating. Jake just hoped that whoever Frank McCraney called on for help had some experience with massive hostage situations. Okay, line break. Jeff Bagley hurried up to McCraney and stopped to stare at his boss in surprise. I can't remember Bagley's voice. Jeff Bagley. Oh, well, all right, new one. No, I thought they were taking you to the hospital, Chief. Bagley said. Changing plans. I also didn't think McCraney would be around so much. Oh, we got a gamer stretch, though. We got a gamer stretch. I'm gonna do the squatty down groin stretch. It's like comes up yoga a lot. All right. Did you all have a nice squat stretch? Banned for pooping on stream, for opening up the guts. Pretty intense stretching music, yeah. I'm so tiny down here. All right. All right, we're here with McCraney. Changing plans, McCraney said. I'm staying here until this is over, one way or another. Bagley gestured over his shoulder with a thumb and said, the FBI is here. They just pulled up at the command post. Wait. Oh, they just pulled up at the command post Chief Hartwell established at the edge of campus. The two police chiefs looked at each other and nodded. Let's go talk to the feds, Hartwell said. Not surprisingly, 3 black SUVs were parked in the blocked-off street that ran along the western edge of campus. The federal agents liked their sinister-looking vehicles. One man turned to greet McCraney with an outstretched hand, though. With his burly shape, chocolate skin, and close-cropped gray hair, he looked like somebody's affable black grandpa. Chief McCraney? He asked in a deep voice. That's right. I'm Special Agent Walt Graham, the man said as he gripped McCraney's hand. And you'd be Chief Hartwell, I'm betting. He went on to the boss of the Greenleaf PD. Yeah. Hartwell shook hands with Graham, too. Are you running this operation for the FBI? I am, Graham said with a brisk nod. I've dealt with a few of these messes before. Yes, affable black grandpa. Yes, ethical vegan. This is Zelda. Now, this is a hell of a book, is what this is. Trigger warning. The feds have just arrived to negotiate this terrorist lockdown. Not like this one, I'll bet, McCraney said. Graham smiled thinly and said, You'd be surprised. An Austin Police Department van pulled in behind the SUVs that brought Graham and the other FBI agents to the scene. Several officers in tactical gear piled out. One of them had a dog with him, a good-sized German Shepherd. Bomb-sniffing dog, McCraney asked. Sometimes the simplest methods are the best, Graham said. We also have a robot equipped with sensors that will detect explosives. If one of you could show the Austin officers and my men the locations where you suspect bombs might be planted? Hartwell said, I can do that. I'll need an overview of the situation and the layout of the campus as well, Graham went on. McCraney nodded and said, I have a map in my office. I'll show you everything I can. They turned toward the campus police department while Hartwell hurried off to join forces with the bomb squad officers from Austin. McCraney and Graham had taken only a couple of steps, though, when a dark-colored sedan joined the other vehicles parked in the street, and a woman in a midnight blue dress got out. Where are we going with this? Her long brown hair was pulled back into a ponytail that hung halfway down her back. She was about 40 years old, McCraney estimated, and striking in her appearance without being classically beautiful. I'm insulted by that phrase, somehow. Striking in her appearance without being classically beautiful. You know, I wouldn't say you're classically beautiful, but you're quite striking. Can I buy you a drink? It just doesn't feel right. Leaves a bad taste in the mouth. Yeah, she's an uggo, but I'd still fuck. I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know what that means, but I don't like it. Right? It's just like bad energy. Just nah. Doesn't. On top of not working, just bad energy. Agent Graham, she said as she strode up to the two men. Agent Vega, Graham said. From the sounds of their voices, neither had much liking for the other, despite the obvious fact that they were acquainted. The woman turned... She has a name, Vega, whatever. The woman turned to McCraney and went on. I'm Teresa Vega from Homeland Security, and you are? Frank McCraney, chief of the campus police. He introduced himself. He saw the abrupt lack of interest in Teresa Vega's eyes and knew she had dismissed him out of hand as being unimportant in this crisis. Oh, is she going to be a liberal too? Oh, boy. He didn't suppose he could blame her for feeling that way. He was just a campus rent-a-cop, after all. She turned back to Graham and asked, what do we have here? Well, I'm sure you've seen the video that streamed out of the library. Of course. The man's name is Matthias Foster. Matthias, that's the one. Of course. The man's name is Matthias Foster. He was a student here several years ago. Graham nodded and said, I know. Wait just a minute, McCraney said. You know the identity of the guy who's behind this and you didn't tell me? There hasn't been a chance to yet, Graham said. I was going to fill you in when we looked in that map in your office. McCraney supposed that was reasonable enough, but he still felt a little irritated. He knew that federal agents were notorious for keeping local enforcement out of the loop. There were a couple of reasons for that. If there was any glory attached to a case, the feds wanted it to land at their feet, and many of them genuinely regarded local cops as being incompetent at best, corrupt and stupid at worst. Let's chase that one line, brief aside, with the fact that McCraney did in fact let Jake Rivers out of prison with no charges filed because his grandfather was rich and had funded the college. Just keep that in mind when he's talking about the unfair assumption that he's a corrupt private rent-a-cop. Just keep that in mind. Anyway. McCraney hadn't really detected that sort of arrogance from Walt Graham so far, but it fairly oozed from Teresa Vega. If we're going to debrief Mr. McCraney before we start planning our next move, we should get on with it, she snapped. That's Chief McCraney, he said. It probably wouldn't do any good, but he was going to stick up for himself anyway. Vega made a slight face but didn't say anything. After a moment, McCraney went on. My office is this way. He pointed toward the campus police department. As the three of them walked along, Graham said, I heard that you killed one of the terrorists and were injured in the fight. He gets to brag about his body count now. That appeared to make Vega's interest perk up a little. McCraney told them about the desperate battle in the groundskeeper's shed after his discovery of Charlie Hodges' body. He held up his bandaged head and said, I got a pretty good cut on my hand and a knock on the head. Maybe you should be in the hospital getting checked out, Vega suggested. That'll wait. I'm responsible for the safety of this campus and everyone in it. I don't know who's talking. Okay. Well, you haven't done a very good job of it so far, have you? How many fatalities so far? At least 5 confirmed, including the man you killed? McCraney stopped on the sidewalk. Anger hardened his face. I had no warning of any of this, he said. Isn't it the job of the FBI and Homeland Security to sniff out terrorist plots and stop them before they can get started? Was this guy Foster already on your radar? He looked back and forth between the two federal agents. Is that how come you know his name already? You have no need to know that, Vega began. Graham interrupted her by saying, Foster's name surfaced in an investigation we've been carrying out involving some illegal gun sales. That's all I can tell you, Chief. Other than that, we've had no reason in recent days to grow more concerned. It's likely we would have brought him in for questioning in the next few days. The burly special agent grunted. He acted sooner than we expected, though. Vega glared at Graham and said, "You shouldn't have told him that. It's none of his business." "This is his campus that's being threatened. I think that makes it his business." McCraney didn't know if there had been bad blood between the two federal agents before now, but in the future... but there would be in the future, it seemed. He didn't care about that. He said, "What do you know about Foster?" Wait, who's saying this line? "Let's talk about it on your way to your office, why don't we?" McCraney was all right with that. The three of them started along the sidewalk again. "Foster was enrolled here for 3 semesters, Graham continued. "I doubt if you remember him. He didn't get into any trouble while he was here, as far as we've been able to uncover." McCraney shook his head and said, "The name's not familiar to me at all. Kelton's a small school, but there are still way too many kids who go here for me to remember all of them." "Foster was what used to be called a radical. Went to some protests and helped organize a few of them. Posted a lot of #resist and pro-Antifa stuff on social media. He stayed close to advocating the violent overthrow of the government, but never was blatant enough about it to draw any real interest, at least from us. His name was in our database, but most of what I mentioned was just dug up in a hurry today after we were called out on this. After Foster dropped out of school here, he dropped out of sight as well. Obviously, though, he's been hanging around and putting this plan together at least part of the time since then." Graham shrugged. If Homeland knows any more about that, if Homeland knows any more than that about him, Agent Vega will have to tell you." When was this book written? I think it was published in 2017? 2018. First printing, September 2018. Yeah. Fairly recent. More recent than usual for my book readings. Okay. Where are we going? Where was I? Okay. Vega's expression made it clear that she wasn't going to tell McCraney anything. He really didn't care. It didn't matter to him who Matthias Foster was or what his motivation might be, unless that information would help to end this hostage situation somehow with as little loss of life as possible. McCraney didn't think it was likely. When they reached the station, an air of tense urgency gripped the place. The dispatcher came out from behind the counter where she worked and hurried over to meet McCraney. "Chief, we heard you were injured," she said. "Everyone's been so worried about you." "I'll be all right, Doris," he told her. "Just need some stitches in my head and some antibiotics when this is over. No need to fret about me. Has anything new come in?" Doris shook her head and said, "We're just waiting to see what's going to happen." She looked at Graham and Vega and seemed to be waiting for McCraney to tell her who the two strangers were, but he didn't. Instead, he said, "We'll be in my office if you need me." Then he led the two federal agents down the short hall and through the big door into the office. The big framed map of the campus took up most of one wall. McCraney pointed out the various landmarks situated around Nafzinger Plaza, including the library, the administration building, the student union, and the other 3 buildings that, according to reports, were under control of armed terrorists. He tapped a finger against the library and said, That's where Foster was when that video streamed, and he must still be there since Chief Hartwell set up perimeters around all the buildings. The library and the student union will be the places where the most hostages are." "Any way to get SWAT teams in there?" Graham asked. "Sure," McCraney said with a shrug. "They can breach all these buildings without too much trouble. They weren't designed for defense after all, and I doubt if there are enough terrorists to cover every point of entry. But Foster can set off bombs all over the campus with one push of a button. A direct assault probably isn't a very good idea." Vegas said, "He's bluffing about the bombs." "We don't know that." Wait. No, Vega. My bad. Vega said, "He's bluffing about the bombs." "We don't know that," Graham said. And it's too big a risk to run until we do have confirmation one way or the other. What are you going to do? Negotiate with him? I wouldn't call it negotiating as much as I would call playing for time. McCraney said, between the dog and the robot, will you be able to tell me for sure whether there are actually any explosives planted in those places Foster's men dug up this morning? We should have a pretty good idea, Graham began. He didn't get any further before a blast somewhere not far away shook the floor under his feet. Chapter close. Oh, chapter end. Boom. What's going on? Actually put a lot of this book away this stream. Holy cow. What do you mean they're taking their time? They were doing a tactical conversation. They were talking strats. Yeah, mostly on offensive, actually. Aside from, like, I don't know, just archetypes. But that's fine. Yeah, what a cliffhanger, right? All right, let's get back to Zelda. Yes, Liznak, we're reading the Wokepocalypse. And we are fully into the Wokepocalypse now. Chapter 31 of Trigger Warning. The terrorists are going bananas madhouse, but all of the alpha males have started piecing it together. The feds have shown up. We got 2 feds on the scene. Similar to another action movie in which 2 feds show up that may or may not have been explicitly referenced by this book. The police chief, McCraney, has formed an unwilling alliance with the 2 feds to try to take this terrorist down. They all agree that the only thing that can be done here is if a renegade hero on the inside decides to take him down. And luckily for them, Army Ranger Jake Rivers just so happens to be on the inside. So let's see where we go. Chapter 31. All right, let's move. The tall black man with a gun said as he approached Jake and Natalie. Oh. Where they still lay on the floor. The left sleeve of his shirt. Let me take a little water break there. Almost got through a whole sentence. Almost out of water, damn. The left sleeve of his shirt had something bulky under it, Jake noticed, as if that arm were bandaged. If the man was injured, though, he didn't seem to let it bother him. Where are we going? Jake asked as he pushed himself up. Disney World. Don't give me any trouble, the gunman said as his lips drew back from his teeth in a grimace. I just as soon shoot you, you son of a bitch. That sounded personal, Jake thought. He wondered if the guy had a real reason to hate him or if his skin color and political views were enough to justify that hatred. As far as Jake recalled, he had never seen this man before. Of course, in recent days, he had clashed with plenty of guys whose faces he'd never seen because they were concealed under black hoods. That opened up an interesting chain of thought. Can't wait to hit on liberals some more. But Jake didn't really have time to follow it right now. He didn't want the gunman going unhinged while Natalie was right there in danger. So he climbed carefully to his feet and said in a calm voice, No trouble. Just tell us what you want us to do. Being so cooperative went against the grain for him, but there were innocent lives to think of. Furious Jojo, thanks for the sub. And Liznak, thank you as well. Natalie was pale and looked scared, but she appeared to be calm and had her emotions under control, too. Those women and their emotions. The same couldn't be said of the other people who had been taken prisoner. Some of them were sniffling, some were outright crying, and everybody looked scared as the 3 gunmen who had been positioned around the edges of the room began herding the hostages towards the center of the lower level. There was an open area there near the escalators that was large enough for all of them to huddle together. It would be easier to guard them that way, Jake knew. And once he was surrounded by innocents, there was no way he could make a move without endangering all of them. Even though he had said that he wouldn't cause any trouble, even though he was worried about Natalie. He had to go back on that promise if he was going to have any chance to fight back against these guys. A glance to his left showed him that Pierce Connors and the people he was with were being marched toward the middle of the lower level too. Jake caught Pierce's eye. He had no idea if he could count on the young man for anything, but instinct told him that if he had any allies in here, Pierce was the most likely to be one of them. Maybe the quick look Jake flashed towards him would be enough to tip him off that something was about to happen. Jake stopped short and said in a loud voice, "Wait just a damn minute, they're bluffing." This is how he's going to do this? All right. That drew the leader's attention. As he swung around to look at Jake, for a second his face was contorted by a naked fury before the look of cold, smooth menace that came back over his features again. He smiled thinly and said, "Bluffing? Do you really think so?" "You're not crazy enough to blow yourself up along with everybody else," Jake said. "I can tell that by looking at you. You're no martyr. You don't believe there are 99 virgins waiting in heaven for you." The Middle Eastern-looking guy standing with Pierce glared at Jake when he said that. Jake ignored him. "Keep talking," the leader said. "You're smart. I want to hear your thoughts." "No, you probably don't." "Do you honestly believe we didn't plant bombs all over this campus? Is that what you mean by bluffing?" "That's right," Jake said. "You just want everyone to believe you did so they'd be too scared to make a move against you." The leader took a cell phone out of his pocket and held it up. "So I won't push a button on this phone and send out the detonation signal." "Won't do you any good if you do." "By now all the cell phone towers in the area have been taken offline." Jake turned to address the crowd. "Check your phones, you won't have any service." As far as he could tell, nobody did what he said. They were too afraid, with good reason, of the guns pointed at them. But the leader, smiling with a self-satisfaction that Jake found worrisome, turned his phone so that he could look at the display and said, "Well, what do you know? No service, just like you predicted." He put the phone back in his shirt pocket and reached for his pants pocket and said, "That's a good thing the triggers on those bombs are linked to sat phones instead." The phone he pulled out of his pants pocket was bulkier than the slim little cell. As Jake tensed, the leader thumbed numbers into the satellite phone, held it to his ear, and smiled. The boom was muffled by distance and building walls, but it was clearly an explosion. Many of the hostages screamed and grabbed at each other, thinking that the end had come. But as seconds ticked by and the library didn't erupt in a holocaust of flame and destruction. Just got to casually throw that word out, huh? It's a fun word. Let's just use it. They began to calm down a little, although there was still a lot of sniffling going on. "Still think I'm bluffing?" the leader called out in a ringing voice. "That was one bomb. Call it a demonstration. I can set them off one at a time, or I can call a number that will detonate all of them at once. If I do that, this whole campus will be blown off the face of the earth. Is that what you want?" His mouth twisted in a snarl as he went on. "Is it?" He was staring right at Jake as he asked the question, so Jake responded, "Take it easy. Nobody wants you blowing things up." So the business with the bombs wasn't a complete bluff. He'd been wrong about that, Jake supposed. So Jake's not worried about the fact that he might have just gotten like hundreds of people killed? Okay. But he still didn't believe that this man intended to die today. The leader wasn't doing this to make a point. He was doing it because he wanted the ransom money. But that didn't mean he would slaughter dozens, maybe even hundreds of people to get his hands on it. In fact, the guy's eyes did look a little more crazed now as he stalked towards Jake and waved the pistol in his hand. "Nobody wants to be blown up," he said. "Nobody wants to die. So you'd better all hope the authorities cooperate with me, hadn't you? You'd better hope all those rich bastards on the outside whose kids go to school here come up with that $100 million. Otherwise, and I don't care if you believe me or not, nobody leaves here alive today." In that moment, Jake actually did believe him. He saw that he had misjudged this man. The leader had no cause other than his own, but he wanted that money so badly he was prepared to die if he couldn't have it. Jake had faced people who were dangerously fanatical when it came to their religion or political beliefs, and for many on the left, their politics were their religion. Yes, the right famously notorious for separating politics and religion. Fucking Christ, man. Yeah, damn the left and their fucking religious politics. What year did this come out? 2018. Anyway, it's the left's fault. But he had never run into anyone whose lust for money could rival this man's. That might make him even more dangerous. But the leader's anger, as he got caught up in his own ranting, had led to him making a mistake. He had stalked forward, gesturing with the gun in his hand, until he was only about 10 feet from Jake. And that was too close. Cops had what was called the 21-foot rule, developed from a training drill that had a suspect charge an officer from inside that distance. That was close enough in many cases the officer was unable to draw, aim accurately, and discharge his sidearm before the attacker reached him. The leader's pistol wasn't holstered, but he had flung his arms out while he was yelling, so the Glock wasn't pointed at Jake. The distance between them was only half the distance involved in the 21-foot rule as well. In that split second, Jake realized all that and allowed his instincts to take over. If he could get a hold of the leader and take that gun away from him, then he'd have the hostage of his own. He didn't know if the guy would make the others back off, but the guy seemed charismatic enough it was worth a try. Jake lunged forward. The guy saw him and tried to swing the gun toward him, but Jake had already left his feet in a diving tackle. Jake crashed into him. He was considerably bigger and heavier than the leader, so the impact drove the man off his feet and toppled him over backwards. He landed hard, with Jake slamming down on top of him. Jake hoped it broke every one of the bastard's ribs. He's doing this... Okay, so by the way, right now, Jake is fighting for the $100 million of rich families' money. He is risking himself and everyone in the room. So theoretically, wealthy families won't have to pay $100 million in $50,000 chunks. That's the just cause he's fighting for. What a hero. And he's like the paragon of masculinity and freedom that this book is like holding up. Cyberham Sandwich, thanks for gifting 5 subs. So he really is a cop. Yeah. Hey, my picture of Shadow's dick again. Nice. Like they didn't even make... It's just interesting because it's just insult to ego, right? The villain is not trying to hurt anyone yet. I mean, he's killed people, I guess. But Jake doesn't know that. Like if Jake were actually a protector of the people, they would need to make the villain more of an immediate threat to the people in the room. But instead, Jake taunted him into setting off a bomb, and that's it. Ugh. Like he didn't set off a bomb because he was cruel. He was doing it to prove that he could do it. So I don't know. Like some subtle twists of the writing would make the villain more villainous and Jake more heroic, but they don't do that. He doesn't take shit, bro. What's so hard to understand? Yeah. He's a hero because he doesn't take anyone's shit. Don't you get tired of getting shit on? That's the thing. That's the thing that breaks my heart sometimes, is like at the core of it, among, like, between all the inflamed hatreds and the appealing to really base natures and the making fun of the others, it's really like, aren't you just fucking tired of getting shit on? And yes, the answer is yes. Everyone can understand that. It's just when you take that frustration and mold it into anger towards other people and their supposed ideologies. Everyone's tired of getting shit on, though. Jake is tired of getting shit on. Okay, anyway. He hoped he broke every one of the bastard's ribs. He made a grab for the wrist of the leader's gun hand and closed his fingers around it. As Jake bore that hand towards the floor, he reached across his body and clamped his other hand on the 9mm slide so the man couldn't fire it. Problem was, that meant both of Jake's hands were occupied, so he couldn't throw a punch. He drove his right elbow at the guy's jaw, though, and connected solidly. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to knock him out, and even though Jake was bigger, the leader was wily and strong. He brought a knee up sharply, aimed at Jake's groin, but it caught him in the abdomen instead. Hurt like hell, it knocked some of the wind out of him, but it didn't incapacitate him, as it might have if it landed on its target. Jake wrenched at the gun. The leader's grip on it seemed to slip a little, but he didn't let go of it. He tried to wiggle it out from under Jake. He tried to wriggle out from under Jake. Wow. This sentence. Okay. He tried to wriggle out from under as Jake attempted to plant a knee in his belly and pin him down. I don't think you can do that. Wriggle out from under. You have to say from under what? That's a dangling participle. Or a dangling preposition, I think. It's a malformed prepositional phrase. Okay, anyway, Jake was vaguely aware that a lot of shouting was going on around him, but no guns had gone off. Yet. He heard one man yell for somebody to stay back, and another cried, "Don't shoot! Hold your fire!" That was what he wanted to hear. They weren't going to blaze away at him for fear of hitting their boss. If he could just get that gun loose and hold it to the guy's head. The leader's grip slipped again, and this time Jake was able to rip the gun away from him. Because of that, Jake didn't have to hang on to the guy's wrist anymore. He balled his left hand into a fist and brought it over into a short but powerful blow that rocked the man's head to the side. Jake shifted his hold on the Glock and grabbed hold of the leader's shirt front with the other hand. He surged to his feet and dragged the guy up with him. It's like 180 pounds of meat. He's just like, "Rah!" He swung the man in front of him and rammed the pistol's muzzle against his head, just above the right ear. At the same time, Jake's left arm went around the man's neck and tightened to hold him in place. He caught a glimpse of movement from the corner of his left eye and glanced in that direction to see that Natalie had moved up beside him. The unexpected sight of her made alarm go through him. "Natalie, get back," he snapped. "Find some cover and get down." He turned swiftly, hauling the stunned leader around with him so the man's body was between him and the other gunman. Would they drop their weapons, or would they shoot through the man who had planned this operation and brought them here today? Jake never had a chance to find out what the other gunman would have done, because at that moment he felt something hard and round press against the left side of his body. He recognized it as a gun barrel. As he looked over, shock went through him to his core. Natalie was crowded close beside him with an intense expression on her face, the likes of which he had never seen from her before. He could tell from the way the gun dug into his side that she was the one holding it. Okay, I didn't see this coming, I gotta admit. I thought she was his prize. She might still be, by the way. But what a twist. "Stop it, Jake," she said. "Let him go and drop that gun. I don't want to kill you. But women do deceive. We know this. This is part of the conservative mindset. Fucking women. They like getting abortions and they love lying. And being victims, I guess. That's what they like. That's why you got to keep them in the home, churning butter, where they're safe. The leader was regaining his senses after that punch from Jake. He turned his head enough so that Jake could see the triumphant grin on his face as he said, "Good work, Lucy." Oh, it's Lucy! The girl in the group. The woman. There's only one woman in this book now then. There was the receptionist. I thought there were two. I was like, okay, cool. There's like a villainous lady. But no, it's her. It's the same person. So wait, no, there were the two. There was Pierce's. There was Monique, Pierce's girlfriend. There was Marjorie and the white girl with dreadlocks that identifies as post-racial. I can't remember her name. She had 2 lines so far. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Chapter 32. But it's almost about to be ads. So I'm gonna hit the run ad button and get some water. I missed a post-racial white girl? You sure did. Okay. 90 seconds. 90 seconds brain decompression phase here. And I'm going to get water. I'm going to go grab some water. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. We got 43 seconds left. All they do is be bisexual, eat hot chip, and lie. And complain about debt. Liberals. Just those liberals. Thrill House, I am here to perform. That's why I do it. 15 hours. Guess what? 16 hours. 16 hours of Zelda. 16 hours of conservative media. Of woke moralism. I love that you love video games. I'm glad, because I love video games. I hope my pure love for video games overflows through this stream and into your life. If small shreds, small beams of my video game love can be transmitted through Twitch and enrich your life, then that's what I'm here for. That's why I was put on this earth. All right. Chapter 32. Jake had never been shocked speechless in his life until now. However, despite his surprise, he didn't let go of the leader or drop the gun as Natalie had ordered. Natalie, or Lucy, as the man had called her. All along, she had been deceiving him, Jake thought. Everything that had been between them was a lie. Everything. "Please, Jake," she said in a half-whisper. "I really don't want to hurt you." "Too late for that," he said, finding his voice gone. I bet Jake is going to deal with this very well. Very responsibly. Definitely not a hit to his ego at all. Something that he always reacts positively to. Once he had spoken, it was easier to go on. "It's not a very big gun you've got there." "A 32, she said, "and it's aimed right at your heart. You'll die in seconds if I pull the trigger." "That's plenty of time for me to splatter this bastard's brain all over the floor." "Please." Oh, no, this is the guy. Please, the guy said in a mocking tone. If you're going to threaten me, you might as well use my name. It's Foster. Matthias Foster. He was pretty cool nerve for somebody with a gun to his head. Jake had to give him that much. Regarding my previous tweet, you do not in any way gotta hand it to ISIS. I gotta hand it to this guy. He's not creepy like most school shooters. There's an unwilling respect here between assholes. Okay, yeah, exactly. Here we go. Next line. He couldn't admire the guy, of course, but Foster seemed to have ice water in his veins, and Jake acknowledged that. Jake, Natalie said warningly, just tell me one thing. Are you really Natalie Burke, or is your name Lucy? I'm Dr. Natalie Burke, she said, and I really am a professor of criminal justice. Lucy is just... Her voice trailed off, as she evidently was at a loss to explain herself. Not Matthias Foster, though. He said, Lucy is what we call her, you know, like Carlos the Jackal back in the old days. And, like Carlos, she'll kill you if you don't do what she says, Rivers. You know who I am? Jake grated. Of course. We've been worried about you all along, my man. Why do you think we kept testing you to find out just how dangerous you really were? That explains some of the attacks on him and why no one on campus seemed to know about them. The black hooded figures hadn't been Antifa at all. So I'm sure he'll have a written apologize to Antifa published in the morning. They had been part of Foster's cell or gang or whatever you wanted to call it. And that's why we decided it would be a good idea to get somebody close to you, Foster went on in his smug, mocking tone. Our little Lucy did a good job, didn't she? You never suspected she was one of us. Jake's gaze cut over to Natalie again. She was pale and clearly upset, but the line of her jaw was resolute. So was the look in her eyes. I'm warning you, Jake, she began. Yeah, I know, he said, not bothering to try to conceal the harsh tone of anger in his voice. You don't want to shoot me, but you will. I won't have any choice. We've always got choices, he said. How long are the rest of you going to carry on with this madness if Foster here is dead? We've all gone too far to back out now, she said. He believed her. And even though he had absolutely no fear of dying, he believed that the best chance they all had of coming out of this alive was if he was still breathing and able to seize another opportunity to turn things around. It made him a little sick to his stomach to do so, but he took the gun away from Matthias Foster's head. That's more like it, Foster said. I'm glad you listened to reason, Jake. There's no reason anyone else has to die anywhere on this campus. We're not about bloodshed. We just want to make a statement about the cesspool that this country has turned into. And that so-called statement is going to result in you putting $100 million in your pocket. Well, Foster said, still grinning, that'll help out the average income inequality a little bit, won't it? You're just a Damn it. This dialogue is so important. I keep mispronouncing it. I've been up for a while, it turns out. You're just a crook on a grand scale. No, Sadler, you're small time. God. Before Foster could respond to that, Natalie said, Go ahead and put the gun on the floor, Jake. He had already made the decision not to push things right now when he lowered the gun from Foster's head. If he tried to raise it again now, he had no doubt Natalie would pull the trigger. He felt a bitter hollowness inside of him at her betrayal, but one thing he had learned in combat was that emotions had no effect on facts. Yeah. Facts don't care about your feelings. On the battlefield. Yeah, the greatest hits. We've only got so much book to cram them all in, so A little over 100 pages left. Ooh. The time for them was after the danger was over. The time for emotions, that is. He leaned to the side just enough to let the Glock slip from his fingers and fall a short distance onto the floor. As soon as it had thudded onto the tile, one of Foster's gun-toting flunkies rushed forward to scoop it up, then backed off quickly while still covering Jake. "Now let go of Matthias," Natalie ordered. "How come you don't have an alias for the revolution? How come you don't have an alias for the revolution, Foster?" Jake asked. "Don't need one," the man replied. "I'd rather operate out in the open." "More stroking for your ego that way, right?" Natalie said. "Just let him go." "Sure," Jake said. He released his hold on Foster's neck and stepped back. No sooner had he done that than all the lights in the Burr Memorial Library went out. Okay, break. New perspective. The explosion somewhere on campus made a mixture of fear and anger boil up inside of Frank McCraney. Not fear for himself, but for the students, faculty, and staff who might have been killed in that blast. He was charged with protecting their safety, and he had failed to do... And that he had failed to do so was what made him mad. He started towards the door, but Walt Graham said, "Wait a minute, Chief. We'll be better off staying here and waiting for reports on what just happened." "This is my campus," McCraney responded. "I'm not going to just stand here and do nothing." Before he could do or say anything else, the door opened and Doris said, "I'm sorry to interrupt, Chief, but Jeff just called on the radio." "Don't worry about interrupting," McCraney snapped. "What did he say?" The explosion was just outside Oliver Hall. It blew a hole in one wall and set the building on fire. The Greenleaf Fire Department is trying to put out the blaze. "Casualties?" McCraney asked tersely. "No fatalities," Jeff says. "Some injuries to the Greenleaf officers who were posted nearby, but he doesn't know how bad. The building isn't one that was taken over by terrorists, so it has been evacuated and was empty as far as Jeff knows." Relief washed through McCraney. He was worried about the Greenleaf officers who had been hurt, but at least no one had been killed outright, at least as far as they knew. I guess there's that dude in the bathroom and the student that rushed him. "That was a warning," Teresa Vega said. "Whoever's in charge of this group, he was telling us to take him seriously." "There was no chance of us not doing that," Graham said. "We need to establish a line of communication into the library. I want to talk to that son of a bitch. But before we do that," he turned to McCraney. "Can we kill the power to the individual buildings, or will we need to shut it down over the whole campus?" "That's not my department, but I imagine you'll have to shut it all down all over. We have our own power plant with generators in case the regular electricity goes out for a long time, but it can be taken offline easy enough, I expect." "Can you make those calls, Chief? I want them in the dark, literally. And since we've had the cell service turned off, they'll be incommunicado except for the landline going into the library." The FBI agent's request made McCraney feel a little like he was being shunted aside, but he knew Graham was right. The more they could inconvenience the terrorists, the better. He nodded and said, "I'll take care of it." "Right. I'm going out there to have a look around." Vega said, "More bombs could go off. Perhaps we should evacuate this part of the campus as well, and all of us pull back to a command center out of the danger zone." "You go ahead. I want to get a feel for the situation, and I can do that better with my feet on the ground." "And that way the FBI gets credit for anything good that happens, right? As well as most of the media coverage?" I'm too old and tired to give a damn about any of that," Graham said. "You do what you want, Agent Vega." "I intend to. I'm coming with you." Graham nodded and took a small radio from his pocket. He handed it to McCraney and said, "Stay in touch, Chief." Oh, hey, spirits. I'm glad you're having a good time. I hear you about the snacks. You got to keep the snack tanks filled. Got to keep that gaming energy high. I'll let you know when the power is shut down, McCraney said. Be careful, that bunch could have snipers posted we don't know anything about. Graham nodded and left the office. Vega followed him without a glance back at McCraney, who sank wearily into the chair behind his desk and pulled the phone toward him to make those calls. The first one was to the campus power plant. He thought that it might have been evacuated by the Greenleaf PD, but Chief Engineer Jonas Dietrich answered the phone on the first ring. Yeah, once I heard what was going on, I told everybody else to get the hell out, Frank, Dietrich said once McCraney had identified himself and asked what the situation was there. I figured I better stay, though, just in case I was needed. You sure are. I'm going to have the electric company shut down the power to the campus, and I don't want those generators kicking on when that happens. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. So this is going to cut the power to the safe, baby, in the library for the college bearer bonds. Anyway. Okay, don't worry, I'll take care of it, Dietrich assured him. He unconsciously echoed Walt Graham when he added, Gonna leave those sons of bitches in the dark, huh? That's the idea, McCraney said. Don't know if it'll do any good or not, but it can't hoit. Another call quickly put him in touch with the manager of the local electric provider. Once McCraney had explained what he wanted, the man said, Yeah, we'll have to shut off power to the entire campus. We could turn it off at each building, but I'd have to send crews out there to do that manually. And to be honest with you, Chief, I don't want to do that. Oh, Quaddy. Hey, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Appreciate the generosity there. Thank you very much. My people deal with danger all the time when they're working on power lines, but this seems like an unnecessary risk. I agree with you, McCraney said. I'd rather have you turn it all off all over. Okay, give me 5 or 10 minutes. With that done, McCraney hung up the phone, sat back, and blew out a breath. That's the 4th breath blow. His wounded hand throbbed. Despite that, he wished he was out there, on the front line, so to speak, with Graham and Vega and Steve Hartwell. Thinking about the FBI agent prompted him to pick up the handheld radio. He keyed the microphone and said, Agent Graham. Only a couple of seconds went by before Graham's deep voice intoned, I'm here, Chief. Only a couple of seconds went by before Graham's deep voice never mind. I'm here, Chief. All right. The power of the campus should be shut down any time now. McCraney had just said that when the lights went out. And that's the end of the chapter. Okay, we had a whole side chapter showing the same thing from a different perspective, so that's exciting. But now the electromag locks have been deactivated on the vault in the basement of the library, and they can get all that liberal pirate gold. Oh, I can't wait. And then okay, so Natalie's going to have to betray Matthias at the end, right? Matthias. They're going to be right at the end. She's going to betray him, and then Natalie and... Do you think Natalie and Jake are gonna take the money and just disappear? Is there actually a secondary goal, or is it just the 10 million? There's no stated secondary goal yet, but it's implied that there will be one. And also, there's no way this book can not rip off Die Hard. So, unless it's going to try so hard to not rip off Die Hard that it ends up not ripping off Die Hard. But we'll see. She has to die? The universe owes Jake a domestic goddess, though. That's his reward for being a good conservative man. He's going to donate all the money to some veteran charity. Oh, that's not a bad prediction. That's not a bad prediction. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see. First, I got to take a little break, though. I got to use the restroom and walk around a smidge. So I'll be back soon. And hey, again, thanks everybody for watching. Barbecue sauce. Oh yeah, let me swap all this around here. Man, this music is so good. Okay. We hit another hour. We sure did. Chapter 33. It wasn't like the lower floor of the library was plunged into Stygian darkness when the power went out. There were no windows, of course, since it was below ground level, but the opening where the escalators come down from the ground floor let in light from above. And since there were a lot of windows up there, it meant that a considerable amount of light slanted down to the lower level. But the difference was so sudden, so unexpected, that for a couple of seconds everyone down there, including Jake, couldn't see much of anything. The shock made several people cry out in alarm. A gun blasted somewhere, deafeningly loud, and that caused more screams of terror. Wait. Jake didn't have to see to do what he did. He twisted sharply and lashed out with his left arm. His forearm struck Natalie's arm and knocked it to the side. He had hoped she wouldn't jerk the trigger and fire the .32, endangering the innocent hostages. But he couldn't stay a prisoner himself and hope to do any good. Natalie cried out, but the gun in her hand didn't go off. Jake planted his hand against her shoulder and gave her a hard shove that sent her flying backward. In the next split second, he drove forward, hoping to grab Matthias Foster again and maybe get the upper hand once more. Foster was already gone, though, darting away into the shadows. Ha! In the next split second, he drove forward. Into the shadows, yeah. Jake's hurried gaze couldn't find him. More shots roared. Muzzle flames split the gloom. Shrieks of pain and fear ripped the air. Somewhere, Foster shouted, "Kill Rivers! Kill him!" Instinct sent Jake diving to the floor. A bullet whistled somewhere above him but didn't come close. He came up on hands and knees, scrambled behind one of the love seats, and heard a slug thud into it. Another lunge carried him into the stacks. Those rows and rows of shelves full of old volumes and bound periodicals. Okay, he was the one lunging. All right. Another lunge carried him into the stacks, those rows and rows of shelves full of old volumes and bound periodicals. The shadows really were thick in those narrow aisles. With each step he took, it grew darker around him. He didn't mind. Darkness was his friend right now. Oh, baby, he's going full darkness. Darkness mode Jake Rivers. He's activating the darkness within. Watch out, terrorists! He's going dark mode. He's about to go sicko mode. He is. Oh, and you don't want to be there for it. As he ran, he trailed the fingers of his left hand along the shelves beside him. When he came to an opening, he ducked into it. It was a good thing he did, because a second later, Foster or one of his men reached the spot where Jake had disappeared into the stacks and emptied a magazine of 9mm rounds along that aisle. By then, Jake was 2 aisles over, moving as silently as possible. Joe, you're right. It is Richard B. Riddick time. It's been a long time since I smelled beautiful. Don't mess with the darkness. The darkness will dark you. You'll get darked. Oh boy, he's gonna dark all over these fools. By then, Jake was 2 aisles over, moving as silently as possible. He glided along that path for a moment, found another 2 of the cross aisles, and slipped into it. It's darking time. Yeah. Damn it! Foster yelled. Use your phone lights! Get in there and find him! Jake stayed on the move, weaving his way through the stacks toward the back of the lower level. The wheels of his brain turned rapidly. He had already figured out that was the direction he needed to go. The stairwell was back there. If he could reach it, he could head up and lose himself somewhere on the other floors of the library. Foster didn't have enough people to hunt him down. Once he had accomplished that, he could start planning his counterattack. Counting Natalie, Foster only had 4 allies on this level. He couldn't send all of them after Jake because the hostages might well panic and try to escape if they weren't being closely guarded. Jake looked back towards the front of the room and spotted two moving, flickering glows among the stacks. Those were the two men Foster had sent after him, using the lights on their phones to look for him. Jake wanted to avoid them if possible, but he would take his chances against them if he had to. He liked the odds if he had to take them on one at a time, even though they had guns. He didn't let himself think about Natalie and her stunning betrayal. Those thoughts tried to crowd into his mind, but he wouldn't allow them to do so. Later, what she had done would be painful to consider, assuming he was still alive to do so. That's two to-do-sos in a row. Anyway, assuming any of them made it through this alive. His eyes had adjusted to the shadows. He knew he wasn't far from the stairwell. Unfortunately, the same thought must have occurred to Foster. The man shouted, "Get to the stairs! Don't let him get out that way! Keep him trapped in those shelves!" So much for stealth, Jake thought. He broke into a run, his shoes pounding against the floor as he headed for the stairwell. Normally, an exit light burned over the heavy steel door with its push bar. Since the power was out, that light was dark now, but Jake was able to spot the door anyway as he emerged from the stacks. The stairwell was about 20 feet to his left, beyond a pair of water fountains. The doors to the men's and women's restroom were back to his right. Why does that matter? Why does it matter? Anyway. As he turned towards the stairs, one of Foster's men emerged from an aisle beyond the metal door. The light from the phone in his left hand splashed over Jake, who slowed down, but only for a second, just long enough to grab a heavy book from the end of the shelf he was passing. He flung the thick volume at the gunman as hard as he could. The book struck the man's gun hand and knocked it aside just as he pulled the trigger. The bullet whined off of one of the metal shelves in the stacks. Ka-tang! Jake had charged right behind the thrown book. His outstretched left hand clamped around the gunman's right wrist. Jake's right fist rocketed up and crashed into the man's jaw, with enough force to slew his head far around to the side. He went limp. Footsteps slapped around the floor behind Jake, who whirled around and pulled the stunned gunman with him. Flame spurted twice from the muzzle of the gun fired by the man who had just emerged from the stacks in front of the restrooms. Jake heard the bullet smack into the back of the first gunman and felt his body jerk. The pain jolted the man back to consciousness for a second as his eyes widened. Then they began to glaze over in death. Jake plucked the dead man's gun from the nerveless fingers, thrust his arm under the man's arm, and triggered twice as the pistol Jake had just liberated belched fire 3 times. The trio of swift shots sent the second gunman off his feet. His gun flew out of his hand. He shot him like rocketed backwards. Do you think somebody's going to get thrown, like shot through a pane glass window? That's got to happen at the end, right? Like he's going to confront Foster and it's going to be on like the top of the library. And he's going to he's going to die hard him out of a window. After they have like a big political philosophical showdown. Like it's Blade. Hell yeah. Dude, remember when Blade suplexed that dude through the table and it shattered? Or no, wait, it was the like floor. Yeah, it was like glass in the floor. Fuck, that was cool. Blade 2, man. Get a little lucha. Guillermo del Toro knows what audiences want to see. They want to see Blade fucking super suplexing a dude through glass. Damn, coolest move. Coolest move in all of cinema right there. The Chris Redfield versus Glenn Arias fight in the finale. Yeah, they're going to be like circle strafing, shooting the floor at each other. There's a lot of pistols and a lot of pistol ammo around. Okay, all right. Jake might have liked to have that second pistol, but it landed somewhere in the stacks and he wasn't going to take the time to hunt for it. Oh, God. If Jake had 2 pistols, he could dive over like a table while shooting both guns. Fuck, that'd be cool. Anyway. He did slap the pockets of the first man as he lowered the corpse to the floor and came up with 3 magazines. He hoped they were fully loaded, but didn't take the time to check as he stuffed them in his pocket, then slapped the open stairwell door. Oh, and he couldn't tell from the weight? Special TAC Ranger Jake Rivers couldn't just, like, palm a magazine and be like, it has 15 bullets. I thought he was a super elite army man. That's fucked up. That's fucked up, Jake. It was dark as pitch in there once the door swung closed behind Jake. He wished he had some way to wedge it closed so Foster's men couldn't pursue him, but there was nothing he could use for that. Instead, he switched the gun to his left hand since the stair railing was on his right and started up as fast as he could, sliding his hand along the rail so he would know when he reached a landing. Running upstairs in the dark was more of a challenge than he thought it would be. He stumbled several times and dropped to a knee once, banging it painfully on the stair riser. But he didn't waste any time getting to the next level, which was the ground floor. He was able to make out lines of light coming through the tiny gap around the door on this level. It was a lot brighter here because of the large windows in the library's front wall. Jake hesitated for a moment, uncertain whether to try leaving the stairwell here. There was at least a chance he'd be able to fight his way past Foster's men and reach the doors before they could stop him. Then he would be out. But he wasn't sure he wanted to be out. Yeah, like, what's the point there? I thought he was trying to fight these guys. Fearless Nomad, thanks for gifting a sub. To Jetpack McQuack. I did watch a lot of DuckTales when I was younger. How old is Jake? 24. Once he left the library, he wouldn't be able to do anything to stop Foster's plan. All the innocent people in here would be left to that madman's mercy. Remember when he was like swatting at somebody who was holding a gun, being like, wow, I hope they don't accidentally shoot an innocent person. So he wasn't concerned about innocence then, but he is now. When he could just leave. And he's like, no, I have to stay and protect everyone. Love it. Absolutely love it. He's such a hero. A short time earlier, he would have included Natalie with those innocent people, he thought bitterly. Now that he knew the truth about her, he felt like he ought to hate her and believe whatever happened to her, she had it coming. Somehow he just couldn't do that. If he escaped from the library, eventually things would come down to a bloodbath. The authorities would breach the building sooner or later. There was no way of knowing how many would be slaughtered in that battle. Taking Foster down from the inside was still the best chance to minimize loss of life, Jake decided. Is it? Or you just fucking give him the money and then track him. I don't know. Jesus. There's only one solution here, and it's for me to be a hero. This is so awesome. He started up the stairs to the second floor. As he climbed, he thought that probably all the members of Foster's bunch were carrying satellite phones. Foster seemed to be pretty smart. He would have anticipated that the authorities would take the cell towers offline and jam the walkie-talkie bands. It would be difficult to stop the sat phones from being able to communicate with each other, though. By now, Foster would have warned his men on the other floors of the library about Jake being loose. All they had to do was guard the doors to the stairs and be ready to shoot him down if he poked his head out. He might have escaped one trap by charging right into another, he mused. But under the circumstances, there was nothing else he could have done. Yeah, you're right. There's no other way. When he reached the second floor, he didn't stop. He didn't even slow down. The idea of going all the way to the roof had started to nibble around at the edges of his brain. If he could get up there, he might be able to communicate somehow with whatever law enforcement agencies were on hand. He might even be able to help them work out a plan to storm the building without too much loss of life. Again, could have done that out the front door, but whatever. There was still the matter of those bombs, Jake reminded himself. He still believed there was a good chance Foster was running a bluff. Foster's men could have planted 1 or 2 actual bombs, just enough to make it seem like a possibility that he could blow up the entire campus. Or maybe by the end of the day, what had been Kelton College would just be a huge smoking crater in the ground. Jake didn't know. One thing was for certain, though. Matthias Foster couldn't set off any bombs if he was dead. Even though only a few minutes had passed, it was starting to seem to Jake like he had been climbing forever in the darkness. There was one landing between each floor, so he knew when he had reached the third floor. He paused at the door this time and wondered why none of Foster's men had started down from above. They would have had him corralled in the stairwell with nowhere to go. He supposed they didn't want to risk a firefight in such cramped quarters. They might feel like they had a better chance waiting him out. He pressed his ear to the door and heard nothing from the other side. Well, that made sense, he told himself. If there were two of Foster's men on this level, one of them would be watching any hostages they had taken. Probably not many, considering this floor was devoted to special collections, and not many students utilized those. While the other would be hidden somewhere with a good view of the door to the stairwell, ready to fire if Jake emerged from it. He thought about kicking the door open to draw the gunman's fire, then trying to pick him off. Every bit he could whittle down the odds against him made it more likely he would survive the final showdown. He had just about discarded the idea, though, when he had heard a sudden crash on the other side of the door. A man yelled, "What the hell?" at the same time as someone else let out a startled, incoherent cry. Okay, now we're getting our intersection. Then guns started to roar, but Jake realized quickly that none of the bullets were striking the door. Nobody was shooting at him. That meant somebody else was in bad trouble in there, and Jake didn't hesitate once the thought went through his mind. He bullied the door open with his shoulder, bulled the door open with his shoulder, and plunged out onto the third floor with a pistol gripped in both hands, ready to deal out death. But that's the end of chapter 33. Yeah, he's in full dark mode now. So he's going to bust in and help Dr. Matumbo, who has already stacked up a body, so he's in full Rambo mode. Yeah, that literature, huh? Love it. Love it. Maybe Dr. Matumbo can go on like a conservative talking circuit after this. After his transformative experience. How he learned to stop being a pussy and saw the light. He's been Jokerized. His balls dropped. He's finally darked. He's gone full dark for the first time, and there's no going back. There's no going back once you full dark. Okay, let's play more Zelda. Right. Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. Guess what? It's time for lore. I don't know if you're ready for lore, but we got more. We got 2 more chapters of Trigger Warning starting now. Don't worry if you're watching that. It'll be there later. Don't worry about it. Just put a bookmark in it, much like I've been doing to this fine novel. Chapter 34. Things are getting even more serious. Dr. Matumbo's making his big move. Dr. Alfred Montembeau was lost, and not just in the physical sense. He had no idea where he was and no idea what to do. And he had no idea where he was, no idea what to do, and he had no idea what was going to happen next. All he knew was that he had been crawling around up here in the dark for what seemed like hours, and it was only a matter of time until he did something wrong and died because of it. He was not cut out for this, not at all. And making it worse, he kind of needed to pee. He didn't allow himself to think about that. As long as he didn't acknowledge the need, maybe it wouldn't become urgent. He stopped and drew in a deep breath. As he did, dust settled in his nose and throat, and it tickled maddeningly. He wanted to cough, but he stifled that impulse. One of the terrorists might be right below him, and if he coughed, the killer would hear him, realize that somebody was in the crawl space, and open fire. Those flimsy ceiling tiles wouldn't stop any bullets. The thick plank on which Montembeau was lying might shield him. But he didn't want to risk that. So it was best to be as quiet as possible while he continued his quest to find a way out of here. He must have covered the entire area up to here more than once, he told himself. If there was any sort of ladder or hatch that led out of the crawl space, he hadn't found it. if there was such a thing. It might just lead him into more trouble. His choices were limited, though. He could continue exploring, or he could just give up, lie here, and wait to see what happened. Chances were he would die no matter what he did. With that bleak thought in his mind, he started crawling forward along the plank again. He hadn't gone more than a few feet when, without warning, he sneezed. The dust he'd inhaled a few minutes earlier had caused that reaction, he knew, but knowing the cause didn't make things any better. His nose, which was on the prominent side, made sure that the noise it produced was loud and resonant. A man's shout from below dashed his hope that the sneeze hadn't been heard. Montembeau started crawling faster as another man responded with a shout of his own. Even though he was hurrying, he still tried to be as quiet as he could, so maybe they wouldn't be able to track him by the sounds of his flight. Whether they could hear him or not, they started shooting through the ceiling just as he feared they might. The gunfire was thunderous and made him cry out involuntarily. The wild thought crossed his mind that maybe he could shoot back at them. He had a gun, after all, but he couldn't even see where he was going, let alone be able to aim at the men trying to kill him. Aw, man, we got an ad. Luckily, it's almost over already. I don't know, with all this sub-gifting, I think pretty much everyone in here has probably picked up one. Also, speaking of, Timber Violence, thanks very much for the sub. Ooh, appreciate that. Okay, we're back. Booyah. Let's see. There's gunfire. He's screaming. Something punched through a ceiling tile near him and thudded into a board, chewing splinters from the wood that stung Montembeau's face. That bullet had almost hit him. He gasped in shock and crawled even faster. Suddenly, the plank wasn't beneath him anymore. It had come to an abrupt end. The air duct and the path alongside it must have turned, probably at a right angle. Thrown off balance with nothing to support him, Montembeau sprawled forward. His outstretched hand struck one of the ceiling tiles. The tiles and the metal lattices that held them up weren't meant to support any sort of weight. The tile broke under Montembeau and fell out of its frame. He yelled as he plunged headfirst through the opening that hadn't been there a second earlier. Montembeau had always been clumsy and unathletic. It was pure luck that he didn't break his neck when he hit the floor. He had dropped his gun when he fell, but he was able to catch himself with both hands and roll over to take away some of the impact. Despite that, he landed hard enough on his back to take his breath away, rattle his teeth, and shake himself to his core. Someone yelled, "What the hell?" The shout reminded Montembeau that he was still in deadly danger. Ooh, deadly danger. His brain screamed at his muscles to move, but they weren't quick to react. He seemed to move a lot faster when a shot blasted and a bullet whined off the tile less than a foot from his head. He jackknifed halfway up and tried to get to his feet as his instincts told him to run. But run where? He glanced to his left and to his horror saw two men pointing pistols at him. There was nowhere to run, no place to hide. Then he heard something from the other direction and a voice bellowed, "Doctor, get down!" Montembeau did what he was told. He dived, landing flat on his belly this time. And as he did, he lifted his head enough to look up and see Jake Rivers standing just outside the door to the stairs with a gun clasped in both hands and thrust out in front of him. That gun spat flame as 4 shots erupted from it, the reports rolling through the air so fast they sounded almost like one long roar. A tiny wisp of smoke curled from the muzzle as Rivers stopped shooting. Yeah, this guy's in dark mode. You can tell. He's dumping dark into the whole joint. Darking all over the place. He's emptying a full magazine of dark. He got 2 balls full of dark. Ugh. Ugh, my hero. No more shots came from the other men either. Montembeau jerked his head around, twisting his neck so that he could see them lying on the floor a few yards away. One man was motionless, but the other still writhed and spasmed a little as a fountain of blood arched up from his ruined throat, where a bullet from Rivers' gun had torn through it. Then, with a hideous gargle, that man slumped down too and didn't move again. Montembeau's brain was stunned, but enough of it still worked for him to realize that Rivers had killed those two men in not much more than the blink of an eye. Now Rivers stalked towards him with a gun still held ready. Montembeau covered his head with his arms. Surely Rivers hadn't saved him only to kill him, but the young man hated him. Montembeau was sure of that. There was no telling what a bloodthirsty barbarian like Rivers might do. Something thumped against Montembeau's side and made him jump. Rivers said, "Grab the gun, Doc. Get back on your feet. There might be more of them around here." That was the pistol he had dropped when he fell through the ceiling, Montembeau realized. Rivers must have slid it over to him with a foot. He wasn't going to kill him after all. Rivers strode past the professor to check the two terrorists and make sure they were dead. While he was doing that, Montembeau pushed himself into a sitting position. I was fighting that one. Montembeau pushed himself into a sitting position and gingerly wrapped his hand around the butt of the pistol lying next to him. Rivers glanced over his shoulder, smiled faintly, and said, "You know how to use that, Doc?" I killed one of them a little while ago," Montembeau said. His voice sounded hoarse and strange in his ears. Rivers cocked an eyebrow in surprise and said, "Good for you. You'll probably get to do it again before the day's over." Yeah, he's a little deputy now. Ah, good for Dr. Montembeau. Okay. Break. We're going somewhere else. Jake hadn't known what to expect when he stepped through the door, but the sight of Dr. Montembeau lying on the floor while two of Foster's men tried to kill him wasn't it. He was pretty sure of that. Actually, now that the two guys were down and out of the fight, and Jake was leading the way up a corridor toward the center of the library's third floor, he'd hoped those two actually had been part of Foster's bunch. He didn't see how they could have been anything else since they'd been trying to kill the professor, but you came right down to it, he didn't know any of Foster's followers by sight except the few he'd already encountered. Foster had boasted of having the entire building under his control, though, so anybody with a gun ought to be an enemy. But Montembeau had a gun, Jake reminded himself. In fact, the professor had the weapon in his hand again, but only because Jake had prodded him to pick it up. He paused and said quietly over his shoulder, "Do you know how many more of them are on this floor?" No. All I know is that I shot one of them while the others were trying to get all the prisoners together in the central part of the floor." "How many prisoners are we talking about?" "I have no idea," Montembeau replied with a shake of his head. "I was the only one in the section where I was. Maybe a few people in each of the other sections, a couple of staff members." He shrugged. "A dozen in all, perhaps?" "If that's all, Foster's men might just have left one person guarding them." "Foster?" Montembeau replied, frowning in apparent confusion. "Matthias Foster, that's what he claims his name is anyway. He's the guy behind all of this." "I've never heard of him." "Could be not many people did before today," Jake said. "Sometimes when guys pull big stunts like this, it's as much for the sake of their own ego as for the money they hope to collect." "I still don't know what you're talking about. I'm afraid I have no idea what's going on." Quickly, Jake sketched in what he knew about the takeover of the campus. Montembeau, already pale, blanched even more when Jake told him about the bombs. "That madman is going to blow us all to Kingdom Come," the professor said. "That's what he wants us to believe," Jake said. "That might not actually be the case, even though one explosion went off. That doesn't mean there are actually more bombs." Just because one explosion happened doesn't mean there's two. I guess technically he's right, you know? Technically. But surely the authorities won't risk it. Jake held up a hand to stop Montembeau as he heard somebody moving up ahead of them. This corridor didn't have any windows in it, so the light was dim here. The windows on the library's upper floors weren't as large and numerous as the ones on the ground floor either, so not much light filtered in from them. Jake spotted a door ahead of them on the left. A quick step brought him into it. Brought him to it. He grasped the knob, turned it, and opened the door to a supply closet. "In here," he whispered to Montembeau. They crowded into the closet. Jake pulled the door in, but didn't quite close it all the way with Montembeau behind him. He waited to see what was going to happen. Slow, careful footsteps approached along the hall. Jake didn't breathe, and as he heard Montembeau's nervous exhalations behind him, he moved his right elbow back until it prodded the professor's midsection. Montembeau seemed to get the idea. Jake couldn't hear him breathing anymore. He was still a little flabbergasted by finding Montembeau the way he had. He knew from the broken ceiling tile that Montembeau had gotten up there into the crawl space somehow, and he claimed to have taken one man's gun away from him and killed him. That seemed even more far-fetched to Jake than any book he had ever read about dragons or wizards or alien invaders. He would almost be more inclined to believe in those things than to accept the idea of Montembeau performing such heroics. But Montembeau had the gun, so Jake supposed he had to believe him. He had his doubts, though, that the professor would be that lucky in any future gunfights. Jake's eye was close to the narrow gap he had left between the door and the jamb. He saw a man's shape move past in the shadowy corridor. The guy had a gun, and he wasn't wearing any sort of uniform, which meant the odds were he was one of the Foster's men. Jake wasn't going to shoot him from behind in cold blood without knowing for sure, though. Instead, as the man eased along the corridor past the supply closet, Jake opened the door silently and stepped out behind him. The Glock rose and fell and came down hard on the back of the man's head. He grunted, pitched forward onto his knees, and dropped his own gun. Jake hit him again and drove him face down onto the floor. He checked for a pulse and found one. The guy was out cold, not dead. Jake knew he'd risked killing him by hitting him like that, but it was a chance he had to take. Montembeau whispered, Is he... "He's alive," Jake said. "Come on out of there so I can drag him in." He tore strips off the man's shirt and used them to tie wrists and ankles, then crammed another piece of shirt into the guy's mouth and bound it in place. They left him in the closet. The cops could get him out later, assuming they hadn't all been blown sky high. This dude never even had a name. A moment later, they reached the end of the corridor and the reception area for the special collections floor. Several desks sat behind a counter. On the floor around those desks were 7 women and 4 men lying face down on the carpet. For a bad couple seconds, Jake figured they were all dead, executed by the gunman. In fact, one of the older women with graying brown hair lifted her head enough to look around, and when she spotted Jake and Montembeau, she cried out, "Oh God, don't kill us! We stayed right where you..." She stopped short, stared, and then exclaimed, "Dr. Montembeau?" The professor hurried past Jake and said, "Miss Taylor, are you all right?" Some of the other people had lifted their heads and were looking around now. Jake told them, "You can get up now. Those guys who threatened you wouldn't hurt anybody ever again, or won't hurt anybody ever again." He added quickly, "Did they leave just one man to guard you?" "That's right," one of the women said. She was young enough to be a student or maybe one of the library staff. All of them except the older woman fit that description. As she climbed to her feet, she went on. "When the other 2 didn't come back, and then there was all that shooting, he told us to lie down and not look up or someone would kill us. Then I guess he went to look for others." Then I guess he went to look for the others. Excuse me. Jake didn't take the time to explain that the last guard was now tied up in the supply closet. Instead, he asked, "Is anybody hurt?" He just got head shakes all around. "Just half scared to death," one of the young men said. "What's going on?" "Dr. Montembeau can tell you. Right now, is there any place you can hole up, a fairly small room with only one entrance?" "The rare break room," the older woman said. Jake nodded. "The rare book room." Oh my God, my eyes are going weird. "The rare book room. Take us to the room for all the rare books, please. We'll be safe there." All right, rare book room. Jake nodded. It would have been good if he could have gotten these people completely out of the building. The cops probably had a perimeter set up outside. The hostages could have hurried behind that line to safety. But there was no way to reach the ground from the third floor without jumping, and that would likely result in some broken arms and legs, if not worse. Of course, that was better than getting blown up, but Jake still didn't believe the situation had gotten that desperate yet. The gun Montembeau held was a 9mm. Jake took one of the loaded magazines from his pocket and extended it to the professor. "Hang on to that," he said. "You may need it." Montembeau looked a little like Jake was trying to hand him a rattlesnake, but he took the magazine and asked, "Are you going to leave us here?" "Trying to get out of the building right now would be too risky. Better to get to some place you can defend if you have to." Jake looked at the others. "Does anybody else have experience with firearms?" Of course, they all just looked at him like he'd asked if they could flap their arms and fly to the moon. The typical Kelton college student not only had never fired a gun, the very idea would be abhorrent to them, at least until their lives were in danger. "Looks like you're the only gunfighter around here, Doc," Jake said to Montembeau. That made the professor's eyes widen in horror. He started to stammer something, but Jake cut him off. "I'm counting on you to keep these folks safe." Montembeau opened and closed his mouth a couple times, swallowed hard, rubbed his free hand over his face, and said, I'll do my best, Mr. Rivers." Jake nodded. He clapped a hand on the man's shoulder and said, "I knew I could depend on you." It's like Snake and Otacon. Aw, they're forming a little bro-lationship. You love to see it. He didn't know that at all, but he didn't figure it would hurt anything to say something positive to Montembeau. "What are you going to do?" the professor asked. Jake smiled grimly. "Still rats to clean out of this nest," he said. Clack, clack. "Oh, shit. Na-na-na-t, na-na-na-t, na-na-na-t." Puts on his sunglasses, starts slow walking towards the stairwell, I guess. Okay, that ended chapter 34. Guess what? We're moving on to chapter 35. Because the last extension was a bonus double extension. Because that's how this rolls. Okay. Jake Rivers, the Dark Exterminator. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. He's all darked out now. Nothing really pushed him over the edge. Maybe remembering the betrayal of Natalie really like Super Saiyaned him out. He's become an ultra lib, a 4-dimensional hyper libertarian. Okay. Chapter 35. When the lights went out, the first instinct Pierce Connors felt was to stay right where he was. I fucking hate... The stuff from Pierce has been so bad. Anyway, we're back with Pierce. And the Allah Akbar Fareed, the fat and blue-haired Marjorie, the post-racial, what's her name? And then Kevin, the simp. And it's just like any good anime club. Anyway, all right. Yeah, inshallah. The You're Not True Black Guy Pierce. Well, Fareed was the one who told Pierce that he wasn't black because he didn't agree with the terrorists. Yep. Lavi, easy time. Hey, everybody. Thank you for the raid. And I'm sorry, because I'm in the middle of reading a conservative action fantasy novel called Trigger Warning. It's about terrorists invading and taking over a college. And there's a bunch of blubbering, sissy liberals that don't know what to do when shit gets real. I've also been awake for a long time. This is the approaching 18-hour stream. And I was awake quite a bit before I went live, so I got like maybe a few more hours. Anyway, up to chapter 25. Trying to think of how to frame this. Jake Rivers is an Army Ranger, and he's the one man they didn't count on. These terrorists thought they were going to invade this college and that all these liberals were just going to roll over and cry like stupid babies. And they did. But guess what? Jake Rivers is here and he's a wolf. He's not just going to take it. So that's Jake Rivers. The only problem is this chapter is not about Jake Rivers. This chapter is going to be about Pierce. He's black. He's a black man. Book was very explicit about that. Black man who agrees with Jake and his conservative viewpoints of the world. And that's made him very unpopular here on campus. But he's with a study group of feral liberals, fanatical liberals. Have there been any slurs? No, I don't think so. Nazi, fascist, bigot, like that's kind of the most it gets. It's been real clean, really. It stayed way away from religion. It stayed far away from like slurs and stuff. This book sounds toxic. It's pretty toxic. Bartholomew, thank you for the sub. Yes, indeed, we are still going. If you call this going. Anyway, all right, chapter 35. When the lights went out, the first instinct Pierce Connors felt was to stay right where he was, hunkered down on the floor, face pressed to the tiles. When the shooting and fighting started, he knew that was the right thing to do. But then something began nagging at him and it wouldn't let go. He was supposed to be an activist, somebody who believed in working to bring about change and making the world a better place. Nobody ever changed anything by curling up in a ball and whimpering in fear. All too often, he listened to his fellow progressives complain about a situation, then conclude by saying, somebody needs to do something. When he was feeling in a particularly contrary mood, instead of simply agreeing with them, Pierce would ask, who? That always brought a blank stare and usually a question about what he meant. Who should do something? He would press, and the answer was always, why, the government, of course. Pierce believed in government and the power it could and should wield, but that didn't mean individuals shouldn't do their part as well. Too many on his side were all talk, no action. Pierce didn't want to be that way. With that thought prodding him, he started to crawl away from the other members of his study group. Fareed had finally gotten down on the floor with the others. Marjorie reached out and clutched Pierce's arm as she whispered, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to see if I can hide and get away from them." He pulled free of her hand. "Come with me." "No, are you crazy? They'll kill us." They've got their hands full right now." In the gloom, Pierce couldn't tell exactly what was going on, but he was willing to bet that Jake Rivers was right in the middle of that violent commotion. "This might be our only chance to get away." He looked over at Jenny and Clark. "Come on, you guys." Jenny shook her head in wordless terror, so of course Clark said, We're not going anywhere, man. We're going to stay right here and not get shot. Stay right here and die, Pierce thought. But he knew it wouldn't do any good to say that. Instead, he started crawling, staying as close to the floor as he could. He headed for the side of the room where the restrooms, the stairs, and the vending area were located. There might be somewhere over there he could hide. The idea of maybe fighting back against the men who had taken over the library hadn't occurred to him when he started moving, but it did shortly thereafter. Well, gotta prove this. Gotta prove the term dumbass backwards ass hick ass. That's a good reason to get popped by Automod, I think. And now whenever anyone types that exact phrase, Automod won't catch it. So that's good. Don't have to worry about that anymore. God, this music is so good. I'm listening to Doom, Ancient Gods Part 1 and 2. Oh, it's so good. Okay, all right. Where was I? Okay, problem is he couldn't see any way of doing it when it comes to fighting back. There were enough prisoners here on the library's lower floor that if they all rose up at once and struck back at their captors, they would overwhelm the gunmen, no doubt about that. It was possible, even probable, that some of them would lose their lives, but that couldn't be helped. That couldn't be helped. Can't be helped. Just pay the ransom. Nope. Like this book is so conservative that it doesn't acknowledge that $100 million is worth these lives. It's more about the indignity of having somebody shove you around and how it's worth lives so that somebody doesn't get to do that. Yeah, some of you will die, but that's a risk I'm willing to take. It's kind of deranged, really. Just the complete like lack of value of human life. I guess it's like an action movie, right? But the heroes usually care about human life, right? A little bit. I don't know. Anyway. Thinking about this as a shitty movie. It's how it's written, right? It's written like a movie. Because there's like stereotypical movie scenes in it. The straight up the scene where Matthias is like introduced and he has one of his own goons gunned down for being a traitor. It's like it's such a textbook villain introduction, but not even as good as the textbook. All right, anyway. We got to keep going. We got to keep going here. There's too much good lore. Some of the people might die, just can't be helped. The alternative was to remain hostages at the mercy of people who might well be ruthless enough to slaughter them all. All right. Pierce might have been willing to run that risk if he believed anyone would fight at his side. He suspected the only man here who would do that, however, was already battling the terrorists, Jake Rivers. A voice behind him suddenly cut through his thoughts by shouting, "Stop him! He's trying to get away!" Surprise froze Pierce for a second. He had hoped all the gunmen were distracted enough they wouldn't notice him crawling towards the stacks. Evidently that was the case because he recognized the voice of the man who had called out the warning. Muammar Farid. That they're spelling it different. It was Mohammar before. It totally was, right? Because I was like, it's not Mohammed. That's weird. But now it's Muammar. They couldn't even spell his misspelled name right. Anyway, Muammar Farid, the leader of his study group, a fellow student, not really a friend, but a fairly close acquaintance and someone who claimed to share some of Pierce's progressive beliefs. Inshallah, brother. And yet, he had betrayed Pierce without a moment's hesitation. He had already tried to suck up to the leader. This was just more of the same. Pierce realized as he sprang to his feet. That made him more of a target, but he could move a lot faster. He had never sprinted faster during his high school track team days than he did now as he ran towards the stacks. I'll stop him! That's Fareed's voice, by the way. I didn't know it was Fareed the first time, so. Fareed again on his feet and moving fast, too. Fareed again on his feet and moving fast, too. He dived at Pierce from behind and tackled him around the knees. Pierce fell heavily. So wait a minute. Oh, we got an ad. Okay, hold on. I'll take a little aside here to ask. Pierce had already crawled away. When he heard the yell, he started to run. But Fareed made up the crawl distance and the lead that Pierce had immediately. Like vaulted across the room. Just whoosh. Pounced, if you will. What's that all about? Maybe Fareed has activated his like level 3 Muslim powers and he can just teleport now. He can do like the Albert Wesker like shadow teleport where he's just like zoom zoom, just like Matrix blinking around. Allah has blessed him because he's fighting the corrupt West finally. Did you know that Allah will let you shoot lasers at your eyes if you're fighting Western capitalism? You just get juiced, man. It flows through you. All right. Well, let's see. This dude's about to go like super Muslim. Yeah, he does a Dragon Ball Z bestowed by Allah. Yeah. Oh, this is about to get really bad though. Oh no, they're gonna fight. And Pierce is going to think all sorts of things. He's going to have all kinds of mental dialogues about this that I'm sure will be very respectful to the Muslim faith. Okay. Tackled him. All right. Pierce fell heavily. He tried to pull free. Yeah, we're at ads. Okay. Pierce fell heavily. Oh, he's going to be thinking. He tried to pull free from Fareed's grip and got his right leg loose. He kicked out, felt the heel of his shoe slam against something. The impact was a satisfying one. Fareed grunted and let go of Pierce's other leg. He groaned and rolled onto his side, clutching at his jaw where Pierce had kicked him. In the blink of an eye, Pierce was up. Pierce was up and running again. He expected to hear rapid footsteps coming after him. His muscles were braced for the deadly impact of a bullet. What? If I just flex real hard, maybe the bullet will bounce off. That's interesting. America developed an energy weapon where they could project voices wirelessly, so they could basically pretend to be God speaking. Hey, that's awesome. Whatever advantage you can get, am I right? That's tactical. I want you to stop shooting. Give America your oil. Okay. Let's see. Okay, yeah, he was flexing just in case he got shot. Neither of those things happened. Pierce reached the stacks and ducked in among the close-set shelves. He guessed the gunmen had their hands too full dealing with Jake to worry about him. He hurried along the narrow aisle, wincing every time a shot rang out because he thought it was aimed at him. He reached the end of the aisle without being hit, though, and knew that the gunmen weren't aiming at him. If they had been, they couldn't have missed in such close quarters. Then more shots blasted somewhere close by, close enough for Pierce to catch a whiff of the cordite tang. He pressed his back against the set of shelves to his left for a few moments, then risked a look around the end of them. He was just in time to see Jake Rivers disappear into the stairwell. The big man had a gun in his hand, and since there were a couple of bloody bodies lying sprawled around on the floor, Pierce had a pretty good idea where Jake had gotten the weapon. Jake had escaped, which meant that the surviving terrorists would try now to regain control of the hostages on this level. Pierce had no doubt at all that Fareed would try to curry favor with their captors by ratting him out. If he stayed where he was, they would find him probably sooner rather than later. As soon as that realization hit him, he knew what he had to do. Wherever Jake Rivers was, there would be trouble, but that was better than here. Pierce might have at least a fighting chance to survive. He took a deep breath, ran to the stairwell door, and shoved it open. The stairwell was dark, but Pierce didn't hesitate. He started up after Jake. So wait, Jake Rivers didn't hear anyone else stomping up the stairs behind him? Well, he's not quite the tactical army Superman that I thought he would be. Operation Brood Boy. Thank you for gifting 5 subs. That's awfully kind and generous of you. Okay, break. We're shifting perspectives here. It hadn't taken as long as Dietrich estimated to get the power shut down. Frank McCraney spoke to Graham over the radio and confirmed that the electricity was out, then asked the FBI agent, "What do you want me to do now?" It might be a good idea for you and any of your department who are still there to go ahead and evacuate, Chief," Graham replied. "I lean toward thinking that the bomb threat is mostly a bluff despite that explosion earlier, but there's no point in taking chances. Besides, you've been wounded and need to get medical attention." McCraney glanced... Wait, oh, that was McCraney talking, okay. McCraney glanced at his bandaged hand. It hurt, but he didn't see any blood seeping through the dressing. "I'm fine," he said. "The safety of this campus is still my responsibility." "Then join Chief Hartwell at the command post just off campus. My men will need to call on both of you for advice before this is over." McCraney didn't like the idea of leaving the station. It seemed too much like running away, but Graham might be right. The command post might be where he could do the most good from here on out. Anyway, Doris would probably refuse to evacuate the station until he left too, and he didn't want anything happening to her. It would be partially on his head if it did. "All right, Agent Graham," he said as he held down the microphone button. "If you need me, that's where I'll be." "Thanks." "Thanks. I'm going to try to make landline contact with the suspects now." Oh, Blake is... Or Agent Graham is on the other side too. He's part of the heist. He's got to be, right? He's like working too well with the local cop. He's being too constructive for being a federal agent. You know, I think that's the grift here. Did Jake ever get kicked out of college? No, he got close. But the video that Pierce posted exonerated him. So they couldn't come up with a reason to kick him out. They got beat at their own game, trying to manipulate the social media. Okay, what do we got here? The connection broke. McCraney sighed, stood up, and put the radio in his pocket. He was about to go out and tell Doris they were leaving when she appeared in the doorway. Frowning, she said, "Chief, there's a man here." A figure came up behind her and moved her aside without seeming to put any effort into it. His actions were gentle, though, not the least bit rough. He smiled at McCraney and said, "Chief, I need to talk to you." McCraney had never seen the man before. He was older from the looks of his weathered face and the silver in his hair that had once been dark and still bore the traces of that. He moved and carried himself like a younger man, though. McCraney had seen guys like that before, men who took such good care of themselves and who were blessed with good genes to boot, that it was difficult to tell if they were 40 or 70. This lean, medium-sized stranger fit right into that category. He was dressed casually in boots, jeans, a faded blue work shirt, and a lightweight gray jacket. McCraney couldn't see any overt signs that the stranger was armed, but something about the man told him that he was. In fact, He seemed like the sort of man who would seldom go anywhere without being armed. Oh yes, he very much wrote to boot. McCraney said, "You shouldn't be here, Mr." When the stranger ignored that hint for his name, McCraney went on. "The campus has been evacuated and is on lockdown. All civilians need to leave as quickly as possible. It's dangerous here." "I've never worried that much about being in dangerous places," the stranger replied with a faint smile. "I suppose I wouldn't know what to do if I found myself somewhere that wasn't dangerous." "What are you doing here on campus anyway?" McCraney demanded. "Were you visiting somebody when the trouble broke out?" "Actually, I wasn't here when the trouble broke out, but I got here as quickly as I could. There are a lot of rumors flying around all over the media, Chief. I need you to tell me what's really going on." McCraney was even more confused. He said, "That doesn't make any sense. The campus is closed off. You couldn't have gotten here once it went on lockdown." The man just shrugged slightly and said, "I can usually get in wherever I need to be." He turned to smile at Doris and went on, "You really should leave, ma'am. Like the chief says, it isn't safe here." She glared back at him defiantly. "I'm not going anywhere until Chief McCraney does," she declared. "Well, then you better tell me what I need to know, Chief." The stranger gestured toward the map on the wall. "Where's the library? That's where the ringleader of this established his headquarters, isn't it?" "Damn it!" McCraney burst out. This guy didn't exude even an ounce of arrogance or even smugness, but McCraney wasn't sure he had ever run into anybody with more self-confidence. "You're some sort of federal agent, aren't you? If you're FBI, I was just talking to your boss." "I'm not FBI," the man broke in, "or Homeland Security either, but I have done a few chores for the government in the past." So this book is part of like a universe. And I think this character is an insert from other books or something. The way that like all the characters talk about how cool he is. It's Donald J. Trump. He's here to save everyone. He's going to fly in and reduce everyone's taxes. And then they'll be able to buy guns with all the money they save. What is the name of the book? Trigger Warning. But yeah, there's a whole series of these books. There's like Terror on the Homestead and shit like that. Oh no, wait, that was the Gina Carano movie. Okay. A chill went through McCraney. He had never met an actual spook before, at least that he knew of. But something told him that's what this man was. A killer, pure and simple, if he needed to be in order to get the job done. "Who sent you here? Or is it a death sentence just to ask the question?" The stranger shook his head and said, "You got me all wrong, Chief. Nobody sent me. I've got a personal reason for being here. I just want help." "The situation is under control," McCraney said heavily. "The only way civilians can help is by staying out of the way." "Well," another faint smile and a shake of the head, "that's not going to happen, so you might as well go ahead and tell me what I want to know." "There's the map," McCraney snapped. "If you're such a hotshot, read it yourself. You'll be able to figure everything out, I'm sure." "All right." The man stepped over to the map and gazed at it for a long moment, while Doris stood just outside the office doorway and looked worriedly at McCraney. Then the stranger nodded as if satisfied and turned away from the map. "Thanks, Chief. I really do think you should leave now. I don't believe that Foster really intends to blow up the entire campus, but in circumstances like this, accidents sometimes happen." McCraney didn't question how the stranger knew Matthias Foster's name. He probably had some pretty highly placed sources in the government. "Just what is it you intend to do?" "Whatever I can to put a stop to this with as little loss of life as possible." The stranger paused, then added, I'm sure you know the old saying about cutting the head off a snake. With that, he turned and started towards the door. By God, at least have the decency to tell me your name, McCraney exploded. The stranger stopped and looked back. It won't do you any good, he said, but it's Barry Rivera. But you can call me Dog. Just Dog. End of chapter 35. We got a new player in the scene. We got the closer showing up out of nowhere. The hard ass who doesn't talk. Actually, he talks quite a bit. Yeah, but he's the dog. Just call me the dog. Barry Rivera is our mystery guy. He could be 40, he could be 70. He moves with youthful vitality and he shoots good. He's got a mean case of up dog. Good God. All right. I got to take a bathroom break and think about my life for a bit. I'll be right back. See you soon, and thanks for watching so far.